All
Oh,
right, we did it.
yes! All right, so similar to a couple weeks ago, we're Nick here again with Banksy, and we're going to be talking about a a guild called Double Destruction. It was a guild in Star Wars: The Old Republic, and we both were members of it at one point. Although Banks here has a far better understanding of this than I do, and so we thought talking about it together would get a lot more insight and just be able to put this whole story into perspective. And I think of anywhere, we have to begin with, well, where it started, which was Star Wars: The Old Republic. Now, you'd been playing the game for a while before that, right?
Oh yeah, I played in pre-launch, like the pre-launch beta, and then the little like weekend beta leading up to the game's like official launch, and I was there day one. Yeah, played a long time.
Okay. And so, if the beginning of this story, however, starts in 5.0, right?
Yeah, so that's I think damn near close to like 9 years into the game's lifespan, something like that. Because I think they hit the 10-year anniversary sometime during Double Destruction. I think I could be wrong though.
I believe that's something you guys talked about, yeah? Uh, Well, I guess we should talk about the state of the game at the time. If you had to describe how SWOTOR was during 5.0 and the overall atmosphere of the player base, what would you say?
It was pretty bad. I mean, at least at the start of 5.0, kind of bleeds into the Irish video we did. That whole time frame of meeting him in Stim Addicts, but it was pretty bad. The gearing system was like hated. It was an RNG gear system where there was no way to get gear. You just got RNG boxes and opened them up and hoped you got your gear that you needed. It was like they called it the thrill of the hunt. The thrill of the hunt, hunting RNG gear. I think the guy's name was Ben Irving, who was in charge of Bioware's SWTOR division at the time. He was horrible. Um, he was so horrible they put him on Anthem, and when they knew that game was going underwater, sinking. It was bad for sure. By the time I met Tessin and Birds of Prey, things were better because they were releasing Valley of the Machine Gods, so one boss at a time for an operation, and I think two bosses had been released. And they walked back the horrendous Ben Irving pure RNG gear system, um, and they added tech frags, and a currency where you could just go buy your gear like any other normal MMO that actually wants to be successful. But overall, it was pretty bad, especially coming out of 4.0, which was like probably the lowest point for the game when I was there anyway, mind you. Um, it was pretty bad overall. Low morale, low player count. Yeah.
The, as sad as it is to say, SWOTOR doing SWOTOR things. So you mentioned meeting Tessin and a guild called Birds of Prey. How did you end up falling in with? I suppose how did you end up meeting Tessin to begin with?
It was just random. I've often asked myself why the universe gave me Tessin. I'm not really sure. It was just random. I was just standing in the PVE gearing section of Fleet. I think they call it supplies. I was just standing there. I would hang out on the game and not do much. It was during a weird time, kind of bleeding into the Irish video, where Stim Addicts, I mentioned it in that video, some like third party drama that I don't know exactly what happened now. It's been too long to even remember it. Some third party drama happened, and Kifu left, and we made this. Kifu, Irish, and me made this guild, and they named it like Home One, I think it was called. It was named after some ship in the original trilogy movies. And it was just the three of us, and basically, like, all we did was farm conquest commanders for the guild ship things, encryption, flagship plans, and Kifu's like goal was like to open up an entire flagship, and that's like all we were doing. And I did it for a while, and I quickly kind of got tired of it, And then Kifu like kind of disappeared. I don't know why. I don't know exactly what happened. He stopped playing. Irish had one of his many like disappearances due to John Kevin, and it was just I was just kind of hanging around the game like I always had done throughout the history of the game, given my job and how I worked and the lifestyle I had then. And I was just standing on Fleet one night, and there was this guy named it was like Valuna Mar advertising in Gen Chat for a while. One DPS for TFB story mode group finder, and I was not interested in doing it, so I was just standing there. But I remember seeing it, um, and I remember looking to like my right, and there was this guardian standing there, a female Chiss guardian, and I was like, that's weird. You don't see a lot of Chiss on pub side, let alone guardians. That's interesting. And I like untargeted the person. I was inspecting their gear and being like, okay, this person is relatively speaking new-ish, given the way they're gearing themselves. And then that person like who turned out to be Tessa and targeted me. And if you have target of target, it's this awkward MMO thing where you both realize you're looking at each other. So I like quickly clicked off and whatever. And then I got a whisper from Ikeri, I apostrophe Keeri, like, do you want to do TFB story mode? I was like, fuck. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Yeah, I guess so. And that's how I ended up meeting them anyway.
Okay, and so how long would you say it took before you were brought into the fold of Birds of Prey, as it were?
Ah, that I really don't remember. It wasn't that night. It was like I guess we'll get into more Birds of Prey, I suppose, but generally speaking, like every player, if you rate players' skill on like an A to an E or F, like Academia, I suppose, the average skill level of that guild was like incredibly low, like D average, C minus at the highest. Like most people were very bad at the game, and I guess I like stood out. I could like solo mobs and kill things, and I didn't stand in AOE. And if you've played long enough and you're decent enough, you know a good player when you see one. So I think I got a whisper a couple nights later, or probably the following night, from Tessa. And again, it was like, "Do you want to run this?" And I think it was like maybe 4 days a week at the most of like being asked to come run with them, and I'd say okay, fine. And it wasn't that night. I never really asked to join their guild because the writing was kind of on the wall in terms of just watching them play without ever having to get into their Discord. Little did I know it was even worse than I thought once I got in their Discord, but yeah.
So you just kind of ended up becoming part of the guild through no effort of your own.
Yeah, well, I mean, I willingly took the invite when they offered it to me. I had a lot of characters, and no big deal if my character's name was I don't remember what it was at the time, but it was like it became "Do we have to?" No spaces, so it just looked like Dahavito. But I had a lot of characters, so it's like, what's a big deal? I can, if it makes them feel a little bit better, I guess I'll join their guild, and it's nice to run story modes every once in a while. But I definitely wasn't looking for a guild or to run with anybody. I just, generally speaking, hung around the game. I like to hang around the game, the ambience, while I worked at night, and I wasn't looking for a full-time gig, that's for sure. Um, but yeah.
Okay. And once you were in Birds of Prey, when we've talked about this before, you kind of talked about it like there was three main eras of your time in that guild. What do you mean by that?
Well, the first time I joined, well, the first time I played with them, is like era one, because like when I got there, and I started hanging out with them, at first it's like the honeymoon phase, I guess they call it, where they were a nice group of people on the surface, and most people in the group were very nice. Uh, but it was like one of these guilds where it's run by a guy who's played since launch, and his name was Vel, and he was good tank. He was a good player, and he was a good sentinel too. He was good at certain things. I won't sit here and say he was garbage, to be mean. Um, and they had a lot of history long before I even got there. They'd been around since launch, for God's sakes. But it was one of these guilds where this guy Vel was the GM, but he was in like an online relationship with this woman. She's a woman, a full-grown woman with like 2 kids, named Mish Luna, and she was god awful. But they put on a decent show in terms of like making it seem like a nice community and a good place. So the first time I was there, I came in like probably at the worst time possible because Tessin was like at that point he'd been in their guild for about I think a year, maybe more. And Tessin wanted to do hard mode ops. He wanted to take the next level. Like Birds of Prey struggled with things. Like they could not do story modes. Like story mode TOS, they never got past Underlurker, and if they did, they never got past the commander fight. Um, you were very spoiled running with us at the in Double Destruction, where we like no tanked most story modes and one healed them and just blew everything. That was not Birds of Prey. And so I joined and I was like this like good player, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, we have another good player. Uh, Maybe we could do some hard modes, and I like I said, I never wanted a full time gig. I didn't want to like do progression rating with random people, and so the first era was like getting acclimated to them and doing hard modes and failing all the time. Like hard mode KP and EV were a feat to never be forgotten if they could clear it. And that's I don't know if you'd like to comment on that, but
Well, I guess I could say that for people who are listening who don't know about EV and KP, uh, correct me if I'm wrong, this is just my opinion, hard mode on those two is more comparable to story mode of some of the later raids.
yeah, I mean they're super easy ops. They're easy. Like we four-man them in Double Destruction.
I remember there were times where I would ask, can you want to do KP? And everyone would groan, and it's like, no, Nick, we'd rather do something that we won't fall asleep doing. So for them to struggle with something like that was just horrible. And I suppose when talking about this era, the question does come up: is there anyone notable other than the people we've mentioned that was around during this time?
No, not during this first go with Birds of Prey. It was just like me, Tessin. And they had, like I said, they did have some good players. They had like a guy named Wing, who was a good tank, but he was like a shithead. He never took anything serious, and I didn't understand why until later. And then there was Vel, who was a good player. Vel's brother Mist. He was a great gunslinger. Vel, as I said, Vel was good. And I mean, the problem really was like this woman, this Mish Luna woman. It was one of these situations where like lonely guy meets girl online, and they have this like community. Like Vel was the GM, but he had made this special rank called co-lead, and so she had that rank. So she was the co-lead. And she was very bad. It was one of these situations where she was a horrible player, but Vel would never acknowledge that, and nor would she, obviously. It was one of these things where she was propped up to be this amazing healer. This, Nim level is what they always like to say. I'm a Nim level this, Misha's a Nim level that, but in reality, she was arguably one of the worst players I'd ever seen. And there's no malicious intent there. She was just that bad. Which comes into play later when we start talking about near the end of Birds of Prey. But she didn't believe in like elitism or set groups for hard modes. The way they ran hard modes is like you can't have a set team. There's no progression team. There's no progression knights. It's we'll take whoever we have available, and that doesn't work. You know, if you've never played an MMO, fine, uh, but that doesn't work. You know, unless everybody in your guild is this tremendous, amazing, experienced player, which the majority of these people in Birds of Prey were not. They were very bad players. It doesn't work. So we would just go into like Nephra, like DF hard mode, and we would bang our head for 2.5 hours, and we couldn't get past the first boss. I mean, hell, there was a night we couldn't get past the first trash pool with the healers he had picked. One of them being Mish, and she would make excuses and blah blah blah. And there was other weird things too, like vanguards were never allowed to tank, scoundrel healers were not allowed to heal, um, and all that stuff was propagated by this Mish woman because she was just a bad healer. She couldn't heal a Vanguard because Vanguards struggle on certain fights, like the other two tanks do. She couldn't, like, let's say Mish was healing with a Scoundrel. She would use the Scoundrel because they weren't that great. They had recently been nerfed. But she would, oh, I can't heal. Scoundrels can't heal. I'm one healing. But in reality, it was her. She couldn't heal. She was horrible. So, and I started getting the lay of the land like maybe 2 or 3 months in, like figuring out things without having to ever, talk to anybody about it. The only person I really talked to it about was Tessin, and Tessin would be like, "Well, this is what Vel says," and I'd be like, "No, that's not how it goes in a good guild." It's like, no, this is wrong. Like Vel doesn't know what he's talking about. Vel says I should gear like this. No, you shouldn't. You'll do more damage if you gear how I tell you, type of thing. And I can't remember. I can't remember the particulars of what happened to cause me to leave the first time. It wasn't 110%. They're stupid, bang your head on the second boss of hard mode TFB for 3 nights out of a 7 night week. Work took precedent. I had to. We shifted jobs, and then we shifted what we were doing work wise, and then we were like gearing up to do something big, and then we got a big commercial contract, and we got pulled off of the big thing we were gearing up to do. But that was coming down the pipeline, so you couple knowing. You couple knowing you're going to be extremely busy in the next like 5 months, like 6 days a week work, 18-hour days, with just the general birds of prey attitude about things of wiping on the Dread Council TFB hard mode for 3 hours because Vel just takes random people who barely pull 3k DPS, um, and just the general like attitude of birds of prey, and I just kind of stopped logging in one night. I never G quit or anything like that, but I stopped logging in, and so yeah.
I mean, it makes sense for people who've never played an MMO. It's not just having people who are doing the progression for that kind of thing. You need good players for harder content, but you also really, if you're going to do progression, you need a core team that's doing it because there's mechanics that need to be learned. There's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot of teamwork that goes into it. So randomly swapping people in and out, it even if they're good players, it can fuck with things.
There was a lot of lies too. Like that's another reason why I left the first time. Like there was a lot of like false information being put out by Mish and Vel at the top, because Vel would link the guild like Birds of Prey, 3.2 EC Nim clear, and he'd link it, and he would like wow people like Tessin. Tessin would be like, "Amazing! Why can't we do that?" And I would stay quiet. But the truth of the matter is, if you had half a brain, you looked at Vel's level in the video, and he was level 60 or whatever we were in 3.0, and Kefis was level fucking 50. It was they had all these nim achievements because there was a significant portion of time in the game's lifespan, especially during 3.0, where BioWare did not scale up raids like EV, Eternity Vault, Karagas Palace, Explosive Conflict, Terror from Beyond, Scum and Villainy. They didn't scale them up. So you could go in with 8 like level 60s or whatever the level cap was of 3.0, and you could just roll stuff as you do in World of Warcraft if you want to farm transmogs and blah blah blah. Some raids did have like maybe like a one-shot mechanic you had to be prepared for. You had to make sure you interrupt something, but for the most part, like that's what everybody was doing. They were farming like during 3.0. They were farming nim mounts because it was easy and anybody could do it as long as you had 8 bodies and achievements. But and I knew that he'd link the video, and I'd keep my mouth shut. But all you really had to do was look at somebody's achievement list, and there's a date you acquired the achievement. I have one of them. I do. I did an over leveled EC in Bloodline. Near the end of Bloodline, we cleared Toth and Zorn with your parents, if memory serves. We cleared Toth and Zorn Nim, and we cleared the tanks Nim. The tank mount dropped. Sinner got it. I'll never forget it because I wanted that tank mount. His name was Sinner, Guardian tank and DPS. Very good player and well deserved. But anyway, so if you look at my achievements in the game, it will say uh, Toth and Zorn, and you look at the date, and the date will be sometime around 2013, whenever Nim EC came out in 2.0 or whatever, 1.8 I think it came out. But then if you look at the rest of my Nim EC kills, it will be equivalent to whatever 2014, 2015, whenever 3.0 was the main expansion. Because I was doing it too. People are like, hey, you want to come farm this? You have a chance to get this Kel Dragon gear for cosmetics sake. Yeah, sure. It's like, so yeah, but Vel, whereas if somebody was like, oh, you did an MEC, I had the War Stalker title. That's right. So like I had an illegitimate War Stalker title because I never did it at content scale level. It was not challenging. We went in there and did it in less than 45 minutes. That's why I never wore it. Meanwhile, in Birds of Prey, they were like, Vel was like, we're Nim Raiders, we are the greatest. And he was like, like a cultist preaching to uneducated, dull, dim-witted people. And so sometimes I don't exactly remember, but I know before I stopped logging in, I like tried to talk to Tessin, and I was like, listen, if they were that good, don't you think they'd be doing it? And I think that was like Tessin's first wake up moment. I was like, it's all a lie. Like, look at Kefis's level number, dude. In the video, look. It was before the streaming thing was in Discord, so I couldn't pop up a stream and show Tessin. I was like, look, dude, tell me why Kefis's Walker is level 50 and he's level 60. Like, and I explained to Tessin all this, and then I stopped logging in.
Well, yeah, because they're, like you said, it's the same reason why Heroic 2024, man? Whatever the biggest number on WoW is, it's why Heroic Icecrown Citadel isn't considered a big achievement to have anymore, because you can just do it yourself. What they were doing was effectively the equivalent of like a red shirt senior level football player bragging about winning a high school football game.
Yeah, and back then they recorded it and put it up on, and Vel put it all up on his YouTube, or I think it was the Birds of Prey YouTube. I'm not exactly sure. And they did it all with the intent to be able to show it later and claim to these dimwits they recruited on Tython, new players, that they were these great players. And it's a very simple question. It's like, if they're that good, why can't we get past any like second boss in any hard mode, or first, or trash? Like, if they're really as good as he and Mish are claiming they are, and this guild is the officer core of this guild, why are we struggling? The proof is in the pudding. It's put your money where your fucking mouth is. That's that's all it is. And when they put their money where their mouth was, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do a goddamn thing. They couldn't accomplish anything, no matter how hard they tried, because they were not good players. They had, some of them were, for sure, but overall, no.
And like you said, I was very fortunate to be with the group of people I was, because you guys carried me, who, when I started with you, I had never actually raided before and never done prog, but you were easily able to carry my sack ass through hard modes just while fucking around.
Well, we'd been carrying somebody for like 3 years.
I'm carrying two people, but we'll get to that. But that's the thing. If they were the people they said, then a hard mode prog team shouldn't have been a problem because the core group should have been able to carry one, two, or even three poor players through something like hard mode KP or hard mode EC.
Like, I was the one that pushed for Star Parse. Maybe you can explain what Star Parse is.
So, in like World of Warcraft, you can download into the game an add-on that shows the damage, threat, healing meters. It tracks the stats for the people in the group. SWTOR never had something like that. StarParse was a third-party application that ran on its own, and I believe you had to have like an account, passwords, and everything to be able to access, the same
Yeah.
group.
Yeah, and you had to make like a raid parse, but yeah, and like I was the one who pushed for that, and I got like significant pushback from Mish, and I knew why after like a month. Because she didn't want to get in Star Parse. Because if she did, you would see here's a Commando DPS, which was like the best class at that time. Commandos were super survivable, did crazy damage. They got in a big buff in 5.0. It pissed a lot of people off. Every arena was 4 commandos or mercenaries versus 4 commandos or mercenaries. Like, same class, mirror class, imp side. If she had gotten in Star Parse, she would have been exposed. You would have seen like me on my Vanguard doing like 8-2 or something respectable, and her doing like 3K, 2K, because all she did was hit one button, grav round, which we can get into later. But yeah, I pushed for that. I was like, look, we're enraging on. It was this Rancor guy, this guy in Karaga's Palace, the first boss. We're enraging on him, like I haven't seen that boss in rage legitimately since launch. Like the first time I ever went in, like, and we enraged, and I was like, we need Star Parse. We need to know like what numbers people are doing. And she, oh no, we don't use Star Parse in this game. Silence him, Vale. Like it was like, and Tessin's like, what's Star Parse? And like so, later that night when Mish and Vel log out, I explain like download Star Parse, and this is what the target dummy is for, dude. Like oh, I didn't know, like they didn't even teach people, just kind of coddled people. But yeah,
No, yeah, that's not using a tool like that means you really can't gauge improvement and really work for it because you don't know what you're doing. There was never a chance for people to really develop and improve if you don't have the systems in place for them to do so. So, you're stuck coddling people who really can't beat higher level content.
but they did other things too that just wasn't my type of thing. Like Imp Side Friday trivia night. Like you had to show up if you wanted to run the raid, and it was like you had to sit through like an hour of trivia where Vel and Mish would make these 10 trivia questions, and it, all Star Wars related trivia, and then at the end, the top 3 winners would get prizes, and everybody else got door prizes, like random cartel market pets and stuff like that. And that type of stuff is it's not for me. Maybe some guilds it's okay. I guess I much prefer the double destruction method of things. Of like the guild bank just has a lot of money in it, a lot of stims, a lot of mats. If you're trustworthy and an adult, you'll have the ability to take whatever you need to, do whatever you need to help the guild type of thing. But yeah, it was like a I always called it like a kindergarten. It felt like I was in kindergarten or something, and yeah.
Oh no, it absolutely sounds like that. And while something like that can be fun in theory, requiring it just guarantees you're going to at least turn off a good chunk of people, especially if you're requiring it to play the game. It's just dumb. And so you were it caused you to leave for a while. About how long would you say you were gone before, well, I guess we'll call it Era 2 of Birds of Prey
It's
began?
6 months exactly. The only reason I know that is because work. But it's exactly 6 months. Like, well, maybe it's like 5 and like 28 days or something, but we're just gonna call it 6 months. And it was work. It was coming down through the pipeline. We were gearing up to do something big, and then we did that big thing for a little while, and then a commercial contract came through, and they wanted their air quote best on the commercial contract. So they halfway through, well, maybe like 25 to 30% way through the big thing, they grabbed us, pulled us off that, and put us onto this, like, this needs to be done the right way commercial contract. So we did that, and yeah, uh, if things didn't play out the way they played out, I might have never went back, because that big thing would have been like a year basically of work. But they pulled us off, and we went and we did some commercial work, and then I was back to my normal schedule of having like nights to myself, and I don't sleep much to begin with. So yeah, but it was, we'll just say 6 months exactly. I came back. It was like, I can't remember the exact date, but it was like week 1 or 2 of December. That month, I came back, but I didn't. I would like to point out I did not log back into my Birds of Prey character. I logged in to my Bloodline character, Banksy. And I was sitting there and I was like, oh, I'm back in the game. I really had no intent to go back and play with them. And then I got a whisper from Tessa.
God.
Like 20 minutes into being on Fleet, just trying to relax. I was drinking a cup of coffee at like 10:30 at night, which is probably not that healthy, but and we had like some time off. I know I had like a week to just kind of decompress because we were going nuts on a supposed big project, and then you just get ripped off. You had no time to adjust. It's just, you have to get this done. Blah blah blah. It was a series of 5 shoots. So yeah, but yeah. Anyway, like 20 minutes, 15 minutes into sitting on Fleet, trying to just relax, and I think I turned my DS on, and my Nintendo DS, and there was the fucking whisper. Tessin had added all my, alts. Well, maybe not all of them. I'm not saying he's like a creepy guy or something. I just, everybody knew me as Banksy. They knew my main was Banksy from Bloodline, and yeah.
Yeah, he had added your ults because you'd been playing with him, so he just happened to see you on, and much like Tessin, much like we're going to come to see would be a bit of a pattern with him, he would find ways to rope people into things quite a lot.
Join me in Discord! It's like, and then it's one of these deals where you pop back into Discord and um, they see you and they're like, oh, you're back! And they start popping in. Val and Mish popped in and blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh, fuck, like,
And now you're trapped.
fuck me. Yeah, now I'm trapped. That's where I met Purple. That's where I met Kiwi. Um, and in terms of like the Double Destruction, who would later go on to be Double Destruction guys, that's where I met them. They were part of the guild at that point.
Okay, so with both of them we've talked, well, I know Purple is a great player, and I've heard Kiwi was pretty damn good. So had the lay of the land of the guild changed at all in the time you'd been gone?
It kind of, like, a lot changed. So Irish, and I think I mentioned this in the John Kevin video, the Irish guy video. Irish had joined Birds of Prey with me, and when I left, he was still playing, like, off and on. And so I'd hear from Irish, like, because we had this little Discord with me, him, Kifu, and that Sean Gammons kid. And Irish would kind of keep me up to date, but I was like so busy with work. I was a bad friend. I never got back to him. Like, I'd get back to him like 5 weeks after the fact or something pathetic. Um, but I was able to go back and occasionally read. A lot changed in the time I was gone, in the sense of, like, Tessin got promoted to co-lead rank. So the hierarchy of their guild was Vel, Mish, and Tessin. Um, Tessin had gotten promoted to co-lead rank, and then like a bunch of other people got promoted to officer rank. One of which being this girl named Blake, who had a crush on Purple, and none of us liked Blake. She was obnoxious. She was annoying. She was not good at the game, in my opinion. And I don't say that to be vindictive. It's just she was not good. She was another one of these Nim level, and she, in reality, she was barely story mode level. She had a horrible attitude about everything. So like the power dynamic, I guess, of certain people in the guild shifted, and with the shift came, they were attempting to do hard mode more, like more than just this 2 nights a week thing, more than just, and Vel wasn't like shifting the hard mode after failure. They were banging their head on hard mode TFB. They had been going for like 4 months, and they couldn't get past Operator X, which is the puzzle boss. I think he's called Operator X, the Keller boss. And they were trying, and the hard modes had moved from the trivia nights to like I think Monday, Wednesday. So night before reset, and then Wednesday, 2 days into reset or something like that. And they still weren't doing a progression team. Mish wouldn't let them do a set progression thing, um, and yeah, but they were trying to take it more serious. Now I wasn't around, but Tessin had achieved the co-lead rank because Tessin was like a go-getter at the time. So Tessin would just start his own raid teams and go do things, and his own hard modes and go do things, and fail miserably. Um, so yeah, I guess that's how he achieved the rank. That's all I know. That's what I heard from Irish. Um, and they did have some better-ish players in their roster now. They had Purple, even though he'll tell you he wasn't that good back then, and that's true. But he was a better healer than the guild had ever had prior to that. No matter what Vel or Mish would say, he was the best healing prospect they had. They had Cormac, so they had Cormac could tank with Tessin, and Vel could go to his whatever it's called, Marauder Sentinel, and Vel was a good Sentinel DPS, so they had this heavy hitting Sentinel in there, so it opened up some doors for them to get past, enraging on the first boss, and they were able to make kind of some progress in TFB. Occasionally get past the Dreadguard and then up to the Operator boss. And more importantly, they were sticking to one raid and trying to get it done. But again, it wasn't a set team. It was like the set players were like, Cormac, Tessin, Vel, Mish, uh, Purple-ish. He wasn't always available. And then whoever else was on. And that's a disaster right there. So.
Oh yeah, when you're constantly cycling at least part of the team out, you're not going to get anything
Especially
done.
when the part you're cycling out is the DPS in Birds of Prey, because for every good DPS had, there was 5, like, they'd pull like 1k, and that's not an exaggeration.
And when they're bad, they can't do mechanics either, which there's a correct me if I'm wrong, but Terror from Beyond, there's a few fights that are very mechanic heavy. Or at least pretty.
Yeah, I can't really remember right now. I mean, the final bosses, absolutely. Operator 9 or whatever he's called, yes. One shot white. Well, yeah, yeah. Uh, target swapping on the first boss. Oh no, yeah. They all have some. Yeah, they all do have mechanics. Yeah. I don't know about mechanic heavy every fight, but 3 of the 5. Yeah.
So they were not only were they playing with bad DPS, probably weren't going to be able to pick up the mechanics because not only are they bad, but they don't get the time to learn them because they're being cycled. And then you're on one of the raids with, like you said, 3 mechanic heavy fight. It was one of the worst ones they could have been doing.
There's a reason they could never get past Operator. Like even if they got the mechanics, they didn't have the DPS to kill the cores quick enough. The data cores or data cores you have to kill to progress the fight. They didn't have the DPS to burst the cores down quick enough. So, yeah, this video happened during that era. The second time I was back.
And this is for those who don't know, this is the final boss of the raid, and it is the Terror from Beyond.
Yeah, this happened during that second time I was back. So you can see Purple there, Cormac slash Kiwi. I'm tanking on Do We Have to, or I'm DPSing on Do We Have to. Oh, my screen went blurry.
You're fine.
Oh,
It swapped
um,
windows.
yeah, blurry screen.
There we go.
There you go.
Apologies.
Yeah, yeah. So it's during that time. Wing is healing with Purple. Hummingbird is Mish. She's horrible. Baja Barley is Mist, Vel's brother, and I always kind of called this TFB the Shut Tessin Up TFB. And why I called this is because Tessin made such a stink about wanting to do hard modes and like actually clear them, succeed, and he just kept, he'd always be, well, fine, I'll just pull my own hard mode, and Velamish didn't like that, so one night, this guy missed. Vel gets his brother to log in, and starts forming up a group. And Vel's like, "We're gonna do TFB hard mode," and Vel, is like being a raid leader for once. He's like, "Wing, you're healing with purple. Cormac Tessin tank. Cormac Akiri tanking. Banksy, you're DPSing with me." Mish and Miss, and he created this. I wouldn't call this a great team, but he created a team that had a chance to clear it, and we actually did. And it was like, you know, I know near, we can watch the video, of course, but I know near the end you'll hear me say a year in the fucking making. I say that aloud, um, uh, because it took them a year to clear it. I was gone for 6 months, and they were working on this and other hard modes while I was there the first go around, and it took them a year. Um, but yeah.
And I mean, this was to go for a year is crazy. But this, like you said, they gave this to Tessin to shut him up, like the stereotypical mother buying their toddler a candy bar in the checkout aisle to shut it up, right?
Yeah, that's how I always saw it. Maybe I misread the situation, but I don't think so. Because it was like, okay, we did it type of thing was the attitude, and that wasn't enough for Tessin at that point. He wanted more after that. But they didn't want to do more. Not like this. Not putting a decent team together and working at it. But this was around the time where Vel said, no, we can't. You'll never be able to do TOS, Revan, Tessin. You'll never be able to do Rav. This was that time. It was like, not after this video, not directly after this raid, but Tessin was like, you get one win. Tessin was pushing for more, and Vel was like, no, we'll never be able to do this. No, you'll never be able to do that. No, you know. And Vel had never done those fights because they came out in 3.0. Ergo, they never existed in a state where you could just go in and four-shot everything like the old raids did. They were never under-leveled or not scaled. They came out in 3.0. What BioWare did in 4.0 was shift their focus to story content, which is a discussion for another day. But anyway, and BioWare said there will be no new raiding content, but what we will do is scale up all the old ops. So Vel never did Master Blaster. He never did TOS. He did it in story mode. I mean to say, he never did them in hard mode. Um, and so I think that's why he was saying it then that way. Not to be mean to Tessin, I think he was just like, we're never gonna do it because we can't go back and stomp it like I did Nightmare and claim I'm a Nim Raider. So, yeah,
And on top,
yeah.
and TOS and Rav were also kind of unique because weren't those two the hard modes of those were not like the hard modes of other raids. They
Yeah, they called them Hard Mare. They called them Hard Mare. Like Nightmare, Hard Mare. Because, like, in 3.0, they didn't want to release Nightmare versions of Ravagers and Temple of Sacrifice. So they made the fights, the ops in general, much harder for hard modes. So people called them Hard Mares. And, what that means is, like, more like way more accountability mechanics. And what I mean by that is like, generally speaking, if you're a DPS in SWTOR, in the old content, you really don't do anything. You just hit bosses and not stand in AoEs in a lot of the fights. Well, in Rav and TOS, everybody's accountable in almost every fight. You have something to do, you know, um, and if you don't do it, you die in most instances. Master Blaster, the Walker fight, um, Underlurker, uh, Torque. In most of the fights in those two, they have like, I call them accountability mechanics. Like everybody is now accountable. That's why so many groups struggle with these raids. Is because like all of a sudden you have all these brain dead monkey DPS who all they ever have to really worry about doing is maybe interrupting something, maybe getting out of an AoE, or maybe quickly target swapping, or maybe dealing with like an orb mechanic on Brontis hard mode. You have all these type of players, and then all of a sudden you're thrust into this. You're accountable this fight throughout all 6 minutes of the fight. If you fail to do your mechanic or hit your CC breaker or something, you're gonna die. You know, and that's why people struggle because most DPS just aren't used to raiding like that. In SWTOR, they're used to just doing the bare minimum and they get by because that's how most of the old content was. So
Yeah, and so they were not only harder, but those accountability. It makes sense why they said that to Tessin, but I don't think, well, you know just as well as I do, he did not take that the way they intended him to take it.
no, no, it kind of bleeds into why I left the second time. It just I can't remember particulars, but more, it was like a mystery unraveling. Basically, it was like more classified information became available, and I just, with my job at the time and the way things were, I don't have time for that. Nobody's gonna waste my time. So it's like, you come to find out prior a long time ago in 4.0 there was like a guy in Birds of Prey named Secoast, and this wing guy was a leftover from that era, and this Coast guy was like an elitist, and basically they formed a raid team, didn't let Mish on their raid team, rightfully so, because Mish was garbage, and that created problems. Mish got the cow lead rank, and they didn't get kicked, but they all basically stopped playing because of her. And Vel, kind of coming in between them and trying to make them accept her onto the raid team, and yeah, just finding that stuff out and the general attitude of things in Birds of Prey. It was like we went back to doing Mish hard mode, which was just no elitism, no teammates, no, they didn't even let us parse together. They did no parsing together, like it was that promotes elitism. It was. We went back to probably like a month after this video, we were back in TFB wiping on the boss because he had brought this horrible commando named Brima, this other horrible commando named Hygeia, and we the tentacles enraged in phase one, and I'd never seen that before. And it's like, fuck this. I'm done. Like that, and then the attitude of Val, no, it can't be done. You cannot do TOS. And, I told my final night of hanging around, I told Tessin, like, look, I'm done with this, man. I'm taking a break. I'm not playing anymore. Not like this, but the usual. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but the usual general outlook on life. I told them, like, you can do whatever you set your mind to in this game. Don't let him tell you that. That was like the last thing I told him, Cormac, and Purple, and I think maybe a couple other people. It's like nothing in this game is unachievable. Believe me. And then I logged out and disappeared for a while.
Well, to me, it's just a level of idiocy because the best way to build and forge a community is a common goal and people might not like to say it, but hardship. And if they had done something like that, where it's like, yeah, we work together, we raid together, we might not, we have a set team with a couple people that cycle even. If it was something dedicated, that could have been built into something that where excuse me, to where you would eventually complete stuff like TOS, but their outlook was complacency. We don't want to develop, we don't want to make anyone upset, we don't want elitism, while at the same time practicing it themselves by showing off their quote NIM level rating ability.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, I just got to the point where I had enough. I think some game had come out that I wanted to play. I think it was RE2 Remake. Pretty sure. I'm really struggling to try and remember what it was, but there was some game that I knew was in development for a couple years, and the launch date was coming, and I was like, I'm gonna go play that game, and then I'm gonna maybe play something else with my free time, do something else. I'm not SWOTOR's off my radar because it was getting to the point where like drama was percolating, because I would be I'd be like, nobody's gonna tell me I can't parse with a guy in my guild. Nobody's gonna tell me I can't help Purple with his gear. You don't pay my subscription, Mish. Vel pays yours because you don't work. Like those terrible comments I tend to make when I'm angry, and just she was a fucking disability check woman, and I mean, her ex-husband lived with her, and she was in a romantic relationship with Vel halfway across the country. And Vel would buy her all this stuff. And every time Vel would try to set up a meeting with her, like to go down there, she would come up with some excuse why he couldn't come. Some fantastic story. Like, you tell me what was going on. She was a leech, a mooch, and a cunt. And I hope she hears this. Fuck you, you fat piece of shit.
I mean, fair. How long would you say you were gone when you left that time?
Shit. This one I don't know because we were just modus operandi operating as usual. We did like maybe 5 or 6 jobs, so odds are probably about 9 months, something like that. I don't really know for sure though. 9 months at the late end. We'll just say like 6 at the low end because we did like 5 or 6 gigs. But yeah, um, something like that.
Okay. And
And
when
once again, I want to illustrate when I came back, I did not log into that fucking guild.
now you log in somewhere else and Mr. Tesson saw you and whispered you, I'm assuming?
Yeah, yeah.
And once he did that and you got brought back in and you trapped once more, how had the lay of the land changed this time? New players, new
It
outlook,
was
anything?
it was it was fucking berserk. It was insane. It was like stupid. Like it was crazy. So yeah, there were some new guys that would go on to be Zypher was there. Now he was an old school Birds of Prey guy who had come back to the game, so I met Zypher. But in terms of the guild, it was nuts. Like absolutely nuts. Vel and Mish were playing ESO, Elder Scrolls Online. And like not playing SWOTOR at all, but occasionally logging into voice. Like they'd log in for the trivia nights. There's now 2 trivia nights. There was Pubside Trivia Tuesday and Impside Friday Trivia Night, and then we'd run some story mode. And then Wednesdays were 16-man mode, story mode night. And Tessin was really making like a big fuss. Tessin would just start his own hard mode teams and fail for sure. And they didn't like that. But it was a case of like they weren't trying to play, but they were still trying to like monitor what was done and cut anybody out from doing like what Tessin wanted. And it was just nuts. It was fucking nuts. Like the level of disgruntledness. And with them in ESO, Blake was this Blake girl, who fuck you by the way if you ever heard this somehow, Blake. You fucking suck at life in general. Um, Blake was like kind of their like I don't know what you would call it, like their avatar of like monitoring what went on. It was absurd. It was fucking absurd, like absolutely absurd, and the seeds of their destruction had already been planted. Tessin was like at that point where he had had enough of them. Um, and they had had enough. People like Cormac and Purple and Zypher, they'd all had enough, and this this ridiculousness took place one night where Blake just started mass recruiting people, and it's a good thing. And I am still grateful it happened because that's how I met Hund. Hund was mass recruited into Prey by Blake. She just invited like 40 people because the guild was basically dead, save for like Tessin, Purple, Cormac, Zypher, Ray. Ray was around. That's where I met Ray. Um, a couple other people like a Lyceria or a Hygeia, and Mishanvel were off in ESO, and there was Blake, and Wing was like kind of still around, and there was Blake like monitoring us, reporting back to them, and it changed like drastically, you know. It was so bad. I know like Purple was doing hard mode ops with some other guild. I can't remember their name. I knew them at the time, but they told me about it all. But yeah, it was like a complete 180.
Just falling apart because it was a car without anyone at the wheel. Meanwhile, you have Blake acting as the glorified internet janitor for their group, their guild that they're not running. It's a recipe for disaster and for, well, mutinous thought, which is kind of what ended up happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, it ended up working out for the best, her little mass recruitment thing. But, like, I know, like, they were all pissed. They were like, what the fuck, you're inviting all these random people? And then there was this guy, like, Elias Graves. She invited this guy named Elias Graves, and basically, Mishanvel came in, set up. They were like, you need to take Elias Graves onto a DP story mode because he whispered Vel and said he wanted to do it. And I was like, well, we're gonna do master mode flashpoints. That's what we were planning to do. And she was like, no, you don't need to take Elias Graves. I was like, well, why don't you take him? You, Vel, somebody else, and Elias go and make your own group instead of playing ESO. Because we can do our own thing. We pay our own sub, not you. And then that just started, I got, there was like an officer meeting held, and I think I was probably like the way I heard it basically was like I was gonna be kicked, and Tessin said, "If you kick him, I'll leave," and so that's the only reason why they let me stay in the guild. But I just, I'm not gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm not gonna pretend everything's okay like certain people like to do. I'm not that weak. I'm gonna address the problem as I see fit, and it is what it is, man. Some people don't like it, don't care.
I mean, what they were basically doing was like the Soviets when we like in Chernobyl, like Soviet bullshit. It's you don't question what's told of you, no matter how stupid it is. You're just supposed to do it, and that's not how these kinds of things work because, well, what happened is what happens every time. People get angry, and well, I guess since we've been hinting at it, how did the thoughts of the mutiny start to come together?
That's a good question. I do believe on Purple's YouTube there's a Toth and Zorn kill video of Tessin's Birds of Prey hard mode team that I'm actually a part of.
Well, I can run to check that real quick.
So it'll be somewhere down at the bottom. But essentially what ended up like kind of happening was I think they realized after the whole like Tessin saying if you kick Banksy, I'm gonna leave type of deal. What ended up like happening? Well, yeah, here it is. Was they agreed to let Tessin have his own Birds of Prey hard mode team. Um, the problem, the problem was, the problem was Blake, and you don't see Blake in this Discord call for a reason. Blake wanted to do hard modes on Kaio Ordo, her scoundrel DPS, which you were trash at, Blake. Anyway, Tessin said they were like, okay, you can have a hard mode team. You can have a hard mode team. But you have to take Blake. And nobody, save for maybe that Noda guy in the Discord call there, would play with Blake. Nobody wanted to play with her. Not even Vel's brother Mist. He came back to play on Tessin's hard mode team because that's what he wanted to fucking do, play hard modes. Um, but nobody wanted to play with Blake. And we had met Hund, so Hund's here now. And I think this is where the mutiny like really started because they came in and said you have to take Blake, and Tesson said no, and Mish insisted like Blake must be on the team. She's an officer. Kick a non-officer off the team. Well, if you look at that Discord call, by that point of the guild, the only non-officer is guess who? Take a guess.
Was it you?
Yeah, I'm the only non-officer. Because I'm the one that always talked back, and that's why I'm on Banksy. I'm on my Bloodline character. I wouldn't even log into my Birds of Prey characters. Um, so, uh, it was her way of saying kick Banksy off the team, and you can have your hard mode raid team. None of that came to pass, of course.
Well, yeah, it's kick your best player so you can take a bad player with a bad attitude that doesn't want to improve and that nobody likes. It's, you might as well just end the raid team.
So, I can't remember exact particulars of things, but I know since they were around so little, we would just like sit in their voice channels and talk. And one night, we sat there and talked about like making our own guild and doing it our way without the Birds of Prey oversight. And it's not to paint me the hero of the story, but when Tesson started talking about this, I was like, wait, like, running your own guild is a lot more work than you think, type of thing. Blah 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 blah. It's not probably worth it in the long run. We're playing SWOTOR, not WoW. The future is bleak in SWOTOR. You know, it's like if it was WoW, maybe it's worth the effort, but SWOTOR, I don't think so, type of deal. And Tesson was like, "Well, we'll think about it." And then that thinking about it turned into he got everybody in that call minus Noda and Mist together, and we talked about it. And I can't exactly remember how it went, but everybody except Zypher was kind of like really all for it. And then so Tesson was like, Banksy, make a Discord. So I made the Double Destruction Discord, though it wasn't called Double Destruction at the time. I made the Discord server and invited them all. And then we were in there talking, and we were in there talking, and I had sent out the invites. And Zypher joined the server, and he was like, you know what? No, I've changed my mind. I'm ready for this. Let's do it. Um, and so there was like a 5 hour discussion of how to handle it. It was like this very long discussion. And Vel and Misha only logged in on the Tuesday night or whatever and the Friday night. So they came to the agreement that we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna Friday night. Tesson's gonna tell Vel what we're doing, and that we're not being talked out of it again. We're not gonna have a group séance or something. That's a Tesson quote. We're leaving. Thank you. Goodbye. And that was what was agreed upon. How it was gonna be handled, and this was like a Saturday night or something, or a Wednesday night or something. We were talking about this. So.
Well, that was the plan. How did it end up actually happening?
Spur of the moment, poorly. um, so it was like Thursday night. I was fixing the armchair of the computer chair of the little Airbnb like place we were renting out. It wasn't an Airbnb, but the rental property. We were on a job. I was fixing the armchair with the little screw they come with, and I was like, 'cause it was really wobbly and it was starting to like annoy me. So I was sitting there fixing it, and my Discord starts blowing up. I'm like, what the fuck? And I look up at my travel laptop screen, and I got like 5 messages from with Tesson's little icon there. I'm like, what the hell? And so I click on it, and he's like, we're leaving tonight. I'm like, wait, what? Like, and he said he went to work, he thought about it all day, and I've decided we are leaving, and then tonight. And I was like, oh, come on. Like, so, like 9:30 ish comes around, that night, and they're all sitting in the what would become the Double Destruction Discord. I'm like, okay, whatever, you know. Vel and Misha and them get online for some reason, and they're trying to put a Xeno analyst, the Life Day boss, together, and they can't because all their raiders are sitting in the other channel, the Double Destruction one. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And Tessen's like, here's the plan. We are going to wait till they get offline. Then I'm going to legacy kick all of our characters from the guilds, the imp guild and the pub guild, and then we go start our own guild. And that's how it went down. It wasn't this, grand meeting or this, G20 summit thing. There was no drama. There was no arguments. There was no yelling and screaming. We were not devils, as I'm sure Mish painted us. We just. I remember Vel was like, he typed, like, because he saw me. They were all hiding offline on Discord, and there I am online. He added me, Banksy, you want to do a Xeno? And I was like, no, sorry, I can't right now. like, uh, and we just sat there for a couple hours, waited till they logged off. I was already pulling my imp tunes out of the imp side guild, and I don't know. They logged out. I think Cypher logged in to like probe and look around to see who was online. If and it was like this Lysiri guy was still online, and Tessin, and he was like, Tessin, Lysiri's still online, and Tessin was like, fuck it, and he just got on and legacy kicked everybody's characters so they could, you know, join what was Home One, the Kifu Irish Guild. I had become the GM of that guild over time because Irish vanished and his sub lapsed, a per usual, and Kifu had vanished and his sub lapsed. So, and I was the only, of the three of us, I was the only active person logging in. So I had Guildmaster. And so I was like, wait, I think I actually have a fucking guild. And I logged into, it was like a Sentinel alt I never played. And there I had Home One, I had a guild ship, a guild already made, the bank, all the perks. I was like, I already got a fucking guild. And that's how it went.
And who all, I guess I should ask, who was the main group that went with you when that happened? Like in
It was
totality?
it was me, Tessin, Cormac slash Kiwi, Purple, Hund, Zypher, Aelin. It was the seven of us.
Okay, and very quickly on, you guys started recruiting, of course, trying to get enough to start your own prog team, right?
Well, I got Wookie to come play. I'd always kept up with Wookie. Um, I messaged him on like Steam and Discord or something. I was like, hypothetically speaking, let's say I had a group of people and we could do prog again, blah 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 blah. And Wookie said yes, and so that we round, like 2 days into the guild's lifespan, he was back on the game, and we had the prog team. Recruiting didn't start till like about a month or so in, but yeah, like actively trying to recruit from my like Rolodex of all these great players I'd met and developed rapport with over my years. But yeah, in the PVE scene.
Of course. And Tessin got very lucky that the first one you brought in was Wookie, who is one of the best players either of us have ever seen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was the last. He was the last piece to the raid team because we left with Tessin, myself, Purple, Zypher, Cormac, Aelin, Hund. I think I'm actually missing somebody. I think I'm missing somebody. um, I really feel like I'm missing somebody here. Can we see one of the first kill videos that
Yes,
we
sir.
have in Double Destruction? Okay, wait a minute. Uh, it was Zypher, Cormac tanking. Oh, Henry! Oh my God, fuck, fuck. I'm sorry, Henry. Henry was there too. So Tessin, uh, myself, Henry, Hund. Henry came from mass recruitment like Hund. Um, Purple, Aelin. We left with 8. but really, in terms of progression, we left with 7 because Alim wasn't going to be on the prog team. I brought the 8th in, that being Wookie. I always forget about Henry. This is a. It looks like Henry's not in this poster, but he should be. Maybe he was removed for certain reasons, um, which we'll get into later. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, before we start getting into some of the videos, with the Prague team, Tessin had something about Prague that people referred to as the Sacred Order. What was that?
It was. I mean, we called it the Sacred Order in like a mocking fashion. I think Hund was the one that started mocking it, but it was the Birds of Prey Order. Vel had come up with this ridiculous notion, and Tessin for some reason stuck with it, that if you want to kill hard mode Revan, you have to be able to do EV hard mode, then KP hard mode, then EC hard mode, then the raids in chronological release order, then SNV, then TFB hard mode, then SNV, then DF, then DP, then TOS. And that was, maybe I missed a raid. I don't think I did, but yeah.
I don't believe you did. Okay. So you guys started doing the quote Sacred Order, and how did progression with this team fare compared to how it was going in Birds of Prey before the mutiny?
Oh, extremely well. I mean, the whole attitude of this guild was just what you need to succeed. It was, we parsed together, we, critiqued each other, respectful critiques, of course. We taught each other. We did other things besides story mode, KP, and EV, because that's about all you were allowed to do or could successfully do in Birds of Nick, Birds of Prey. Like it was a guild built to win. That's I that's if you want to succeed, you have to play to win. You never play to lose. You never play not to lose. You play to win, even if it's going to ruffle some feathers. And everybody got along. The chemistry was great, and everybody was just having a good time because you were free, and it was like big boy time. Like Birds of Prey, I never got into it, but like in Birds of Prey, we couldn't summon. We couldn't use the guild ship summons. Only the co-lead ranks and Vel could summon. You know, you couldn't parse together. You couldn't, and now all of a sudden you're on big boy time, where you're being treated like an adult. You can summon. You can jump into the guild bank, grab money. Tessin and Zypher and Hund were constantly crafting augments and augment kits and just throwing them in there. And as long as you were going to put them on a character that could potentially, help the guild achieve its goal of killing Revan for Tessin, then, you could take whatever you wanted. You could, it was big boy time, and most people, generally speaking, work very well on big boy time. Are most people cut out to work on it? I don't know, because people like to take advantage of it. But yeah.
No, yeah, and like you said, your long-term goal was go through the raids and work your way up to killing Revan, because that was what Tessin wanted in the game, was that kill, that the title, the Revanchist title. To him, that was his big end achievement, at least at the time, right?
Yeah. The first thing we did was, like, they wanted to do Nightmare Pilgrim to get the Aerotech Coral, which was something Vel said they couldn't do. So we did that. And then we did the Aerotech Night Scythe, the Black Aerotech Speeder, which you needed to kill hard mode Soa, hard mode Karaga, and hard mode Kaphis. Those were the first things we ended up doing. But yeah.
And then you got into raiding, and it just was night and day.
Everything clicked, everything clicked. Everybody got along. We all had fun. If you listen to the comms, it was a good group of people. It was it's very rare to have that in a guild where people just come together and everybody gets along and everything works out for the better. And people, no drama. We had Hund, who horrible internet, but great healer, great numbers healer as a commando. We had Purple, great he'd go on to be one of, I think, the best players I ever played with. Healing with Hund. We had Wookiee as our, yeah, there's the Aerotech Night Scythe, yeah. We had Wookiee as our, our big hitter DPS. We had me as the number two and the raid leader. Um, we had Henry, who was constantly trying to improve and get better. As our third DPS, we had Tessin, who was our fourth DPS, as our Sentinel. Sentinels bring a lot of utility. And we had two good tanks, Cormac and Zypher. Was Zypher the best tank? No, but Zypher was doing the job so the guild could raid, and Cormac was your main tank. And they worked well together, and it just all kind of clicked, and it was amazing.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, you don't necessarily have to be the greatest tank or the greatest DPS or anything in the world. If you have that culture in the group and you were all working together like you were, you'd improve, and eventually you'd be that guy, you know? And you guys finally had that opportunity, which is why, like this, you went on a tear and cleared a lot of pretty high content that wasn't getting cleared in Birds of Prey, and you cleared it pretty quick.
We cleared EC hard mode in one night, which is how it should be. But I mean, these guys, most of them have never seen this fight before, because Birds of Prey refused to do EC because it was Toth and Zorn were too hard. Yeah, at least that's what they said. So, and so we did this all in one. Now this it's not a clean kill if memory serves, but it doesn't matter to me. A kill's a kill. Yeah, to some extent. That's not what I'm getting at. It's just like in one night they went from never basically doing EC hard mode to the only people in this raid that had cleared EC hard mode are me, Wookie, and Hunt. And me and Wookie cleared it back in fucking vanilla. Um, and Hunt, I don't know when he cleared it, but yeah, probably whenever he started playing. But yeah.
3 people had done it, and 5 were effectively going in blind, and you were still able to clear it in one night. I could swear this video, you're right, isn't clean. I think the kill video has the moment of the cleave getting accidentally turned onto the party.
No, that's a completely different video from Irish's Twitch page. Tessin was tanking.
Oh god, you're right.
Yeah, we're not talking about Tessin.
Now, with this, how long would you say you got through EC pretty clean? How long would you say you guys went before it got to TFB?
Oh, right after. The next week. The next week is right at because you're doing the Sacred Order, man. This is yeah, yeah. I mean, this isn't that exact kill though, but yeah, because Will's here. So yeah, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The video still suffices. But yeah, I'm playing Laura, my gunslinger. So this is not the prog next week, but it doesn't matter because that's what we did. The next week we did TFB. That's you know. And then right after that, guess what? It's Sacred Order. But it good kills, good times. I know we didn't struggle in TFB hard mode. Why would we? And then boom, right on to the second bane of Birds of Prey, which was SNV, because they were trying to kill SNV hard mode for the longest time, and in Birds of Prey, and we ended up getting it done in Birds of Prey, but Blake was on the raid team, and there was all this drama, and that happened during me like round about the time I left the second time. So yeah, but
I mean, at one point you guys got S, and eventually you guys got this one specifically down so much that it was basically a
proving
training
grounds.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, look, I mean, we're not even. It's not even the full prog team in this. We brought Aelin with us as a DPS. Like, we're just at this early into the guild. It's just a training ground because the DPS check on Styrak can be rough, and it's a good training ground for new tanks. Like, and so that's why it became our like kind of proving ground op. It's a good training ground. It's long, and one of the reasons we like to do it as well is because there was a lot of bosses in it. Ergo, it was really good to gear somebody. Like I think that's how you got geared. Was probably an SNV because it's just boom, you're dropping all this fucking gear. There's 7 fucking bosses, and none of us need the gear, so we're giving you what we're getting, and that not just you, like everybody. That's kind of how we geared them up until Osis, when 252 and 58 became the meta gear.
I believe when I first joined, one of the first things you guys brought me on EC first. I remember that, but the second thing I ran, SNV, and you guys got me geared up. And another one to me that struck me is there's a lot of different mechanics across the lot of bosses, so you really get a gauge of like how good people are at certain different things as well, because there's just a variety. It's great.
Well, I mean, it was just like a good, if you look at um, like we have Zypher's DPSing on Wyon here, Aylin's DPSing. Like this isn't even the Prague team. It was probably done on a Prague night where it looks like Henry couldn't make it. So we were like, fuck it, bring Aylin. And we were very very fortunate. I always would tell people near the end of Birds or Double Destruction, this is like a good thing we have going here, and you're throwing it away type of deal. You don't understand. And then those people go on to find, hey, that stupid idiot Banksy, which I am, was right. Like, they never find it again. Because, it doesn't happen. It's 1 in a million that just all these people got along, everything worked out, everybody had talent. Like, maybe not a lot, but they had talent and a willingness to learn. And most of them not much of an ego, ergo no drama, and ergo then they're able to be trained, and taught by people like me and Wookie, and the more experienced people in their roles, and boom, you get, you know, uh, just a great community going, and we were very lucky. That we could do this, just bring in Aelin and fucking kill this boss and have a good time. And we did this Sacred Order, posterity's sake, of course, but also to get Cormac the achievement because he wasn't there when Birds of Prey killed it. So, yeah.
Very nice thing you had going. The ability to get that together at all. Yeah, it's a very. I don't think people at times necessarily realize how fortunate something like that can be, because it's a lottery ticket to get a really good guild like that that works together well, and most people aren't going to find more than one lottery ticket in their life. Then we would move on to this one. And then
DF.
DF. I always get the names of DF and DP confused. DF. And again, you guys, how long would you say it took you guys to get through DF?
So DF, I can remember taking 2 weeks because Brontis, it was like has this mechanic with lightning orbs in phase 2 that people had to get used to. It's not too hard once you like once you do it. Yeah, we can. Once you do it, a couple times you'll get it. It's like a timing thing, and then 6 finger phase, which we can watch up to when it happens. You have to. 6 finger phase is just like a. Everybody's gonna get hit really hard. You need to blow up the tentacles quickly. It's like a mini heal check almost, and I would say a DPS check because you gotta blow them up quick, and the DPS can't get caught in the mini purple circles, because if you do, you just get clipped. Half your health will just be gone, even in hard mode. This took 2 weeks, which I think every other raid. I think DP might have taken 2 weeks as well, which isn't too surprising to me, just because you're now getting into the raids where the only people who have any experience in them are me and Hund, but probably more me than Hund, because I know I had cleared DF. I'm pretty sure. DP I had only cleared up to the third boss, Tyrax or whatever his name is, and I just did that filling in with pug teams throughout the years, but still my experience was minimal compared to what it was with the ops at the end of the guild's lifespan. So yeah, but we're getting into like basically uncharted territory. But this is one of my favorite fights in the game, personally. One of my favorite.
I very much enjoyed it every time I did it with you guys. From what I remember of it, you're going to remember it better than me because you've done it far more times than I have, but I remember it just felt like there was always something you needed to be doing, and if you fucked up, like accountability. If you fucked up during your parts, you were going to die, and you had to think while doing it, and I think there's a decent chunk of the bosses in the game where, at least as DPS, you don't really have to think very much while playing them.
I always like it'll come up at the clock phase where she shoots out the lightning beam and you have to blow up the droids quick enough, and if you don't and the lightning hits one of the droids, it's just a complete raid wipe. Like I always enjoyed that phase of the fight. A very good fight in general. The Dread I think the Dread update, the Dread War happened in 2.0, in the latter portion of 2.0's lifespan, after Galactic Starfighter. I believe that's how the timeline shakes out in the game. I wasn't on the game when this stuff was brand new and released, but um, I always enjoyed the raids, the two Dread raids. This one more than DP, but I think they're some of the better raids they ever produced. In terms of just aesthetic and mechanics, challenge. Uh, yeah, I mean I'm trying to remember every fight in DF. Nefra's pretty boring, but she's your tank and spank check boss. Gate Commander Draxus is an amazing fight. He's the second boss. The ad management fight, that's a very fun fight, incredibly fun fight. The Rancor, I think, is the third boss. He's meh. He's okay. Corruptor Zero is really fun. And then whatever her name is, Brontis.
Just fantastic. I've always liked how dynamic this one felt as well. You had to move quite a bit. There was the stuff you did have to move, like you said, the clock phase. Fantastic idea, executed very well. I really enjoyed these, and I think from memory, there's no coincidence that those two were the ones we ran among the most.
And I mean, you can see it's just like a completely different nature in this guild. Like the star parse is up on the side of the video. Everybody's in star parse. It was just nobody was forced to get into it. It was just like, come on, guys, we got to get in here. We got to, it's not necessarily about seeing people's numbers and being like, you're not pulling enough. It's if something goes wrong and you enrage, you need to know who's not pulling enough DPS. Not to necessarily kick the person, but to try and address the problem. Because if you don't, then you'll never succeed. And that was, the story of Birds of Prey, because they held themselves back with their little preschool kindergarten attitude about things, and hiding the truth of Mish being a horrible fucking player. It's just a completely different attitude, and it creates Henry wanted to get better, to get up to mine and Wookiee's numbers, and try to get a fight where he beat Wookiee in DPS and stuff. And a little competition, as long as it's friendly and nobody's getting like crazy and egotistical about it, is a good thing. At least with your DPS, it is a good thing. It never hurts to have that. So, in my opinion. But yeah, you can tell it's just a completely different attitude. And that's why we succeeded so easily, not having much experience in any of these fights. I mean, the biggest problem we faced during this era as a raid team was our main tank had like 400 ping at times, which could be a problem. Cormac was from New Zealand. Australia or New Zealand? I think New Zealand, but yeah.
So there were just times where Cormac couldn't really play.
Yeah, and I mean, well, Hun too. Hun's fucking ping was pretty horrible with his like cell phone hotspot. I actually don't even know what type of internet he had. Who the hell knows? But yeah, it just, and I mean, they were issues that caused problems sometimes, but not often enough to ever need to make a change. And it's one of those raid teams where you don't really want to make a change. Everybody like if you make a change, it might really hurt the dynamic and the chemistry of the team, because everybody got along well. Everybody liked one another. Um, watch the Dreadmasters, the next video. This fight's kind of it's the third boss.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
There.
this one we were like, I remember we were like incredibly worried about this fight. Like, because the curse mechanic or something like that, like the healers have to cleanse the debuffs, excuse me, in phase 2 in a certain order, and if they don't, we just instantly wipe or something. I think that was the mechanic. I don't really remember. We were like really worried, but Hunt and Purple had no problem. You know, it was a good guild. It was we did like story modes to test things, not necessarily simulated hard modes like Birds of Prey like to do. Like, well, we're not doing a hard mode, but we'll do a simulated TOS hard mode. Like, it wasn't like that, but we'd go into story mode to like do the debuffs come up in story mode. Oh, they do. Oh crap! Like, and here and Hunt and him practice cleansing. You know, I'll do this one and this one. You do this one and this one. Okay, boom, perfect. You know, um, and yeah, it was great. Detect and deflect. That's Smash filling in for Zypher. Um, I can't remember what was going on with Zypher at this time. Um, I think he needed time off or something like that. I'm not really sure. But either way, Smash is filling. So I mean, we cleared it with fucking Smash. He was God's fucking not gift tanking. You know, it was fuck you, Smash. If you ever heard this, by the way.
I I know we've talked you guys have talked a lot about how bad Smash was, one of the worst tanks you've ever seen. Was Smash the one who used the trackball mouse?
Yeah, yeah. Smash was horrible. Smash was some kid who ran with Birds of Prey, but he wasn't in Birds of Prey. I think he had like maybe an alt or something in Birds of Prey, and then he ended up joining our guild. And he was in our guild, and he only played Guardians, and he had like 15 Guardian tanks. That's all he played. And I don't remember exactly what was going on in Zypher's life at the time, but he had to fill in for Zypher a couple times, and he ends up filling in for Zypher for the first go at TOS hard mode. We cleared all the way up to Revan with Smash tanking. Um, and it was horrendous. He was horrible. Cormac was backpacking him the whole time. And on phase 1, something there was maybe we'll get into it more, but there was some night basically where Smash was not listening. Like Smash would just stand there. I can't even say the word stand there and not hit the boss to generate threat, and then he'd taunt off Cormac, and because he was putting his back into the position to be knocked back into the pillar, so he'd position himself at the pillar and just sit there, and then taunt Revan when the time came, and you can't do that. Because what ended up happening was he would lose threat to Wookiee and me, maybe. Whoever wasn't guarded, basically. And then Revan's running around all over the place killing everybody. And so, he wiped us and wiped us and wiped us one night, and we could see he wasn't taking any of Cormac's advice. And I sat Smash down and I was like, listen, the next morning, I was like, listen, if you want to work on a team and be a part, like one of these type of speeches, and he took it the wrong way, and he was like, ah, blah, 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 and he like rage quit. And I was like, good, fuck him. Fuck it. I'd rather wait for Zypher anyway.
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna rage quit, throw a shit fit like that over simple advice, you shouldn't even be there.
Well, he couldn't move and use his abilities at the same time with his trackball mouse, you stupid fucking cocksucker.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Smash.
Which is a very big problem in an MMO. Most of there's you kind of have to be able to do that for the most part.
Yeah.
And so you guys got all the way through DP pretty clean, right? No real
Yeah.
drama, no real anything. What was the first time that something that could be kind of described as drama cropped up during this time period?
Smash on the walkers of TOS.
And what happened with that?
He just, if memory serves right, like Smash, you had to taunt Walker 1 off of the tank if you were the tank on Walker 2. You had to taunt Walker 1 off of the tank on Walker 1. And Smash just wouldn't do that. and we were struggling. And then Smash came up with this idea to just like randomly taunt Walker 1 or something, and it was just that was the first like like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Cormac is the main tank, and he's telling you to do something. You're not doing it. Like, like, this isn't gonna work, type of deal. But we still got through it, even with that. Testament to our healers, really.
Okay, so even the little bits of drama you were able to get through. Now, there was something around this time referred to as the camping incident. What happened with that?
So, something was going on with Zypher. Like, I can't remember what it was, where we were basically waiting for Zypher. You had to pick the version where Purple put Wookiee's fucking fan hat covering my head.
That was the one that was in the
Yeah, of course Purple would give us that one. Fuck you, Purple. um, anyway, it's good though. Something was going on with Zypher, and I can't really remember what it was. But he needed like some time off. He couldn't play. I think it was like a dying family member. Oh my god. Oh my god. His dad went into kidney failure and then died. That's what it was. That's why Smash is filling in for him. That's what it was. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, wow. We were kind of touch and go there, waiting for Zypher to come back. And so we were waiting, and that's why Smash is filling in for Zypher. And Zypher was giving us updates, and I was like, okay, he'll be back soon, type of deal. And then the Smash drama happened where he like rage quit, and we had decided to do like SNV hard mode or some shit. Like, okay, Zypher's gonna be back in 2 weeks or something. Let's do SNV hard mode next week and EC hard mode on the Prog nights, just to keep the Prog team moving. You need to keep moving. You need to keep doing things. Complacency is the enemy of empires. Like, just because we can't go back into TOS, we need to go do something, or we need to try something to stay sharp. And Hund had wanted to go camping. We were gonna get Cormac. We were gonna get Cormac his TFB kill because he never, or no, somebody their TFB kill or something like that. And yeah. So anyway, we were gonna do an off main objective type of objective, and Hund was like, "Well, I want to go camping this Friday, instead of go to SNV or whatever it was." And that did not go over well with Tessin.
How did
And
what
Hund did go camping.
and what was Tessin's real response to it?
Not good. It was not good. He was like incredibly angry, if I remember right. He was incredibly angry and I think wanted to remove Hunt from the raid team. Not I know. Wanted to remove Hunt from the raid team.
And couldn't because he really wasn't replaceable.
No. No, I mean there are levels of replaceability. Hund was there's levels of replaceability. Hund fell into a weird category of, is there a better healer out there? Absolutely. Is there a better healer with better internet? Absolutely. Can I find one? Easily. Do I know one? I probably had 15 in my friends list or whatever it's called at that time. I probably had like 15 I could at least reach out to and talk to about it. But Hund also was well liked by all of us. We liked Hund. Nobody wanted to replace Hund. We enjoyed Hund's company. I value, to this day, I still value my friendship with Hund that I had, though it came to an end and it's over and gone now. I still value it, and I always will. He was a good guy, a troubled guy, maybe lazy guy for sure, but a good guy. And so Hun fell into that category of he's actually, levels of replaceability. If you were to arbitrarily replace him without consulting anybody, it would have caused a lot of problems. So,
So he wanted to get rid of him, couldn't, and do you think that might have caused some frustrations for Tessin that kind of cropped up more down the line. The fact that he couldn't
Oh
get.
yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think you couple that with getting to Revan and then Smash fucking us and then just rage quitting. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And about how long did this go before you guys got back to it with Zypher back?
Uh maybe a month. I mean his it was pretty quick. His dad got sick. And it was like a pretty quick, you know, type of deal. It was like diagnosed kidney failure, on dialysis, and dead within 2 months. So not too long.
And once you guys had gotten back, you guys leapt right into it even more ferociously than before, right? Because I've heard a lot of stories about how like vicious Revan Prog eventually got.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, sort of. Right off the get go, it was like Zypher came back, and then we had another problem to face, which was being brought up a lot by me. It was our main tank, Kiwi slash Cormac, who is three from the right in this picture. The guy with the glowy blue eyes, three from the right. He lived in New Zealand or something, and he worked like afternoons into late night at a movie cinema. As like an attendant or something. I don't exactly know what he did. Um, and so he would, on our raid nights, were his raid afternoons, basically, or raid mornings. He'd wake up, raid, shower, eat, and go to work. Well, daylight savings time was coming up. Like the clocks were getting pushed an hour ahead. And I remember bringing it up multiple times, like long before it became a problem, and it was always kind of like no, basically. And then it came, and one night Cormac came in and said, "Guys, I don't think I'm gonna be able to raid. I tried to get my work schedule shifted, and they won't shift me. I have to work nights." Well, he can no longer raid. So now we don't have a tank. So so as Zypher basically came back, we lost Cormac. Now what had happened during that time is in the middle of the photo, the guy with the red and the white and red highlight armor, Will, had joined the guild. Henry had recruited Will one night in an EV story mode. Will was an ungilded he was playing a commando, Will, and Henry wanted like a student to teach, like as we taught Henry. Henry wanted to teach Will how to be a commando. That's why you hear in the Rick video, that's why you hear Henry say, Will's gearing up a commando, he's pulled 9k on a dummy, which doesn't mean anything, Henry, sorry. But yeah, like he recruited him to be his little student, and so we had Will floating around the guild, and we had a bunch of other people in the guild at this time too. But so we got Zypher back, and now we're back to square one. We're down a tank, and we had Will, and I was like, he's a pretty good player. He's got a good attitude. I wonder. Let's just see, and it always kind of annoyed me about Will when he would talk about it. It was like he was like, "You made me solo tank a TOS story mode and then put me into TOS hard mode. What the fuck were you thinking?" Like, it was a good decision. We, I was like, "Hey, you say you're a decent tank and you like to tank. You really don't want a DPS." And that's how he was. I said, "Why don't you tank TOS story mode?" And I didn't give him any tips. I didn't give him any information. I just watched how he tanked every fight solo, like tanking the walkers in story mode solo. You can do it one of two ways. You can sit on Walker 1 and just let Walker 2 do whatever it wants, which is what a bad tank would do, or you can be proactive and run around and try to hold as much threat as possible between both the walkers, while you're still chaining the whatever it's called, rapid fire, whatever it's called, mechanic, without hitting anybody with it, and the massive cleave without hitting the group. And Will was effectively able to do all that without ever being told how to do it. And even the commander fight, he was able to hold aggro on all these mobs, control the situation, control the field with force and dominance. And I watched him do those two fights, and I was like, that's our Prog main tank. That's our fill-in for Cormac. Like, and that's how he ended up on the raid team. So then Revan take two, we went in with Will and Zypher tanking. Zypher originally on Joden, his guardian, but he ended up swapping to Dake, his vanguard. But yeah.
And all that situation is why Kiwi is listed on the poster, and why there's 9 people listed on the poster.
Right, yeah. I think it was a case of Purple felt like we should put Cormac there. Because he did get us 50% of the way there, I suppose. He got us through the first 4 fights, but and then just, real life kind of came in the way, and it is what it is. Overall, I think Will fit in better with the dynamic of the team and the chemistry, and I liked Will more. I'm not playing favorites. I just liked Will more. He was around more. He was consistent more. Will wanted to always do things and get better. Cormac was kind of like I'm going to log in on prog nights and no other night, which is understandable because of his, the massive time difference and all that, but I would prefer to have like a consistent person who's always around and developing chemistry with everybody else. And Will was just a very big helpful asset to the guild as opposed to somebody who only logs in 2 nights a week.
Makes sense. And since Will was, by this time, very new to this level of play, you guys kind of, it was like thrown right into the fire right away. How did his early time of being part of Revan Prog go?
Um, somewhat contentiously with Zypher. I think they had some problems working together. Feeling each other out. Zypher was like you needed to kind of guide Zypher. I think Will felt he wasn't in a position to like do that because he was like the newer guy to the guild, but kind of quelled that problem and you know told Will you got to tell him what to do, and if he doesn't listen, we'll address it outside of the raid. And yeah, yeah, wasn't too bad. Wasn't too long, but new tanks, getting to know one another, and develop some chemistry together.
Okay. And about how long did it take you to clear the bosses getting up to Revan?
Not long. Not long, because all that experience we had from the first go of it with Cormac and Smash, and again, Will was just a good player. Like, good tank, of course, but he was just a good player. Like, you could see it. I said earlier, like, a good player will know a good player. It did not take Will and Zypher long. And Zypher was good too, for the most part. It did not take the two of them long to carry us through the first 4 bosses. And, I mean, probably we actually with all the experience like the healers and DPS already had, we got through them quicker and cleaner than we did the first go around because we didn't have trackball fucking idiot and tank with 500 ping. We had 2 good tanks.
Now, once you got to Revan himself, things got a lot harder for everybody, right?
Not exactly. Not right when we got to him, but they did. So I once again I can't remember exactly what happened, but something was coming up. Like we got to Revan and we started learning Phase 1, and then something came up in real life where I think it was Tessin was going on a cruise, if memory serves, or something like that. Somebody needed like 2 weeks off, and somebody needed 2 weeks off where they could not play for 2 weeks. It was some real life endeavor going on, so it was like, all right, we're gonna have to fucking take a 2 week break, and we were progging normal speed, and we were starting to get to phase 2 and learn phase 2. Um, and then that 2 week thing became like that 2 week break is happening in 1 week, and we did that final week of Prague, and boom, there you go. You lose all your fucking momentum. It's over. Now you're 2 weeks off in the shitter, which is the worst thing that can happen to a Prague team, losing momentum, and just the worst thing that can happen. Period. Um, but it happened. Um, and then we took 2 weeks off, and whoever needed that 2 weeks, I think it was Wookie actually was working, so like out of town or something, or weird hours. The more I'm thinking about it, but anyway, yeah. And when we got back from that break, we went back Prague as normal speed Prague. Um, in the sense of like 2 nights a week, this, that, blah, 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 blah. And there was plenty of things to do at the game in the game at the time. Had just released, Hive of the Mountain Queen had released, or was about to. I'm not exactly sure. And you could grind your 252 gear and your 258 gear and your main and offhands 58s. Um, and I think we did like maybe 3 weeks of normal speed, pretty sure. And then we were just getting to phase 2 and struggling. We had we had like a night where we would get to phase 2 and all these mechanics we had down, Cypher was fucking up. And we were fucking up too. We were fucking up in phase 1, all of us, not just Cypher. And we had one horrendous night where we were just struggling to get out of phase 1. And Tessin had approached me and said, like, how do you, like, I don't know how to put it. How do you get past these problems? And I said, repetition, consistency. You have to consistently do it, like over and over and over and over. It's the only way, till it becomes muscle memory. And then and only then will, you can prevent things like, wasting a night wiping in phase 1 because people are, not focused or not locked in. Um, and that turned into Revan Prague 6 nights a week.
Progging it 6 nights a week, getting every bit of attempts that you can, because you guys would you'd clear up to Revan on Tuesday, which was wipe day, right?
Yeah, it was reset day. So Tuesdays we would clear the first 4 bosses, and we'd bring in somebody like Irish or like Lavender or one of these other players in the guild, and we'd clear the first 4 bosses. And then we'd try to go do Hive of the Mountain Queen and stuff like that for 258 main hands and offhands. And then the other nights of the week we did Revan. We pulled Revan every single night for I don't remember the time frame, but yeah.
And eventually you were able to get him down, but if you had to make an educated guess on how many attempts, how many?
Oh, I don't have to make an educated guess. It's 340 something. Purple kept track of every take 2 Revan pool. It was 340.
340. So
he kept it in a Excel spreadsheet. It was 340 some odd pools.
So it was quite a while coming, and then finally, you were able to get this pool together, which was, for a lot of people, one of the more triumphant things that ended up happening. It was a crowning moment, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it was a weight. It was a weight off of people's shoulders. It was Hund always referred to it as the Super Bowl, and he was right. I'd say, if he ever called himself a Super Bowl winner in SWTOR, he definitely won. Yeah, it was a weight off everybody's shoulders for sure. People were already talking about what we would do after. Like it was like it was very brutal. It was very brutal, very rough. I was pretty miserable during this phase. I'd spent a long time building the guild up, like recruiting all these people into the guild, and then we just become this non-stop Revan guild 6 nights a week, basically 7 nights a week, and people were not happy. Not a lot of complaining, but a general feeling of, like, hey, all you guys do is Revan Prog, and the Prog players, I think, because we discussed this with them, before we did it, well, I did, and I said, this is kind of what he wants to do. Just, we gotta pull all these nights a week, and the saving grace in all of it is like it's gonna be over quicker if we do it this way, guys. And then we're on to the Nim stuff that was promised, which never came to pass. Um, it will be over quicker this way. Like, do you like doing Revan Prog? No. It will be over quicker. This is the only way. Otherwise, we'll be on it doing it 2 nights a week for the next probably 5 months because, you know, Cypher had diminishing returns after the first hour. Like, there was a joke where I'd say, no yawning! And it was just a joke. But there was some truth in the joke because once 10 o'clock would roll around, standard Eastern Standard Time where Cypher lived, and he'd start yawning, and his attention to detail and his skill and ability just tanked. It was like clockwork. So it felt like you only got 1 good hour of prog, and then you were regressing instead of progressing. And
Grenades?
I don't want to put everything on Cypher, but he's a tank. He's the other tank in a fight that is a big tank check. So yeah. And with this discussion we had, everybody agreed to do it because they're all smart adults about it. They know what I'm saying is the truth. If we just grind it and we put our noses to the ground and grind hard, it's gonna end quicker than doing it the traditional way, which is 2 nights a week, 4 hours a week. We'll be here till July doing it that way, especially with the DR people had, and so.
Yeah, you do it more now. You'll grind the fuck out of it now so you don't have to do it later. And I agree, it's not putting it all on Cypher. It's just, of anyone to have that happen, it's one of the, the most important. The people who need to be executing absolutely perfectly are debatably the tanks more so than anyone.
Yeah.
And then you guys got this, which, again, biggest achievement, and even this one, it was, if things had gone like 2% less lucky, even this one would possibly have been a wipe.
Yeah, there's a lot of mistakes in this one. Henry died, and Henry will die here, and then, like, if you watch the aberration phase when we get there, Will almost dies twice, but, we lucked out in that regard, I suppose. A lot of the victory, in my opinion, goes to Purple. Purple is calling out the aberration mechanics in Phase 3, which is, like, one of the dumbest mechanics I've ever seen in any game. And with the way SWTOR's, like, server lag was, it's, like, really dumb. But, yeah, all this execution of moving, how the tanks are moving here in Phase 2, and Wookiee and Henry dealing with these blades perfectly and stuff like that. Like, that's all from the repetition of just doing it nonstop. Well, this isn't perfectly. This is fucked up, but there, Wookiee saved it, getting rid of that blade. Yeah, I mean, all that just comes from the repetition. And I mean, it did kind of feel like a Hail Mary kill on Revan, because we really did not get to Phase 3 that many times. I think maybe because Purple had this Excel spreadsheet and like a pie chart, if memory serves, and we only got to Phase 3 like, I think, like something nuts, like 20% of the time. But when we got there, we always got far. So.
And yeah, so anytime you got to Phase 3, it was like I know in like speedrunning things, they say if you complete a really tough move, it's a lottery ticket. That's it. You guys had to try to make the most of any Phase 3, because chances are if you don't, you're not going to get there there's Henry, for a long time.
Yeah, and there he goes, yeah. Yeah. It was, I mean, I know I drank a lot during that time period. Maybe I need to start doing that more. But yeah, and this part, like the jumping, and I think at one time I liked this fight. I think I used to think it was really cool. I think battle for survival fights and MMOs are always pretty cool. That's what this is, like classed as like a thematic battle for survival. But I hate this fight. I know I came to hate this fight and this op in general. You couldn't pay me to do this, even if I was poor. You could not pay me to do this. Um, no way. I'd never do this again. Um, yeah, because it was just very tiring after a certain point. Every single night, and seeing the guild you built and the community you built kind of dwindle, because it's like, why would people like Lavender and Wendy log in if we're never available to do things when we were? And prior to, this blitzkrieg of TOS, prior to this, we were taking them on things, and I was teaching Wendy, and Wookie was teaching Wendy because she was a gunslinger, and other people. I'm just using Wendy as an example. And Lavender needs conquest done. Yeah, let's run, whatever conquest ops you need, Lavender. Uh, I need to gear this. Yeah, let's gear this character for you, Lavender. Like, all that stopped. Just stopped. And, it became, this is all we did. All the time.
No, I can
And
completely.
it was miserable, for sure.
It had to be. All you're doing is this, and meanwhile
See the circles?
Yeah.
Those are the aberrations, and so purple will be calling out based on a clock face, and so he's calling them out, and as they explode, you, the player, have to turn your character to face them. Not your camera. And Will died. Not your camera, the character. While also dealing with the pushback and suck in mechanic that's happening. So it should be happening here pretty soon, the suck in. That's why Tessin and whoever that was standing out so they didn't get pulled in. Tessin has no other choice other than to back out. Otherwise he'll get sucked in and die. And then the push out comes in. Also to do damage to the core, you have to be in that little blue hollow circle. Otherwise it's reflected. So and while doing that, it's a hard fight. Like, it's not there goes Hund, and purple ends up solo healing. It's a hard fight, and there goes Will again, but he survived. And then we have that stacking buff there, or debuff. If you get to 100%, you're dead, because the core is doing damage to you. And I don't remember what it's called, and now we can't see it because somebody popped a raid buff. But purple popped the scoundrel buff, I think. But it's taking away your max health. So if you get to 100 stacks, you have 1% health. So basically, any ability tick, anything will kill you, and the tick of the core and the aberrations will kill you. So you're juggling a lot of mechanics while also in a big DPS check here at the end, and that's what's going on here. And like, troopers excel at this. Me and Henry have hold the line. We can cheese the pool. That's what you see us doing. And maybe if you can hear me in the video, I'm saying if you don't have cheese, get out. If you don't have a way to cheese the pool, get out. So what me and Henry would do, since we have hold the line, is we would pop our hold the line when the pool mechanic was happening, and we could just stay in and DPS the core and not get sucked into the middle and die. Because hold the line. A gunslinger has hunker down, but a gunslinger can't use hunker down because you can't then turn your character. You're stuck in cover. You can't do the aberrations. And there's no way to mitigate the knockback from the aberrations exploding if your character isn't facing them. That's what killed Will. There I am. I died to damage, but I will never forget it till the day I died. My med pack was up. I was just so locked in, I didn't hit my med pack. But thankfully, it didn't end up mattering, because we got her. Maybe we'll let the celebration play.
Focus, focus.
Oh. 10.
This is it.
And, oh shit, an 8.
We got it.
Yes!
Oof.
Yes! Yes! Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes!
Oh, good fucking work, everybody.
Oh.
I'm slapping that title on right fucking now.
Woo!
Where is it? There it is.
Where is it?
Revan
Where is
fist.
it? Where is it? Where is it?
Oh, good
There
fucking
it
God.
is. Ho ho ho! Whew.
And there was much rejoicing.
Oh,
I
yes.
I think like the entire head of my dorm just hurt me.
Oh my fucking
Oh,
god.
and
Make
I
it
lived. I fucking
God.
lived. Yes.
Okay, title.
And that just it had immense adulation from everyone involved, especially Tessin. But you and Wookie didn't talk much during the celebration.
Nah, no. I think we were glad it was over because we thought we were all on to like bigger and better things. You know, Tessin was the one who wanted TOS. He wanted the Revanchist title. We all took like an oath basically because I was like, all right, going back to the Birds of Prey thing. It was like, all right, if we're really gonna leave Birds of Prey and start a mutiny and all this dumb shit, like, and we're gonna set out to do TOS, and we're gonna, like, we gotta take an oath. We're all adults and men here. We take an oath to get this done for Tessin. We get it done, and then we can do whatever the group wants. And the group wanted to do various NIM, you know, nightmare ops to say that you did them, test your metal against the hardest content the game has, and get the cool vanity stuff like the nim speeders and titles and decorations and all this type of stuff. I think I won't speak for Wookiee, but I was just happy it was over. I I never wanted the Revanchist title. It was not on my bucket list of things to do. And it was like a one-sided want from Tessin to really want this. And I was glad that I kept my word. Like, all we have is our word. So, and I pride myself on keeping my word. So I was glad I kept my word to Tessin, my promise to help him get it, and, lead the team to be able to do so. But in terms of like, whoa, yes, Julius, no, I'm not gonna fucking celebrate like that. It's not what I wanted to be doing, Um, um, it was his victory, and I think if that I do really like that picture though. I really like this picture. But what I will say is like, you hear Henry go yes, and then you hear like relieved celebration from like Cypher and Purple. People were just happy it was over. I don't think anybody was that happy they got the kill and the title. Nobody wanted it really but Tessin. We were all just glad it was over after the fucking blitzkrieg of Revan. We were just happy it was over and done with.
I can imagine it had to have been felt like hell going through some of it. And you mentioned you guys had something to look forward to. You'd come to this agreement to go and get all these mounts and these kill these things. And what ended up happening once you guys killed Revan?
Yeah, so the agreement was like we were gonna go into NIM content. And like logically speaking, that's the thing that kind of makes the most sense. If you can do TOS hard mode and beat all them DPS checks, then you probably got DPS decent enough for NIM. Are you gonna steamroll it? No, because you have to learn all these like nuanced mechanics that NIM does add mechanics. Are they like big things? No. It's usually something like you have to interrupt this ad or you'll wipe type of deal. Or you must be in this AoE shield that is now produced by this ad, or you can't DPS it. It's like these small things. SWTOR didn't have a big budget. It's not like hard mode raids and WoW going to Mythic. It's not like that. And the damage increase is bigger. The heal requirements are bigger. You get hit harder. Blah 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 blah. But logically, that's the next logical step. You go right into NIM. And I mean, it was so planned out and detailed. Like I knew I had a Google Doc of a spreadsheet, I'm pretty sure it was a Google spreadsheet of what everybody wanted from NIM. And it was this agreement thing, of Purple wanted the Titan 6 mount from SNV Nim that drops off Titan 6 or Styrak, I think. Both of them. I think Henry wanted the tank mount from EC. Wookiee wanted Wings of the Architect. Hund wanted Wings of the Architect. I think Zypher wanted Titan 6 as well. Will wanted the Gree hover chair. It's a very cool mount from TFB Nim. And so it was like, okay, we did our part. We got him the title. We got him the achievement. We do Nims. And when the first one drops, like, you get it. So, DF Nim. Wookiee gets the first wings. There's no arguing about it. He deserves it. He's our best player, period. So it's pretty well planned out. What ended up kind of happening was Tessin had announced that he wanted to do Rav hard mode. Because Rav had been another one of these deals. Ravagers had been another one of these deals in Birds of Prey, where, no, you'll never be able to do it, Vel would tell Tessin. And that kind of blindsided all of us. Immensely blindsided all of us. And it didn't go over very well. Rav was not on anybody's radar. Nobody was thinking about Rav. During the Blitzkrieg of Revan, the dream keeping everybody alive was what we're going to do after. We're going to go do Nim. We're going to go do this. And so the original plan was kill Revan and then take 2 weeks off of hard prog stuff. And we were going to do what was called fund runs. Fundarius, Hund, Mabuff in that picture's Guardian Tank. And we were going to do like goofy hard modes, like purple and fund tanking. I think they wanted me to heal. Just do like off-roll, off-the-wall, dumb shit, relax, have a good time. And what we would have done during that time, behind the scenes, is Wookiee and I would have taken a look at really what we need to do to succeed in Nim. Like, back then, you could turn on the SWTOR Twitch and watch people stream Nim. Not a lot. Don't get me wrong. There weren't like 50 streams of people doing Mythic. Like, wow. But there was still a semi-active community. Ish. We'll say ish. And we were always watching Nim streams. And so the plan was to start moving people around in the raid and not kick anybody. But Zypher was always, tanking only because we needed him to. Not necessarily because we wanted him to. Or not necessarily because he wanted to. He was doing it for the guild, so we could succeed and raid. He mained a scoundrel healer. He wanted to play a scoundrel healer. So we were looking for a way to increase damage, overall damage, while also putting Zypher in the role he wanted to be in, because at this point he fucking deserves to get to play the role he wants. He's went to the Super Bowl, he's won it for the GM, Tessin. He deserves to do and play his main. So we were going to use those 2 weeks to, look at some streams, compare some numbers, and, figure out who we need to move and where. And the plan we had was, it's perfect everybody's on the picture here. Icarus would have been Tessin, would have been moved into Dahaki, Zypher, the Vanguard next to Mabuff's place, and tank. So it would have been Will and Tessin tanking. Zypher would have been moved into Purple's healing spot, trade Scoundrel for Scoundrel, and Purple moved into Tessin's DPS role. And Purple was already DPSing on his gunslinger and stuff and doing great. You have the best teacher in the world, Wikipedia, to teach you. And he was already parsing with Wookiee and stuff. So our DPS would have been Wookiee, myself, Purple, and Henry. Tanks would have been Tessin and Will. And healers would have been Zypher and Hund. And that was our plan. And we were going to use those 2 weeks to crunch some numbers. Broach the subject of moving people into different roles to give us the best chance to succeed, while also, giving Zypher what he wanted, which was letting him heal. He deserves to play the character in the role he wants after what he's put out and done for the guild. None of that came to pass, of course.
Well, what ended up happening, because you guys had this whole plan out, you were going to take the time, you two basically acting like as the coaches on a sports team, discussing the roster moves. What happened?
Well, Tessin hit us with the Master Blaster thing, Ravager's hard mode, and that did not go over very well. And then Henry fired back with this news of come June 11th, I think the date was, I'm going on a 3-week cruise with my family. Oh, that's great. So Henry, and it's, whatever. It's like, I don't know what the date on the kill video is. March, May, June, July, something like that. Tessin hears that. And he's like, well, we need to get into TOS, or Rav hard mode right now. Let's go. So the next week we were in Rav Prague. And,
Go.
yeah. Yeah, that's how it went. Now, this isn't the Prague kill exactly. This is, I'm not exactly sure when this comes from. Oh, no, yeah, it is. It is, because Cormac came back. Like, work schedule was able to be changed. So, Cormac came back, and Hund was removed from the raid team. Not by us.
Why was
Maybe
Hunt?
you could get into that.
Well, it had to do originally. Tessin, we'd said, kind of was pushing, trying to find a way for a while, but if memory serves, this was because of his internet. Tessin came to him and said, your internet might be a problem, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Hund heard that, and didn't he willingly leave the raid team when that was broached to him?
Yep.
And then a bit later, he kind of regretted it, wished he was back on, but at that point the role had been replaced, and it was unlikely to happen.
Yeah, it wasn't going to happen. Tessin got what he wanted. He got Hund off the raid team. Master Blaster is one of these heavy mechanics encounters. Accountability. Basically what happens in Master Blaster is everybody gets these little bombs under their feet, and you have like a circle under you. If you overlap your circle with another person's circle, you both blow up, and it's almost an instant kill. And if you don't instantly die, you have like no health. And if it happens during the bombing phase or something, it's game over. And they designed Rav in a way to where you die, your body always spawns at the very far edge of the platform to basically fuck you. To basically fuck you up the ass. To where if you fucking die, it's over. If you lose one person, it's over. It's a big DPS check. You can't lose anybody. You can't. So there's no time to get out there and res somebody. And even if you do, odds are the healer who went to res is leaving some poor guy to heal by himself, and one of the tanks is going to die to Blaster's damage. So you can't lose anybody. And and Tessin had pointed out to Hun that his internet was causing problems with the bomb mechanic, which it was not. It was not. And Hun, I think, got duped. That's how I would put it. And so, yeah, this is the kill video of the 5.0 attempts in Revan. Hunt has been removed. Cypher is now healing with purple. Henry's still here, but Henry's on the countdown essentially till June 11th or whatever the cruise date was. But I don't think the cruise ever happened. Personally, I think Henry was just angered by the Tessin pushing for Rav thing, and just came up with a story to basically like quit, basically. And we had Cormac back, and not for nothing against Cormac, but he wasn't there for Revan. We went through Revan with Hund. This was a close-knit raid team. We wanted fucking Hund there. Cormac had missed the big game. He had, that's his fucking problem, not ours. I always personally, he's a nice guy and blah blah blah, but he wasn't Hund and he didn't gel like. It's hard for me to explain, but he didn't gel like. It just changed the whole dynamic of the team losing Hund. Cormac didn't gel with us like Hund did. he had missed out on it. He had missed out on the battle. He had missed out on all the fucking trepidation and hardships we went through, and just was not the same. And that's why I went out of my way to say earlier, like, Hun was in this category of it. Hun brought problems to the table with his internet for sure, but it would cause more problem. But yeah.
Yeah, he had problems, of course, and yet you could say that you could probably have found somebody who was better at the game, sure, but he was someone that was not influential, who was essential, that's the word, to the culture of the team. If you got rid of him, it's gonna fuck with morale, and when you're trying to push content like this, you really need morale to be at a pretty good level to have any chance of beating something as hard and mechanic heavy as some of these fights.
I always felt like, personally, Cormac just never fit in. He missed out on the big hardships and stuff. I felt like he never fit in. And, it's like we're trading a guy who's here every night trying to help the guild, Hund, for a guy who's going to log in 2 nights a week, and we're only going to see him for 4 hours a week. Like, fuck that. I'm going to take the loyal person who's in it for the guild overall over some fuckwad. I'm sorry. And not only that, but the guild never recovered from Revan Prog. We never recovered in terms of like active players and numbers, and people started logging back in more, like people like your Lavenders and stuff like that, your Foundation players, your not the best players, but the players that are there to fill in for you on your hard mode, on your for your Prog team. The players that are there to do stuff only in story modes on story mode night. The players that are, your Foundation members, who aren't these great players, but you need them to have a successful community and guild. They're imperative. In some ways, they're more important than players like Wookiee. It never recovered from Revan Prog. It mildly-ish recovered, sort of, but not really. And I know that's a fact, because I built the guild. With no help from anybody else.
Well, I would completely believe it, and I can imagine that for at least some of those, backbone players like that, the Lavenders, if you will, it probably also added a bit of like trepidation to it. For okay, we just got through Revan and TOS, and now they're going into right back into a hardmare instead of what had been discussed. I would assume that had to play into it as well.
Yeah, maybe. I never talked to people too much about that, like Lavenders, but yeah, maybe.
So.
Yeah, it's no Hund in this one. Yeah. Ugh.
So you guys got past here. You got to starting on Master Blaster, right? And then things started to kind of blow up a little bit. Is that correct?
Well, the 2-week or the 3-week, random out of the blue, no warning up until the night Tessin deemed Master Blaster was our next objective. Cruise, air quote, Henry was taking with his family was upon us, and so we went into like, well, what are we gonna do? 3 weeks of no Master Blaster type of deal. What do we do? And I think I don't even remember what we did, honestly. It wasn't at the point yet where we did the whole take people like Lavender in them to get their hard mode achievements, Mokdi, people like that. It wasn't at that point yet. But it was like 3 weeks of basically doing... I think we just went back and did remedial content, It was... Yeah. And so what ended up happening is those 3 weeks ended up coming to an end, and Henry never came back is how you would say. He never came back, if you will. He tried to pull his characters out of the guild covertly.
And I can only imagine that did not turn out did not end up very well, especially on Tessen's end. I don't imagine he took that news well.
No, it was dubbed and coined the Little Fucker incident. So what happened was earlier that day, Will had been online, and Will noticed Henry in the guild log feature they added. Will noticed Henry left the guild on all of his characters, or most of them, um, and he told me about it in like a Discord private message. And I was like, oh god, you know, here we go, type of deal. So, oh, I remember what we did during this time. I want to double back because this is important. So what we did during the 3-week air quote cruise era of Henry is we took Aelin into all the hard modes and she tanked them with Cormac. That's what we did. So that's why she had all the achievements for the Sacred Order ops before 6.0. She tanked DP, she tanked DF, she tanked Scum and Villainy, she tanked all these ops. But anyway, so you know, you come to that night, and Will told me like all this Henry pulled these characters type of deal. I tried reaching out to Henry over Discord. He didn't respond to my message. He was still in the Double Destruction Guild Discord, and I was forming a hard mode ops group or a master mode Flashpoint group with like Irish, Mopsy, and somebody else, and Tessin, and then me. And Tessin joined the group, and I was like, Tessin, we gotta talk about something before we go into this master mode type of deal while we wait for Irish to get back. Like, and I told Tessin, and he screamed, "Little fucker." Mopsy was like, "What the hell's going on?" Because she had just logged in and to the voice in the game, and Tessin kicked the remaining tunes, and it was Henry's remaining tunes, and it was just a complete shit show. You know, it all went off as everybody was logging in, basically, like at 8:30. Or they were on the game but not in voice yet, you know, like just crafting stuff or doing their own thing before they come into voice, and everybody saw it, and it just, you know, blew up. And then thanks to Will was able to talk to Henry and like at least come into voice and talk with Banksy, and that turned into Tessin and Banksy, not talk to Banksy. It was talk to Tessin and Banksy, and private discussion was had with the three of us, and Tessin left it up to me. Surprisingly, he was like, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, you know, we did Revan Prog with him. I would prefer to keep him and have him in the guild. If you know, Henry didn't want to do Master Blaster. He didn't want to. He wanted to do what was promised, not another Tessin venture into, you know." Yeah.
Yeah, because what was promised was very much on a ticking clock. You wouldn't be necessarily be able to just go and do what was promised. Comes a certain point in time, right?
Nim?
The Nim because of the bolstered buff, right?
No, that happened in the next X-Pack.
Ah, that's what it was. But yeah, I can imagine that irritation. I know in his position, I would not want to be doing Master Blaster. This was a promise made to the whole group, and then it was just taken away. But you were able to. What happened after that discussion? What ended up happening with him?
With Henry?
Yeah, with Henry and the team as
Well,
well.
Henry stayed in the guild. He didn't. It was never really the same. I mean, he came around a bit. He'd come around late at night when Tessin wasn't around. And that's about it. And then Henry kind of faded into, you know, anonymity, I suppose. He just disappeared. I think Will had like a line on Henry. He thought Henry was raiding on Sateel Shan. And I told Will, look, it doesn't matter, man. It's whatever Henry's doing is what Henry's doing. It's irrelevant. The relationship can't be fixed, basically, between him and Tessin. So Henry kind of faded into ambiguity. He'd come on to fund runs late at night and stuff, but that's it. And that was only a handful of times before he just, you know, never logged back in. And then quietly left the Discord at some point. We never probably could have checked through the audit log on Discord, but I never did. He just quietly one night left, and we never heard from him again, if memory serves. At least as far as I know, I'm pretty sure. And we then, they had announced 6.0, the next expansion. They announced it, and so now we were at this like weird stage of like now you're down a DPS, a really good DPS. Henry was a really good DPS. Was he good on all the classes he played? No. Was he good on his commando? Absolutely. Really fucking good. And he was good on his fucking Vanguard too. I taught him. He was good. So hell, he was probably better than me. He was younger, faster, but so now we're down to DPS, and now we're like now Master Blaster Prog is just done. You're down to DPS, and they've announced a new X pack, so which is not too far off. So now it's like, all right, well, we came up with the idea to take people like Lavender and a couple Mokti and these backbone people of the guild, and we would take them aside and ask them like, hey, what hard mode achievements do you want? And most of them had none. So we'd be like, perfect. What do you want to do? And Lav would be like, I want to do DF and DP, and we'd take her 1 week, and then it'd be like Mokti, or there was other people. These are the ones that just stick out to me. We'll take you on this. We'll take you on that, and then it's just basically like Waiting Room 6.0, and we were trying back then. We still thought like maybe we can work it out with Henry behind the scenes, me and Wookie, and we can get Henry back on the team for 6.0. We didn't know yet that he was going to fade into ambiguity. We didn't know that you couldn't fix the relationship. So behind the scenes, we were like, well, I can't remember. It was like Tessin, Will, because what's his name? Because Cormac stopped logging in too. It's probably why I'm a little, not a big Cormac fan, but he just like no called, no showed as well. Which to say it was because of the Master Blaster thing, I have no idea. If it was, it was. But he didn't even suffer through the Revan thing, so I really don't care what that cocksucker thinks. Either way, he just so it was like Tessin. I can't remember what our proposed 6.0 team was. I know we wanted Hund back on the team. I know that we wanted like Hund is like we wanted the same team we were making on paper for Nim after Revan. It was like Hun, Zypher healing, Wookie purple, Banksy, Henry DPSing, and then Tess and Will tanking. We were in that weird period where we didn't know who was gonna, we didn't know if Henry was gonna hang around. We knew Cormac was a write-off because no call, no show is like fuck him. Because even if you kept a guy like Cormac, time is undefeated. It takes everybody out. Daylight savings time is going to come back around, and Cormac's going to have the same problem. So just let's stop dealing with it and just cut him out completely. I remember that discussion being had, and we were all for that. But I know Hund was not supposed to be on the raid team, but he ended up being there. We ended up being able to get him back, but the only reason he ended up back on the 6.0 raid team was out of necessity, because dude had nobody else. Tessin had nobody else, but yeah, we were just basically dragging our feet, getting people achievements, and waiting for 6.0. And it makes sense. You don't want to prog Master Blaster, and then a new X-Pack comes out, you gotta re-gear, you gotta re-level, re-gear, redo all this stuff, and then get back in there. So we just tried to shift our focus to something more good-natured and more productive, and try to, I guess pay some dividends back to these poor people who got sidelined during Revan Prog.
And you do that. 6.0 rolls around, and what ended up being the 6.0 raid team?
Well, like I said, on paper it would have included Henry and Hund. it did end up including Hund, not Henry. Over the weeks, we saw Henry just wasn't coming around, and we were like, fuck, what are we gonna do? And, I think Wookie was planning to reach out and talk to him, like a private discussion. And then we got slapped with the news that Aelin would be tanking in 6.0, joining the Heart Mode team.
Now, mind of anyone watching, not too long ago we mentioned that you guys had very recently gotten her all of her achievements. So she wasn't a very practiced player, she wasn't a great tank,
No, she was terrible.
and suddenly was thrust not just onto the raid team, that would have been one thing, but onto one of the, or debatably, the most important position on the entire team.
Yeah, she was the main tank, yeah.
And what was the overall reaction of the group to that decision?
Not well. I mean, it was like a 50-50 thing. Because we got Hund back, so we were very happy about that. But nobody was happy about the projected roster because you had Will, and rightfully so. Will was like very angry. If there is any proving of oneself, Will had proved himself to be if Will wants to tank, Will should be fucking tanking. He picked up Revan and TOS like that, and then Will destroyed all the content prior to TOS. It was like child's play to him. Well, Will gets pushed out of tanking for Aelin. Tessen's now tanking with Aelin. Cypher got to keep his scoundrel position, and Purple got bumped up to DPS. So, yeah, and we got Hun back.
Yeah. And I can imagine that at least on Will's part, this probably created some bitterness, having his lead tank role. The guy who had gotten who tanked for the Revengist title.
There's the 6.0 raid team poster. Yeah. Bitterness is probably an understatement, but yeah, he was not happy. Rightfully so. He wasn't happy at all. And there we are. And it's just not good. It's the only good thing was we got Hund back, but nobody was very happy. And then it was announced that we have a new tank, Aelin. We're gonna do the Sacred Order again, and it's like what? Like what? Are you kidding me? Type of thing. Like, but she already has all these achievements, and well, that's what Tessin wanted, and I think he wanted Sacred Order again into Revan again, which was not gonna happen.
No, I don't. It never would have happened. Nobody ever wanted to go back to Revan again. I know this is getting a little bit ahead of where we are, but I remember there were times where one of us would joke about going back to Revan, and it would almost get like a visceral, angry response of no, like immediately. Nobody wanted that except for possibly Tessin.
Tessin. Yeah, just Tessin. Yeah. And I mean, it was incredibly frustrating because Aelin had just left the house to go live at college in her dorm room. So, I can remember having discussion with Aelin where I said, "Do you really want to do this, or are you doing this because your dad is telling you to?" Because that's two different things. You're playing with 7 other people's time. Most importantly, mine. Like, so, yeah, I want to do it, and I could tell she didn't. But her dad was like, it's a bonding thing for me and her while she's out of the house. Well, too fucking bad. That's your fucking problem. Find a way to bond with your daughter some other fucking way. But anyway, yeah. And, the frustrating thing was she had tanked all these fights already. But she was just so bad. Like, she tanked with Cormac, right? Okay, cool. Cormac held her hand. Anytime she tanked with me, I held her hand. Now she's the main tank because her dad just wants all the easy jobs and to stand there and not say anything and do the simple mechanics, and she can't do anything. She wiped us over and over and over on mechanics and raids that we had done and proven ourselves and nobody wanted to be doing. Like, and we went through all the trouble to level all of our characters, gear our characters, do all this stuff, and here we are doing this again. And yeah, this is a great example.
Those woods are fast.
Get my column.
Can't self.
Me neither.
Watch out, droid. Move.
Move,
Oh,
Aelin,
it's right
move,
on your road,
move,
okay.
move, Aelin.
I'm moving.
Oh, damn
Where
it.
did you move to?
Behind the thing.
No, that's not where we go.
You gotta move. You gotta move together.
And they were pitched, as like we have great chemistry, father and daughter, and clearly they didn't. It just it did not work, like, at all. This is a great clip right here. I'll give you a clip.
Oh, yes, of course.
Here. It's called Sentinel Tank Too Strong because I'm off tanking the grotesque monster ad, whatever it's called, because Aelin had died on a simple tank swap mechanic, and this was our 6.0 raid team. We had killer fucking DPS. Oh, that's not the right clip.
I knew it's hilarious.
Yeah,
That's
that's it right
interesting.
there. So she's dead, and then you'll see me on my Sentinel, and I end up tanking the thing. You have to pull it away, otherwise it gets super buffed if it's near Brontis. Like, this was every fight with her. We had crazy good DPS, and crazy good heal. There I go. Like, we had crazy good DPS, crazy good heals. But if we encountered a problem where the tanks just had to simply do their job, odds are, we weren't going to finish that raid, or we always finished them, but it was like the DPS just blew everything up and both the tanks were dead. And it was just so miserable to play through and get through. And we could all tell, like, this was not going to go well once we got back to Master Blaster. Isn't cut out for this.
Just remember, and healers, you gotta stay.
This is not going to go well. And it didn't. So nobody was happy. Will most especially. And if he wasn't happy, I don't blame him. We had great DPS. We blew shit up. It was funny, right? Funny and kind of cool, I guess, up until you get to a mechanic where you need a tank to do their fucking job. And then both Tessin and her are dead, and you have fucking Banksy Vanguard off tank, Will on his Guardian DPS off tanking Kefis, in the kill video for Kefis in 6.0, and so because they're fucking dead, and it just feels like you're 5 steps below where you were. You went through all that trouble to go through the Sacred Order the first time, you blew through it easily, and now here you are, fucking back in this remedial content, only now you're, barely clearing it because you have 2 incompetent tanks.
I mean, the thing that came to my mind was on any given boss poll, the best case scenario for you was you were 6 or at best 7 manning it effectively, because at least one of the tanks wasn't doing their job. And if there's any one role that can't really be carried like that, it's tank. And, well, I'll just say it, you had 2 tanks that really needed to be carried.
Yeah, I mean, listen to me. I'm guiding her. Aelin, come towards the healer. This shouldn't be my job. We're doing progression, hard mode progression. The tanks should just be working together, but I'm having to micromanage them. I'm sure, I would bet money if we listen to this, you're gonna hear me be like, who's doing what? Or, like, why aren't we communicating? I would bet I say something like this, because that's how they were. I don't know if it... I mean, we got brutal fucking DPS. Okay, she's actually trying to work together, but dragging Kefis into the purple AoE. That's really dumb and bad. Yeah, so, um, and to go back to this Nim thing you mentioned before, during this time with the Veterans Edge buff, if you were geared in whatever the 340, whatever the item rating was, that was like max item rating, you still got your Veteran Edge buff. So this was a really good time to do Nim content. To say it was necessarily easier, I don't know if it was necessarily a lot easier, but your DPS hit fucking hard. We were living proof. Like, this would have been a good time to be doing Nim, and that's what people wanted to be doing. Not the Sacred Order, and not Aelin tanking. But even if we had been doing Nim, we would have been fucked, because she was tanking.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go. I didn't taunt. Yes, he did.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't have... You would not have been able to do Nim unless you replaced her with a better player, or at the very least, got her off of tank. And it was, in a lot of ways, a very limited chance to do these things with this Veteran's Edge up, and instead you're doing remedial content, like you said, and you're struggling at times to do it because you're basically six-manning it. It had to be horrible, and you guys went through, like we've been looking at, every one of the old Sacred Order raids. And
yeah, all over again, you know, and it just... no point. Not what we wanted to be doing. Yeah. I mean, the only, we got Hun back, so there's that, I suppose, but... it's just a low point, and we all know we're gearing up to go into Rav with Aelin tanking, and Rav is a pretty tank-intensive fight. On mechanics, maybe a 6 out of 10. On just your ability to tank, like a 9 out of 10. Like, because you're hitting your cooldowns, your rotation, mitigating damage from the fucking huge blaster droid and then the little droid. Everything hits fucking like trucks, like... and we know, it's like you're going to war with no ammunition in your gun. Like,
well, yeah, Rav and TOS, the hard mares as they were just on a different level of difficulty compared to the hard modes that she was struggling with here. So if she's struggling with this, oh boy,
well, and it was like, it's like you still could have had Will tanking, you know what I mean, and Aelin as the 4th DPS taking your father's position, but what it ended up, Tessen's reasoning was, I want max DPS possible. The faster things die, the better off we are. So will DPS and Aelin and me will tank. But that's not how it works. That's how it works for some of the content. EV, KP, EC, SNV to some limited extent, TFB to some limited extent. But once you start getting into DFDP and everything, no, that's not how it works anymore. The tanks just have to do their fucking job. It does not matter. There are certain mechanics that, if not executed and the tank dies, then Tyrannus is going to turn around and two-shot Wookiee. Because he's a gunslinger, not a tank. That's how it goes. So, but that's why we ended up with Will not tanking, and I think that's where a lot of Will's frustration came from, losing his spot. It wasn't a good reason. This raid was infamous, this Dread Palace, so I don't want to look back at it. But we went into Dread Palace during the Sacred Order of 6.0, and she just, I showed you that clip of me off-tanking, because she's fucking dead. She wiped us, every boss, like 15 times. And the prog time was up, it took us 4 nights over the course of 2 weeks to do something that we blow through on our alts on off nights. And, it was like the 3rd or the 4th night, and I just, lost my shit and fucking gave this, dumb... I think you've seen the clip of me giving the speech at the end of the raid, and so come back tomorrow or Friday night and play better. And then we did, and we got out of the DP, but I was just that frustrated.
Well, and I can imagine because I did not do much tanking in SWOTOR. But I know I did EC. I know I did SNV. And I know I did DF. I'm pretty sure I did DP, but I won't say that for sure because I can't fully remember. And I was far less experienced overall. And I was able to do it with you guys just fine. So it really goes to show how bad it was. It had to be infuriating to be with this person who had done this stuff already, but just couldn't do it now. Meanwhile, you want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and it goes back to knowing that you're going into Ravagers with this shit show, and just in general, like, you know, she didn't want to be there. She didn't want to do it. She was doing it because her dad was, you know, asking her to do it, and like we can bond together. You'll be at college, but we can see each other 2 nights a week. That's not what this raid team is for. That's not what at least the rest of us, the other 6 of us, that doesn't matter. You're playing with the time of 6 other people. You know what I mean? Like you're playing with the time of 6 other fucking people. So, you know, and we want to do things. We want to progress. We want to achieve. We want to win. We, you know, like not. And here's Hun. This is the time period of Hun's second removal. Because Brad is now healing for Hun. So.
And why was Hun removed the second time?
Because it's what the GM wanted.
A reason was found, and he did.
No.
Just...
No, there was no reason found. It's just what Tessin wanted.
Which only decreased overall morale, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we ended up with some crazy chick named Charlie healing for us who tried to take over the raid team. She was fucking nuts. And she was okay. She was a decent healer. And then I pulled Brad out of my ass. Analog Anna in the video there on the bottom right side of the... I got Brad. Brad was an incredible healer from a guild. I can't remember the name of the guild. But Brad was like far more accomplished than any of us in that guild, including me, easily. Brad was a NIM level healer, you know, and he was just a nice guy. He was willing to, you know, join the guild on that character and raid with us, and he just liked raiding in general. He raided every night of the fucking week. 2 nights with us, 2 nights in another guild, 2 nights in another guild. Brad, that's why he played the game, and I was lucky enough to get him to come, you know, agree to play with us. If I didn't, we wouldn't have raided. There's nobody else left. But yeah, to heal anyway, that was good enough. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I spoke to him only on a couple occasions, but I thought he seemed like a very nice guy. He was fun to play with, of course. Just, he was brought in to fill that role so that he could get rid of Hund, and you guys were able to get decently far, but at least at this point, I can see that Aylin is not in this raid team, is she?
I think this clip I'm about to link sums up Aylin's time in Rav hard mode, Master Blaster prog pretty well.
Okay.
Should watch that without me talking over it.
Yes.
Yeah, the little guy's coming out. Alright, here he comes.
Like that one.
Can we get a clip of that one, like? Alright, little guys.
Oh, you AoE taunted.
Oh shit, that was an accident. I didn't mean to. I didn't know I hit that button.
I know Avatar.
It's alright.
I did not. I swear to god, I didn't know I hit my mast on. I'm sorry. That was an accident.
It's not me you gotta worry about. I'm not the one getting angry.
My dad's the one getting
Oh
pissed
shit.
at me.
How did I get back alive? I was clear off.
Well, I mean, we're getting to the little guy more, so there's that silver.
It's true.
Yeah, so that was Aylin, you know. I mean, she didn't want to be there. She was, you know, lackadaisical. She didn't pay attention, and here you are in one of the harder fights of the game, and you're the most important role. And I think she tanked for about 2 months, and well, maybe 3, because Charlie was there for like Hund was there for a little bit of it. And then Charlie was there for like the conclusion of a month, and she was a psych job, and we got rid of her. And then Brad was there, and we just never made progress. Master, the little droid Master would come down, and we'd wipe. And one night Tessin just had enough and kicked her off the team
And Will got
in
his
front of all of us. And it was like this very emotional thing. She was like crying and stuff, but you know, it was just, you know, easily all could have been avoided.
Oh yeah, and it was, you guys had come to this point where you had crazy DPS that at times could just make up for the issues with tanking, but you came to a point where you only really had a collective half a tank, so as much as it sucked, it was really the only thing that could be done. She had to be removed from that main tank role.
Yeah, and then Will got bumped back up to tank, and another guy who had joined the guild, a gunslinger named Deuce Shots, instead of Hund, filled in for Will's DPS spot. And so the team here is like Kiri, Ardarius, Will, Tessin tanking. I am Bumper Jumper on my Sentinel, Deuce Shots, Purple, and Wookie. 3 gunslingers and a Sentinel, Brad and Zypher healing.
Good team, but I'm sure everyone would have rathered it be Hund in that role instead of Deuce Shots, and I think probably would have gone smoother if that was the case.
Good team, but it didn't feel the same, for sure. You can just tell by our voices, like, it's not the same as it once was. You know, Brad logged in 2 nights a week. Deuce Shots logged in, if we were lucky, 2 nights a week. Half the time he no-called, no-showed. Yeah, it just wasn't the same. It just wasn't the same anymore. And you know, the same problems like persisted. Like Blaster has or Master, the little robot, has this pretty hard mechanic. That fire spin he's doing right now is rough, but he shoots out this like carterizing ion beam or something that does insane damage. It puts a stacking debuff on you, and once you get to like 3 stacks, you're basically just getting hit for half your health as a tank. Now, what you're supposed to do, and what BioWare wants the tank to do, is run the beam onto other players and spread the stacks. That's really hard to do. I've seen videos where the groups are able to successfully do it. It's very hard to do, though, especially with what's going on here. So what we did was we went with the double shadow tank route, where the beam starts, shadows can combat stealth out, and it cancels the beam. I think whoever's tanking him just did it right there. You know, and that's why Will's not playing his Guardian anymore, or well, that's why he didn't play his main, which is his Guardian. He went back to his Shadow for that. And you know, it's like they had released these tactical items, and there was a tactical where it gave the Shadows 2 cloaks, and Will was like, Tessin, what you should do is use your 2 cloak tactical, and then when you use your first cloak and get your second cloak right off cooldown again from the tactical, open your character window and swap your double, because swap your double cloak tactical for the mitigation one on kinetic ward, and Tessin just, no, I'm not doing that. Like, it just wasn't the same, and you know, that type of attitude, and just after Aelin, and it's a good way to lose the respect, what little respect you still had, in my opinion. But
No, it absolutely is. It's, in a lot of ways, it had to, for some of the people in the guild, feel similar to how they felt treated during the latter days of Birds of Prey.
I know the celebration on this one. I'm super excited when we killed this boss. Like, I really celebrate when we kill this boss, and it's not a. It's like a Henry celebration. I'm just glad it's over. I'm that happy it's over because, in my mind anyway, I'm not going back to TOS. You know, the infamous discussion after the Cortani, Pearl, and Ruger kill, where certain things happened and drama. Yeah, but yeah, like I was happy this thing died legitimately because I still thought, like, you know, some way somehow we can go do what we want, and we ended up doing it, but it
Seconds on my bomb.
Yeah. And the thing that we haven't kind of mentioned yet, like you said, Cortani and Ruger, this wasn't the last boss of the raid. So if you wanted the full clear, you had to get the final boss too, which means you had to get that after killing the what I think you guys said was this is the harder of the two fights, right?
yeah, oh yeah, by far. But the Cortani and them are no joke. But they do have a goofy ass fucking oversight mechanic that lets you kind of make them a joke. But yeah.
So not only did you have to kill Master Blaster, but to be free, you had to kill Master Blaster and Cortani and Ruger in the same week, which had to even after killing this, that had to put like pressures like on immediately, right?
Yeah, so we end up killing this guy here on, I think our prog nights during this era were Wednesday, Thursday. Don't quote me. But we had to we killed him, and then on the first night of the week, and then we went in the second night of the week, and then it came to like, okay, can we put in a third raid day? Can everybody be here Sunday? And Douche Shots, of course, says no, I'm not coming. And and it's like, what the hell are we gonna do? So we were like, fine, one way or another, we'll find a way to kill this thing Sunday, and we did. Thank God, we went back in Sunday and yeah,
13%. Come on, go, go, go.
took it down.
11%.
We got
Go,
him.
go.
We got him.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, it had to feel just absolutely vindicating and good just to be free of this.
I didn't celebrate for long because I knew you still gotta get the last boss. So.
Oh, right. Good job, guys.
Good job. Good job. Good.
Hey guys,
And then, well, Cortani and Ruger would happen, and what was the mechanic that was, you know, very abusable in this?
So, you are supposed to DPS Cortani and the bird down simultaneously. If Cortani dies, the bird goes into an enrage mode where it's just chunking people. If the bird dies, Cortani starts doing a crazy raid wipe AoE, which you'll see go off here. Now, what you can do is you can still mitigate that by blowing up Cortani, and that's what we're doing, and then we'll kill the bird. Why can you get away with that? Well, because there's the raid wipe mechanic that she'll just spam across the board if you kill the bird first. You can get away with it because you'll see, click a little bit ahead. You'll see that the bird can go around and kill us all, that's fine. As long as one person survives. Because you have to click an escape shuttle to get to the next stage of the fight and fight Ruger. There's no enrage time. Well, Ruger has an enrage time, but it doesn't start till you get there. So you can just blow up Cortani, get the AoE and all the mechanics she does out of the way, assuming you can survive them for like a minute or two, which we do. And then you can just let the bird go around. You can't hold aggro on it, so it's not the tank's fault. You cannot hold aggro on the bird. You can just let the bird go around and fucking eat people, and then stand there and res people. And that's what you'll see happen here. And this is why nobody wants to do this op. This is why nobody wanted to do this fight. There's no glory to be had killing this boss. This is what everybody does. This is how everybody does it. Note the fact Hun's in the channel, in the Discord channel. But this is what everybody does. Watch. This would be a wipe in any other fight. But what's gonna... He might cut it out. I hope he didn't cut it out of the video, but I bet you he did.
But you know it's what had to happen because there's no way you...
Your click res, not combat res. You're out of fucking combat. Or... No, I'm sorry, it is your combat res. One at a time, the healers will combat res people.
He cut it out, it looks like, but
yeah. He did. But no, yeah, so what ended up happening in reality there is like 9 minutes of Brad combat resing somebody, waiting 3 minutes for it to come off cooldown, then combat resing the next person. Then wait, combat res the next person. Then, yeah.
Meanwhile, if you couldn't do that, the fight as intended, you would have had, what, 2 possible combat?
It's way harder if you do it the intended way, because you actually have to do all the mechanics that Cortani puts out. It's called like ricochet shot mechanic and dodging the AoE, and you have to do the cleanse mechanic for the flame dot she puts out. It's one of these fights where if you just blow up one part of the 2-part fight equation, all the mechanics stop and you're just left with killer bird from outer space. Which hits hard, but doesn't matter if you have high DPS. Because you'll blow the bird up, you'll take a bunch of casualties, but who cares? You can just stand there for 10 minutes and res everybody. And then take the shuttle to Ruger.
Yeah, you just need to have DPS that's high enough and healers just good enough to get a couple of people through, and, well, you're right onto Ruger, and...
This is the one and only time we got to Ruger. We got to him once, and we killed him once. That's it. That's all it took.
Kind of goes to show that Ruger himself is not that difficult in comparison. If you were talking about difficulty kind of peaking with the final boss, they really should have swapped the mechanics of this and Master Blaster. It would have been far more appropriate for that to be the last boss of the raid, given its difficulty, right?
Yeah.
And so you guys got to the end of this, and you mentioned a discussion. What was that discussion that you guys had after this?
Well, it was like the last council in the Return of the King book or something. It was, what are we going to do next discussion as a raid team. And it did not go very well. Tessin wanted TOS again. That was quickly shot down. Tessin was not happy. Some things were said. We wanted to do what we wanted to do, not what Tessin wanted to do. So Tessin ended up, in effect, taking his ball and going home, if you will, and quitting the raid team. And we agreed to go do Valley of the Machine Gods hard mode. We wanted to do Valley of the Machine Gods hard mode with who we wanted on the team. We were done redoing Sacred Orders and doing Rev and Prog, and we were done. We did more than we agreed to do for him. So.
Yeah, you guys wanted to finally be allowed to do just what you wanted. Which ended up being Valley of the Machine Gods, especially this one. Sisters, because you guys were able to get through the first boss. Well, I came not long after this, but you guys had already gotten this clear on the first boss, Tithe, before I entered the guild, right?
Yeah.
And didn't take you guys this version of the team, which what ended up being the version of the team for the most part after Tessin left? Because I know he eventually had to go back onto the team, but how did that happen?
It was like me and Will tanking.
Alright, what are we working with? Justice back left.
Purple, Deuce, Brad, Zypher, Wookie, Ray. Ray had taken one of the DPS spots, and that was the team.
CC.
Okay, and like I said, this is about when I came in and I started learning with you guys, running story modes on off nights, and
Version starting in about 6 seconds.
I don't remember a ton of like, yeah, because I was kind of lost at the time, you know, soaking everything in, learning the people, but I remember that it seemed like the raid team was chaotic at the time. Just
Kick on Grace.
it felt like it was unstable, I guess would be a good word.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, Deuce Shots was never a reliable player. There should never have been a world where he was ever on a raid team, but he was.
Good timing.
Tessin taking his ball and going home, and then coming back, and Ray getting removed, and yeah, there was no consistency anymore. Hun's still not on the team. It was like
Both my CCs. We'll start with the back.
the guild was barely held together at this point, honestly. Like it wasn't going well, you know, after morale was crushed with the Aelin era.
Second. I'll get the CC. Oh, nice.
A lot of people felt like yeah, you know, it just things were not going well in general.
And I'm going back
The
to
roster
right.
had shrunk significantly.
46%.
Yeah, it just I was out of options. Like a lot of people quit when
Inversion
6.0 kind of had time to ruminate. People like quit playing.
Inversion.
People I knew had quit playing, even though there was a new op with Nature of Progress. That new op with the infamous train. A lot of the raiding community just kind of quit. The gearing
I don't have a
system
CC
people
for
did not
that.
like.
I don't have a CC for Justice.
I do.
And yeah,
Alright.
it just
I'll follow up.
yeah, it was just a bad time.
Let's push him.
A very
We'll
bad
pop the raid
time.
buffs. Oh, wow.
yeah.
Yeah, and I know I didn't, at the time for the most part at least, I didn't realize how bad of a time it really was, because this was all I'd ever really seen as being part of a guild. But as it went on, I noticed
You got one.
Ray kind of left, and then that Rick guy, what happened with him happened, and I just noticed people were slowly kind of...
Rick was
Pop the raid.
years before. What are you talking about?
Raid buffs.
No, am I thinking of someone else?
and raid.
You're probably thinking of somebody else. Who,
The the era of Tessin taking people to the side is kind of what I'm getting at. Just
that's Ray. That's Ray.
yeah, and it just
I can get a kick on the Grace
it didn't
when I
go
get
well,
shot at.
and I noticed people leaving, and it just... I know I ended up on the prog team at one point because there really wasn't any options left, and I was learning with everyone, and I remember Sisters Prog was
I
just...
think we're gonna need it.
It was very, very rough.
Cool down.
It felt like we would get
I'm on my
into the
back.
fight, and we'd go through the same mechanics, and it was always close. We eventually started consistently getting them to like 15 and below, and a few times we got razor close, but, well,
3%.
if I were to turn on the video right now, I'm not in the kill video. It happened on one of the nights I wasn't able to make it.
We should do a drinking
And
one night.
I just remember
Every time.
we'd always get to the wiper phase towards the end portions of the fight, and
Well, it happened. Not you weren't on the prog team yet. I hadn't left. I'm there. I'm tanking on
Even
Camilla.
in a perfect world, I would be
This
surprised.
is after Ray has been removed and Zelevra as Tessin.
How many shots did that beat?
So Ray got removed and Tessin joined on a character he never played in any hard content before. A character he sucked at. He was playing
That's what
Zolevra.
I'm saying, even
I
in a
didn't even
perfect
know
world,
who that character
why would
was.
he dead?
When he joined the group, I said, "Who the hell is Zolevra?" And he was like, "It's me." And I was like, "Why are you not playing a character you're good at?" It just, yeah. This was before you joined the team. This is before I left. We cleared it long
Well,
before you. Well, not long
well,
before
we
you joined the team, but we
could
cleared it
always
before
do
you.
something.
And we were getting to Nahat with me
We
and Will
do,
tanking
we
together,
do
because
a
me and Will
nightmare
were
or
good
something
tanks,
like
and you
that,
need good tanks.
The last man standing.
But we also had
is the
a
one
sandbag
that,
DPS,
has to-
and Honda's DPSing, and Ray is gone forever
the first one
at this
dead?
point.
Yeah, I would say first one dead.
Or first one dead.
And
Now,
you
well,
mentioned you
no,
you left for a
wouldn't be
bit,
fair 'cause,
and
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I basically tried to be in a relationship with Mopsy, and it didn't work out, and I was an idiot, and I needed a break from the game. And not only that, but you know, I just, I really was disillusioned with just the guild in general. I felt like all my work that I did for the guild was just trashed twice in front of my eyes. Like, once with Revan, and once with Aelin era. I felt like all my hard work was just thrown down the drain with no regard for it. And my work encompasses people, because like recruiting people, bringing them in, and you know, there's 8 people on in the guild in this video. 8. That's the 8 of us in this fucking op. That's it. Everybody else is gone and quit, or not playing, or went to another guild where they actually get to do things. So I was pretty disillusioned with continuing to do this and stay in this. I liked most of the people, you know, I liked the core people. Will, Hund, Wookie, Zypher, Purple, you, but, you know, I was staying for the boys, if you will, but it wasn't the same raid team, it wasn't, you know, it just, nothing felt the same, and I felt like all my work was thrown away. And that was another reason why I took a break. Often never discussed, but that's a big part of why I quit. So.
Well, I can imagine, because I think things things were worse and bad after Revan, with people having either stopped playing or leaving, but that still could have been recoverable at the time. But for it to immediately then go into the Alien era, it had to feel like 2 punches to the face in quick succession.
Yeah, and as I said, I really felt like the guild never recovered from Revan. And I had worked for like a year building it, and I felt like it never recovered from the Revan Prog era. And it just, you know, there was a guy in Bloodline named Mirasame, we just called him Massa, and he kind of, when I was new back in Vanilla, he kind of took me under his wing and taught me a lot about just basic MMO stuff. So like, hey, this is your defensive cooldown. Hey, he's the one who was like, you should try to get a gaming mouse, like a Razer Naga, and stuff like that. He was that type of teacher for me. And he was the one who told me, like, no, MMOs are supposed to be like New York City or Las Vegas 24/7. He was a WoW player that had come to SWTOR, and he was a great guy. He has a YouTube channel where our old kill videos are still up, from the Bloodline era.
Yeah, 2 beans.
What were we talking about?
We were mentioning people slowly leaving.
Oh, yeah, okay. He was the one who told me, like, one of the last times I ever talked to him, he was the one who told me, like, because I was GM of Bloodline at the time, he told me, like, hey, keeping a guild going in any MMO is nigh impossible, because it involves people, and people are inherently flawed. But in this game, you know, it's a step above impossible because of the way SWTOR was, how it was back then, you know, and today, you know, the state that it's in right now, the state of horribleness. But in this game, it's gonna be, you know, higher than impossible to keep a guild going. It's you know, so and yeah, and I always will remember that for some reason till the day I die. And he was right. I guess that's why I will always remember it. But he was proved to be right. But yeah, I remember thinking about that a lot back when, during this time period. But I also think he was wrong in the effect of it didn't have to be this way. You know, it didn't. Things were going great for the guild. I had worked hard. I had built up a great community. You know, it didn't have to be the way it ended, but it was. So, and there's Tessin standing out again, not stacking, only on his DPS, not tank, which he would end up taking my tank role when you would join. There he is, way out in the fucking open.
And yeah, like you said, always, every pull I ever did with him, he was out in the open. And mind you, I was still figuring this out. This was by far the hardest content I had ever done. I was ready and happy to help, but I kind of just felt like I was thrown into the deep end, and then I look over there, and I don't understand why Tessin's over there, while the other tanks the other tank is decidedly not. I was just confused, and we did.
I think I'm confused. That's me over there with. No, that's Zypher. That's Zypher going out there to heal him. Never mind. But no, yeah, I mean, people thought he was playing that character to intentionally throw. I don't know if that's true or not.
I think it's a fair thing to believe, given what we're seeing right here. And, you know, like I said, when I was doing it with them, it felt like just bashing head against the wall. I know they cleared it a couple times when I wasn't there, but we never got it down consistently, and eventually there was this discussion, like, we should do something else. What are we gonna do? And I think you can guess what the first thing suggested from a certain person was.
Raven.
Yep, TOS. Immediate no's from the entire group. And so we go back to the drawing board, and it was eventually decided we would move over to EC Nim. And we moved over and we started doing that, and it just didn't go well. I have one video of us doing our prog on it, and it just...
Yeah, I mean, so I was, like, not really around during this time. I wasn't logging in, I wasn't playing, but I heard things. But I did not know what the general mood was and feeling. Only you can really talk about that. I did hear things, though.
So, I think I've said this before, but there are times where I kind of have trouble reading the room. I remember there was fun times to be had for sure, but it didn't... There's a feeling that, like, when we were doing fun hard modes and just fun content together as a side thing, it was much more having fun, jovial, people wanting to be there. It seemed like there were at least times where the people in the raid team here didn't want to be doing what we were doing, and I think it was hurt by the person heading it up. Just some poor choices at what was done. I mean, we always joke about it. I think it might be in this one, but stand in melee range. He had me on my range DPS standing in melee range on this fight. I think if this is the one, there's going to be a point in the video where you can just see me on a commando standing 5 feet from the boss in the background.
You ask, you're standing at range to start, and then you ask, like, where you should be standing, and he just stand in melee range, Nick.
Yeah, and it was this just chaotic, not disorganized, bashing our faces against a wall where it's just it's not working. And we would do this, and it would go, and we'd wipe, and it just didn't work.
No, I mean, I think by this point, I think morale had been effectively killed. I know people basically weren't logging in save for the prog nights, from what I heard. Everybody was kind of drifting away and drifting apart. And, like, the only heartbeat of the guild really left was Hund and Zypher. They were the only two, like, consistently logging in every night.
Because up against this wall, all you see is boss dodge. Like, am I the only person that's upset by that?
But, you know, there's a story only you can tell, but I can preface the story by saying this was like this happened in Rav Prog. So, you know, and it goes back to playing with people's time. Time is undefeated. It takes everybody out, like I keep saying. And we all have a limited amount of time on Earth. Some of us more than others.
Oh, he's got them thunder thighs. What are you talking about?
In Master Blaster Prog one night during the Aelin era, we pulled for 15 minutes, And then Tessin just got angry and called the raid because Aelin was just fucking up, and he just, I'm done, and called the raid. And
watch your feet.
so people like Purple had cleared his schedule, not taking jobs, gig work. He works in the film industry, not taking gig work to make sure his Wednesday and Friday night are cleared. Well, Friday night rolls around, you raid for 15 minutes, Tessin gets angry and calls the raid. That's playing with other people's time. That's a lack of respect for other people's time. That's a good way to lose respect, especially from me. It's a good way to get on my shit list, really. He did that to us a couple times. The Rav one's the one that sticks out in my head the most. Purple was angry. He did that multiple times during Sisters Prog, I heard. Again, you're the only one that can talk about it, though. And then there was the infamous speech, which, again, I wasn't there for, so I can't talk about it. But
Well, yeah, there were just... It happened on a couple occasions, not a ton, but at least 2 or 3 occasions we were...
The point is, once is too much.
Yeah, we were grinding, and there were, I think, at least 2, maybe 3 occasions where it just, all right, we're done for the night. We're regressing. There's no real progress. This is just a waste of time, and then we would just stop. And like you said, Hunt and Zypher they would try to get like flashpoints or something going, but it just like pouring cold water over people. But the speech I remember. We were having a really rough night, and he, all right, everyone, gets into it and goes, I'm not good at giving these like Banks is, but I'm going to give it my best shot. We're struggling, it went something like, we're struggling very hard, but, we can do this, we just need to buckle down, strap your boots on, and get it done. And that's what we've got to do, so let's do it. And that basically is his speech in its entirety. And I don't know, I won't speak for other people, but at least for me, it didn't feel like you get your blood pumping, you're ready to do it. It felt like he just did it because he felt he needed to, and I think the overall morale went worse after that. Or at very least, people were laughing at him because they didn't respect him.
Yeah, I heard about the speech, but again, I wasn't there. And I've heard others corroborate basically everything you just said. So, yeah. It's
Jump coming soon. There it is.
I don't know how much I want to talk about it, but because at some point it sounds like I'm like, just talking myself up, but it takes a certain type of person to lead. It then takes a certain type of person to lead in whatever field you're leading in, whether it's like, I don't know, like military combat, or your shift manager at Burger King or something. It takes a certain type of person to be good at that. That's why there's so many bad leaders. The qualities required are not, what would you say? Like, not a lot of people have them, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
Jumping 7%.
And I always saw Tessin as, there's people that don't want to do it, and then there's people that want to do it. The people that want to lead usually are not the people you want in charge. And then the people who don't want to do it usually are the ones that are good at it. It takes a certain type of person to lead.
There's jump.
But no matter what qualities it takes to lead people in whatever you're doing, those people have to respect you as a person, and then their leader, air quote, or their superior officer, air quote, or whatever. But at the core, they have to respect you as a person first. And if you can't foster that person-to-person personal respect, you won't ever be able to develop the respect as a leader.
Watch your feet.
Even if you hold a rank above them. So, yeah. And I don't think Tessin was ever able to develop the personal level respect, let alone then the respect and reverence that came with the guild master rank.
No, I don't think so. I respected him as a person at the time, but I think that's because I was, like I said, rather naive. That's a good way to put it. And but even then, I could tell that at least some other members of the guild did not respect his leadership, and I at least thought him as a person. And if I could tell that, then it was probably a far more widespread issue than I knew.
Yeah. Well, I mean, every bad decision is
I
gonna
was
lead
a
to
millisecond
some end.
away from popping a nerd too.
You know, and a series of bad decisions led to here. You know, disenchanted raid team members, a guild that consists of only 8 people, which is not a guild. A raid team and a guild are two completely different things. You cannot have a guild without you cannot have a raid team without a guild.
Bye, have a great night.
You need those foundation people. You need to be logging in. You need to be playing bare minimum, you know, every other night of the week. You need to be fostering and growing your community. And then your raid team will succeed because then you'll have people to fill in. Then you'll have, you know, maybe you can start another raid team or something. You know, if you just have a raid team and you only log in 2 nights a week, you're not gonna get far. You will not. And if what you do get done will take you an incredibly long time. And that's the way it goes, you know. And plus, if you're playing every night, even doing story mode shit or off night remedial hard mode stuff, if you're playing all the time, you're getting all those reps. So then on prog nights, you're fucking kicking ass. You're zoned in, you're locked in. If you're not doing that, you're not going to be able to clear this type of content. It's just not going to happen. Let alone if morale is in the fucking shitter, like it definitely was at this point. I know me leaving, you can talk more about it, but I don't think me leaving helped morale, but yeah.
No, it didn't. You mentioned hearing about, people logging on less, drifting a bit. You leaving, the only way I can describe it is it felt like the glue left. Like you took an important screw out of a machine, right? It started running worse. People didn't want to be there as much, and well, like we said, some people just stopped logging in, and even I could understand that things were falling apart, and really the only thing that wasn't just stopping was the raid team, because people just kept logging on, but we weren't progressing. We kind of got stuck here for quite a while, and it was just frustrating.
Yeah.
Was that an AoE?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I became, like, there's the Mopsy thing, and that plays a big part. I don't know what percentage is what. I really don't. But what I do know is I was, like, disillusioned. I really was. I was very disillusioned with all my work going down the drain, and the Aelin era. It just, I don't know. I felt like I did a good thing with Double Destruction. I felt like I hit it, maybe not out of the park, but yeah, I really did feel like I hit it out of the park. I was surrounded by people I liked being around every night. I could come on and relax and hang out and talk about anything I wanted with these people. They knew me pretty personally, and I them, and we'd been through a lot together. And to slowly see that get, like, brick by brick, ounce by ounce taken apart, just disillusioned me for sure.
I mean, I can't blame you for that. It had to be agonizing to watch it happen. And it wasn't long after the stream that's being shown happened that you came back, and you rejoined the raid team, and we were actually able to kill these idiots pretty quickly after that. I remember it was the tanks, Firebrand and Stormcaller, that were the ones that were really giving us trouble after that.
Yeah, I came back, and I think there's a kill video of it on Pox YouTube, right?
I believe so. Give me one moment.
I guess, the raid team had a leader again and stuff like that, but it was never the same. It was never the same. What I will say was, it was closest to the original raid team, the feeling. It was closest to that, because, like, we traded Henry. If you look at it this way, it's kind of like we traded Henry for you, you know, and you were there, and so we had you instead of Henry, and that's fine. And maybe he never made one with me in it. I'm not seeing it. It might be an unlisted video. It ain't that big of a deal. Either way, yeah. Yeah. But it just didn't feel the same. Especially like with like Tessin being there and everything that had happened with him. It just felt awkward.
Jump happening soon.
And I mean, we tried. You know, we gave it our all, but most nights it was just me, Hund, and Zypher in Discord, and then the raid nights everybody else kind of came around, and I guess it was like going back to your first ex you were in love with or something. I don't know an analogy right now, but yeah, it just didn't work. Too much had happened. Too much had been destroyed for it to ever work again. At least for us, I think, on our end. And at the same time, like, what were you gonna do? You know, jump off the ship and hope to find a magical replacement for Tessin, and you know, I'm sure there was one out there, but I didn't know any at that point, right? And I had taken Brad's spot, so he's gone. Like, it just, you know.
No, I mean, at that point, I think that's... If there was a coffin for this, at least at the time, I think multiple nails had been put in at this point.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Now, what would you say the final nail in the coffin, at least for this portion of being in SWTOR, was?
Wow.
And what happened with that? Why did Tessin want to go to WoW?
We have 3 random.
I don't know. Well, so there was like this Lord of the Rings MMO that was in development that has since been canceled, that Tessin was like super excited for. And I think Tessin just thought like maybe like a change of scenery until this Lord of the Rings MMO comes to deliver us from the monotony of SWTOR was his big game plan. Of course it didn't work out that way. But that, and I think he knew, like, we were done. We as a raid team were done. Morale was crushed. We were enraging on the tanks in NIM-EC. We were enraging on them. There was no cards left to play. And I think he knew that. I remember the fateful night where we were doing NIM-EC and we were wiping on this boss, and he just called it and said, we're going to Nature of Progress hard mode. Remember that? And so we did that for a while. And we got to the second boss where you had to the Jurassic Park boss, as they called it, and we couldn't consistently get into the room. And you had swapped to your gunslinger for the ads because it was an ad-heavy fight, and Tessin wasn't executing the tank swap mechanic with the droid, and so we never made any progress. And I think, you know, we could have cleared that off without him if we had another tank, but, you know, I didn't have any more people to pull out. You know, there was this prevailing thought by everybody in this guild that if we need somebody, Banksy will just magically materialize somebody. Well, that's not how real life works for those of you who didn't get out of your houses very often, okay? Like, I had this thing called a friends list, and I pulled people from it that I knew and developed rapport with over the years of being on the game. Eventually, that list ran out. That's how the real world works. Okay? So, like, so you either have to recruit or have a foundation built, and that foundation never recovered after Revan. So, there was nobody. And I knew nobody. We would have been better off going to Tython, picking the first random Guardian we saw, and taking a month of teaching him and leveling him and gearing him and hoping he would magically be able to tank the hardest content in the game.
Yeah, it just... it was over. There was really no
Watch your feet.
chance. I mean, technically there was that possibility there, but I think most everyone started to realize that, and at least in my opinion, I think Tessin wanted to go to WoW in hopes that he could try and get a person or two there. You know, try to pull more people in there. I think that was really his hope.
Well, I remember a lot of what sold him on WoW was Mythic Plus rating only needed 5 people. So he was already setting his sights low. He wasn't planning to raid in WoW, because it was like 10-man raids were the base smallest number in WoW, I think, at the time, though I'm not sure. It was like Mythic Plus. You only need 5 people. Like, he was already setting his sights low. So.
And I remember, you know, it had been talked about, but there was just one day where Tessin just decided, yep, we're going to WoW.
Yeah, and it was after a couple weeks of wiping on the second boss and in Nature of Progress, the newest op, and we just weren't making any progress in that op because of him with the tank swap mechanic on the Warden droids, I believe they were called. If we made it into the room, all 8 of us alive, which we were getting to the point where we were like making it into the room with everybody alive. We were getting to that point where we were, you know, maybe only losing one person, which wasn't that big of a deal as long as they didn't bug out in the door and they could still be res. But once we got into the room and that third ad phase came out where the tank swap between the tanks had to happen, it was going nowhere. So, you know, and I know people were like voicing that openly at that point. They were just done. Nobody was biting their tongue anymore. They were like, "You can't do the tank swap." Like, I think he was feeling heat from everybody else. So.
No, I would agree with that. I remember people, you know, called him out, like, you can't do it, that's why we're wiping, and I don't think
They wanted me to tank. I remember that. I know Will wanted me to tank with him again, and other people wanted to move up to the tank role like I was during Sisters Prog, where we actually were making progress. But he didn't want to budge. He kept saying, no, we need the higher DPS, and he was covering using you as a shield. Like, he's too new, he doesn't pull high enough numbers, we enraged on the tanks because of him. So.
Yeah. Which, I'll admit I wasn't quite at the level of you or Wookiee, but I was really trying to improve at the time, but...
That boss would have died if I was tanking it. That's all I'm going to say on that. I would have done the tank swap with Will, the DPS would have done the flare mechanic, and we would have cleared it. Within 2 weeks. I bet 9 grand. If there's some way we could go back and see another reality where I tanked, it would have died. Because all that was happening was a lack of a tank swap, and he wasn't even really helping in the fight. He was taking his droid, putting his back in a corner, and standing there. He was doing the smash from days gone by, and the way it needed to be tanked was, yeah, you need to hold that droid, absolutely, but you also need to be in the mix, spamming your AoE abilities, you know, trading AoE taunts, if you can, when they're off cooldown, and providing mitigation to the DPS who are, you know, getting mobbed by these mobs. There's too many for all the tanks to control, and you can't overlap AoE taunts because you have to keep the droids off of one target. They have to be split, and you have to tank swap them, but you can't be sitting in the corner of your room jerking off, just doing your own thing. But that's what he was doing, so...
Yeah. I honestly think that if you were tanking, we would have cleared it. I don't think the DPS, at least on that fight, was the problem at all. It was...
No, there was no DPS problems. It was, who was it was like, it was Purple, me, you, Wookiee. Tessin replaces me, I go to tank. It would have been fine. It's definitely a DPS loss for sure. Tessin trading in my spot, like it's a loss. No way around it for sure. I brought a lot of DPS, but oh well. You know, you have to, before you can worry about killing the mobs, you have to be able to execute the raid wipe mechanics. And if you can't execute the raid wipe mechanics, you're never going to get to the point where you even know if you have enough DPS. Like, so, yeah.
Yeah, and I also think...
And it was a hard mode, not a nightmare. So the DPS checks were not that high. But yeah.
And I also think when you get more chances to get there, the tanks are doing the mechanics, so the DPS get more chances to do theirs, you're naturally going to have an improvement in their DPS because they're getting to practice the fight. So it seems, at least to me, hindsight being whatever, but even at the time, I would have preferred you tank, honestly.
DPS is not all that it's cracked up to be in SWTOR. Maybe in WoW it is, you know, but in SWTOR it's really not. The checks usually are not that crazy high. These people who make this game and made all these raids, they know. They knew back in the day when they were making NIM EC, and they know now, and they know then when they were making Nature of Progress. They know that there's not a lot of people playing their game, which means there's not a lot of really good people playing their game, which means then there's not a lot of good people playing their game. So the DPS checks in general aren't going to be that hard on NIM or hard mode. There's going to be some fights that are very hard and tight, for sure. But those are the outliers.
Watch your feet.
Like, those are the outliers. And that's it.
Yeah, they understand their player base well enough that they knew there was only so many people who, if you made it super hard, super DPS heavy, mechanic heavy, there'd only be a very hyper minority of players who would ever have a snowflake's chance in hell of clearing that, so of course they balanced it to where they thought the average upper end of their player base was. And I really think we would have been able to clear that entire op eventually if we'd had a tank who could clear the mechanics, but we didn't, and instead we well, we can get into it. The end of this era of SWTOR, we went to WoW, and well, I mean, you could say whatever you'd like about it. I don't mind. Things just fell apart the moment we did.
Well, I mean, first of all, anytime a guild switches games, it's not going to work. You're going to lose people right off the get-go. You know, and we did. We lost, at that point, a very important member, a very well-liked member, Will. Will did not want to come to WoW. Will wanted to get rid of Tessin and stay in SWTOR, which, looking back, probably should have listened to him, especially seeing where I'm sitting now with my D&D product. But what I will say is, I wish I had listened to Will, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. So there's that. Overall, we lost Will right off the get-go, and it just never works. It has nothing to do with, you know, it never works. You are taking people that have played this game for years of their life, and they're really naturally good at it because they've played it so long, and you're putting them in a new game. They're not going to want to do the work. Hund never got to max level, never left Ogrimmar, basically. They don't want to do the work. That's why most of them still play this game. They can come back to this game and be good without ever having to work. The only people that are going to succeed going to a new MMO are people who have that drive, who want the challenge, who want to succeed and want to win. Those are the only people that are going to make that transition well. And guess what? The vast majority of people on this planet do not possess that drive. So that's why it never works. It's very simple. It never works, never will work. It has... if you don't want to heal purple, maybe it's worked for some other guild, but if it did, it's like 10% of every guild that's done it hasn't worked. And define work. How many did you lose? How many new people did you have to recruit? It never works. I don't want to hear that it works. It never works. I've seen many guilds try it, do it, and fail miserably. And then they come out for it even worse. And that's what happened to us. We came out for it even worse. It ended. You know, Zypher and PadPie just ended up doing dailies all the time. That's all they would do. Wookie and I were leveling characters and trying to do mythic raiding. We wanted to get that Keystone Master achievement.
Stressful.
Hun just quit playing after a while. He stayed in Discord, but he just gave up on the game. He was talking about going back to SWOTOR. Tessin, he played for a while, and then he just ghosted.
For the past
Like,
hours, so, yeah.
ghost. Just stop logging in, complete incognito. I know people tried to message him, and just he ignored their messages. Somebody changed their name to Dead GM or something like that, or somebody made a meme with his face on like a milk carton, if you remember that, and they put that in there, and they spammed it like once a day, every day. He just completely ghosted, never said a word to us. So good job. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Good old Hawk
And,
That's the thanks I get for all my efforts. Reminds me of somebody I know. That's the thanks everybody who put all that work into Revan and Master Blaster got. You wonder why nobody will talk to you.
Yeah, and I'll take my blame as well. I stopped coming around and started playing with my parents, and it was not the correct decision. Looking back, I feel like I'll always regret that for as long as I live, but I share part of the blame in things kind of crumbling when the move happened, and I have to say that if we're talking about it, you know?
Now, and also, it was just fucking berserk.
We'll figure it out when
Like, we were doing Hun's D&D, at the time. So Tessin, people would see Tessin during D&D, there's that. And then we'd see each other during D&D, Hun's D&D. And then that bleeds into the fucking Melee Civil War. Irish had come back and did the Molotov cocktail, and Irish was really losing his mind at that point. That was the beginning of the build-up to the Melee Civil War. It was just fucking berserk. Like, utter berserkness, high strangeness, fucking insane shit happening. Like, you know, and, me and Wookie put our noses to the ground and got our Keystone Master done, and, after we got it done, we were, like, trying to figure out what we were gonna do. We were running Torghast one day on our alts, and we were like trying to figure out what like you want to get Keystone Master on another character, and we both thought about it and we were like no, and then we were really looking at the hard decision, and the hard decision was, do we want to try to find a raiding guild in WoW and try to ingratiate there? And we were talking about it, and we both kind of came to the decision of no, because we didn't want to. We wanted to be with people like Hund and Zypher and Will when he still came around. We didn't want to, so we didn't really know what to do, and we were just doing Torghast one day, and Tessin joined the voice.
And this is when he came and declared the reunion tour, right?
Yeah, so he came in and he like small talked us, you know, like the casual small talk, and he said he led basically with, I was watching the Master Blaster kill at work today, and it got me nostalgic, and I knew where it was going. He wanted to go back to SWOTOR. And so he asked for me to call a meeting. And I did.
And how did his reunion tour end up going?
Well, first off, we got to the meeting, and I think, you know, like, Zypher didn't want to do it at all. Because, like, Tessin ghosted, people said he beached us on WoW. That's what we go to WoW, and then he just fucking vanishes and leaves. And then he comes back, and he just wants us all to, you know, drop whatever we're doing and follow his command back to SWOTOR. And then, what's he say? I never called a meeting. Maybe you could do your Tessin image.
I never called the meeting.
So that went over poorly. Right off the get-go. But surprisingly, everybody I thought would tell Tessin to fuck himself said yes. Little did I know, there was a reason they said yes. Maybe you could...
So, it was especially Zypher and Will, if memory serves, but they said yes specifically so they could take turns fucking his raid knight. If and they would
Yeah.
yeah, they purposefully like call off, try to fuck with it, try to ruin as many nights as possible, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the reunion tour did not last very long.
It lasted 3 weeks. So we went back. Week 1 we did KP hard mode. And that's all we did. We did KP hard mode. And people were, from what I remember, intentionally throwing. Like, trying to die in the fights and stuff like that. And we got through it, and then Tessin said next week we're going to do EC hard mode. He was trying to do Sacred Order again. And then next week came around, and I think it was Zypher called out last minute, like literally minutes before the raid started. And then the week after that, Will did the same thing, or maybe it was vice versa. And by the third week of whoever it was, Zypher or Will last minute calling out, I think Tessin could figure out what was happening and got very angry. I don't remember what he said, but it was not anything nice, and he just rage quit Discord.
On
Well,
one hand,
he rage logged out. He didn't leave the server, but yeah.
and on one hand, I can almost understand the anger, but I mean, at the end of the day, it was his decisions that brought people there, and well, the moment that happened, that was you can tell it, but by all accounts, that was really the last thing that happened for the guild, right?
Yeah, no, that was it. It was over. I mean, after that, people went in their own directions for good. Zypher started his own D&D game while we still had Hun's D&D going, and that started problems. And then Zypher started his own WoW guild, and I was like, why don't you just play in our server, and you can invite them, and Zypher wanted to go do his own thing, and segmented the community even more. There's that. Congratulations, I guess. I can't really remember. Will was kind of there and kind of not. Like, I think there was this like prevailing hope that now that Tessin's gone, we'll rebuild again in SWTOR, but that was never going to happen. You know, it's not going to happen. There's nobody to rebuild with. Zypher's going full-time WoW mode, and he's already made his own guild and community Discord. It's over, so Zypher's gone. Zypher only fucking came back to troll Tessin for the reunion tour. Hund was not doing great, personally. Yeah, Wookiee, I think, was pretty done with everything. Purple, complacency is the enemy of empires, and you gotta, you have to have a goal and objective in mind, and you have to stick to it, no matter the cost. You have to give people something to chase, something to work for, to strive to be better for, to achieve. You have to have that common goal that people kind of gather around and say, this is what we're going to do, and we're not going to quit until we get it done. And once you lose that, people will just start going their own separate ways. And once that happens, then you're only going to have the people left who really were invested. And once you have that, then you're going to get into people start turning on each other, slowly but surely. And that's what happened. Slowly but surely, that's what happened. D&D Cold War. I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you.
That was weird. I said it's even though the guild technically existed in game, it may as well have not existed anymore at that point.
No, it was dead. It was dead and over with, and I think the only person who was like logging in was Will, probably, and Hund every once in a while, but there was no going back, there was no rebuilding, there was never going to be another There was never going to be another day where the sun set and Double Destruction had,
Yep.
cleared a bunch of raids or achieved something great. It was over. It was all over and done with, and it was never coming back. And then it was just, the sinking of the Hund era, and we sunk into that, and yeah, I mean that's the guild died. The guild died during the Aelin era. That's how I've always personally seen it. The Aelin era and Aelin and Tessin killed the guild during that era. The first shot was probably Henry and the little fucker incident. Knowing we were going to do this, I've thought about it a fair bit over the past couple weeks. Henry, the little fucker incident. Well, really, the betrayal of no, we're doing Master Blaster, which led to the fake cruise and excuse, and then the little fucker. Everything leads to something. Every cause has an effect. That was the first, and then the Aelin era really killed it. So if you Mozambique special somebody with a pistol, 2 in the chest, 1 in the head, Rav, instead of doing what we agreed to do, which was Nim, was the first shot. Little fucker and fake Cruz, yes, you're responsible for not handling this like an adult, Henry, was the second shot. And then the third and final shot to the head to make sure the guild was dead was Aelin era.
I've been thinking about what I know, just from talking with you and other people over the years, and I would agree that was the 1, 2, 3 that finished it. And I think as we kind of get into this point of it's all over, looking at it in its totality, we've talked about it a lot, and what would you say the one biggest thing that caused the downfall was, if you had to pick one thing?
Poor leadership. Poor leadership. It always starts at the top, It always starts at the top and trickles down. The challenge we currently face here, the two of us, was poor leadership. I don't know what I did, but I did something wrong. It's poor leadership. It's always what it comes down to. That's why the person at the top is so important. Whether it's a baseball team or a D&D production or a movie production or a softball game league or a raiding guild. It always starts at the top and trickles down. And it is what it is. It was poor leadership. Very poor decisions, very selfish decisions. That's my opinion. I think others might have different. If you have one, you can say yours. I'd gratefully hear it, but there's no other problem than poor leadership, because it was a good thing we had going, a very good thing, and nobody listened to me when I told them that, except Wookie.
No, I completely agree. I'll turn this one on. This is a video that really exemplifies the poor leadership, but...
Yeah, I can give context. Pause the video, because I'd love for the Rick nervousness, but continue your thought.
Well, what I think is, every turn that things started to go wrong was because the person in charge discarded what other people were saying and did what he wanted on... I think I've said this before, but it felt very much like Tessin would act just on an impulse, right? You got an idea, now it's just what's going to happen, and he would say that, we'll do this, like, getting everyone what they wanted after Revan. But then in the moment, he'd think about, well, I want this, and he wouldn't take a moment to consider the overall implications of it. He just, this is what I want. And that happened, like you said, with TOS. It happened with removing Hund on 2 separate occasions. It happened with Aelin, it happened with Rav, it happened with WoW, it happened with him wanting me to become the raid team's main tank after all. If you track everything that went wrong in that guild, I won't say 100% of it, because there's drama everywhere. But I would bet everything in my collection, and you've seen, I'd like to say I've got a decent, collection of cool stuff. I'd bet everything in it that Tessen's leadership was the cause of 85% of all unrest, all everything that went wrong in that guild, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little harsher. I'd go like 95% at this point. Not to absolve myself of sin, but I do feel like I did my work. I gave more than anybody else in that guild, that's for sure. Building it and stuff like that. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. But you know, when you're in charge, you're in charge of other people. You can't be in charge and not be in charge of other people until the day where you can be in charge of a bunch of robots, I guess. So when you're in charge of other people, which means like your biggest skill you need to have is navigating the fact that you're going to deal with not the people. That should be like the fun part. The challenges that these other people bring, because everybody is human, ergo inherently flawed, ergo they're going to have challenges that they present to you, and it's your job to effectively navigate and in some instances circumvent those challenges to succeed and keep everybody happy. That's really what leadership boils down to at its core. It's not about giving speeches and having triumphant moments. It's about navigating the challenges that the people under you present and addressing them and dealing with them and helping them. And then everything will work. Tessen never had that. Like everybody on the raid team brought challenges. Hun's internet was a challenge. Hun's attitude at times could be a challenge, being fucking drunk and wiping the group and high and crossfaded. Zypher could be a challenge. His DRs after 10 o'clock and just his general attitude sometimes was poor. Henry could be a challenge at times. Will could be a challenge at times. Whatever. Everybody, Purple could be a challenge at times. Everybody brings these things, and it's your job to navigate them, address them, and circumvent them, and help them, whatever the challenge might be. And if you can do that, you'll succeed. If you can't, well, then you'll never succeed. You won't get far at all. And if you do get far, it's because somebody else is doing that work for you, or it's by the grace of some higher deity like God or something like that. And that's really the problem. At the end of the day, as a leader, it's not really... It's an inherently flawed thing if it's like, I want this is why I created this skill to get this. Right off the get-go, it's just an inherently flawed prospect of a guild. It's not about that. Tessen could never understand that a guild and a raid team are two different things. If you want the raid team, you have to have the guild. Tessen could never understand that, no matter how hard I or other people tried. I think he did understand it, I just don't think he cared. And that general lack of caring or dispassion, I suppose, plays into, if you look at a guy like Hund, he has bad internet because he chooses not to work for a living. He sits at home and does nothing. Okay, he's got bad internet because of that. There is another side to the story, though. He also stays home because he takes care of his fucking ungrateful mother and his, severely autistic brother. He's got no motivation in life, no drive. Do I agree with sitting there being lazy, not working? Absolutely not. But can I, he's made it clear why. He's a 40-year-old fucking dude. You're not going to change his outlook on life. He's going to live and die like this. He will be dead, unemployed, living in that house, living off of other people's social security or other people's money. Okay. He's still fun to be around. He's still a good guy. We all still like him. It does not matter. Like, like whatever. His shitty choice and life decisions that give him horrible internet are forgivable because we like him and we want him around and he's good to have around and everybody likes him. That is addressing and, in that case, circumventing the problem of, okay, you don't like that Hunt doesn't work. Tessin did not like that about Hunt. Okay, fine, I work like a dog fucking too. But you know what I do like? I like making a lot of money. My job is fucking stressful, and I really like being able to sit down here at the end of my day or wherever I was and talk to Hunt. We have effectively circumvented the issue of your problem with Hunt. You know what I mean? It's that easy. Will. It's like he's very emotional and he's like, he's got something going on in his head and he misses the glory days of role playing and all this type of stuff. You sit down, you have a talk with him, and you tell him, okay, Will. Well, is there a roleplay guild you could go join? No. Oh. Well, nobody here is going to roleplay with you, Will. You know that. Yeah. Do you like it here? Yeah. Are you happy here? Yeah. Then this is the best the situation's going to get. Is there another game you can go roleplay in? And you can still raid here. I don't think there is. Well, then why don't we focus on making the best of what we have here? Okay. And then everything worked out. It's not that hard. It does not take this fucking magical mix of Mark's genes and my mother's genes or whoever true great leaders of men are. I don't know, like General Patton or something. It does not take this magical, whimsical mix. It just takes some common sense and some empathy. Maybe you won't be the most successful leader, because you do need some other traits that I think can't really be learned. They need to be kind of just there. But generally speaking, you'll get through it if you could have empathy and patience, because you're dealing with people. He never had those two things, at least in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I won't speak for anybody else. How do you? I'm trying to think of another example. But anyway. Yeah, that at the core, that's kind of what you need, those two things. And if you can, you'll be able to. It's really not about what you want. It's about enjoying the ride while being with good people. That's what any guild is about. Henry, it's like Henry is very, very easy fucking to address. I did. He wanted to go hang out with this girl on Tuesday nights, not Prague 7 nights a week. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You make up an excuse, I'll back you up. Okay, because this 7 nights a week thing is fucking ridiculous. Okay, go ahead. And then we did it. It's not that hard. It's really not. If I always say if I can do it, anybody can. But then people say no, that's not true. Okay, fine. But if the unmarried forever bachelor, because he can't hold a successful relationship with another female, can do it, then the fucking married man with 3 fucking kids and a wife and all these degrees should theoretically be able to fucking do it. But I guess not. Can't hear you.
I've said it a lot when we talk, but I think if someone desperately wants to be a leader, it's telling that they aren't set out. They aren't right for it. And I think part of it is because if you really desire that, then I don't think you have a full understanding of what it takes to lead. Like you said, so many different things go into it. You need innate traits, of course, but you need the empathy and humility to kind of listen to what everyone else wants, and you need to be a mediator. You need to be able to work with people. You need to be able to nurture as much as you are leading, because if you don't nurture the group that you are with, then what use is the group? What use
isn't that payment enough? Like, isn't that payment enough to be able to every night sit down at your computer and hang out with your friends, like these people? Like after you've worked all day, or eaten shit all day at your job, or you can sit down and have like 4 or 5 hours of nonstop laughter and a good time. Is that not payment enough? You know,
And
for being a good leader? Because that's what I got. I've been watching Irish's stream channel here back a lot lately, and I'm like, goddamn, like those are good times. They really were, and they were. We would just do the most monotonous things, like Essalus Master Mode, and we were laughing, having a good time, talking about whatever was on the docket of that given week in SWOTOR, whether it was what we were progging or Zypher fucking up a pool in Revan, and it was really funny, and we all stopped to laugh about it. I mean, this clip, this one right here, before we get into Rick, this sums up Double Destruction for me in terms of fun. Like, look at this. This is fucking funny. Darth Malgus' final stand, basically. Like, what the hell, dude? Look at this.
Somebody please tell me they've got eyes on Malgus.
There's like 5 I've got full.
We all slash-stucked, and then so Mokti had to try to... Because he was role-playing as Darth Malgus, like, threatening to kill us all and stuff like that. And he had his character's secret apprentice, which his plan in his little role-play thing was to kill Tessin. He was Tessin's secret apprentice that was going to kill him. And so we were like, okay, Malgus, show us the power. We all slash-stucked. That's why you see Will there with 0 health standing, because he slash-stucked. We all slash-stucked, and Malgus got murked.
well, that's the thing. That is the reward. You get this group of people who are just good and have fun. And I think the thing that bothers me the most with that is he would have had that, and had he just worked with them and listened to them, he would have, I guarantee you, with that group of people and with the drive you guys had, he would have eventually gotten every single thing that he actually wanted if he had just been patient and worked with and nurtured the group.
Yeah. I mean, the two biggest qualities of a leader the biggest quality of a leader you need to have in leadership that was taught to me was you need to have integrity, you know, and I don't think he ever had that. You need to have that innate integrity. And this clip from Master Blaster Prog sums it up for me, and it's the final one I'll link for now, I guess. But never taking accountability and integrity. Never taking any accountability. He walks in, blows Purple up. What happened?
I got blown up into the yellow thing.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
No, you ran into Purple and blew him up. That's what you did. Clear as day, ran into Purple, who was in the position where he was supposed to be, you know. And there was multiple, hundreds of instances like this. You know, it's like, that's why this clip exists. That's why Purple made it, and it is unlisted. You know, it was shared in back channels and stuff among us back in the day. You know, because people are getting fucking tired of it. Absolutely fucking tired of it.
You know,
Integrity is the biggest thing you have to have, and having it sucks. It might make some people not like you, but you know what? You're better off without them.
you know, it only happened once to my memory, to me. But there's something that happened to me while you were gone during Sisters Prog that I now am remembering because of this, and it's a good point of this. We mentioned before while watching the video that Tessin always was just out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere during the wiper phase, right? One of the first times we did the fight, I fucked up and was out there during wiper phase because I was still learning it, and yeah, it was a fuck up, whatever. Tessin got on me. You know, you need to stay with the group and stack, Nick. It's what needs to be done. That's why we wiped. And then, 30, 40, if whatever, how many pulls we did later, he was the one out and about on almost every pull. So it's like, it's not having integrity to call out me fucking up while ignoring the fact that you're doing it every other pull.
this is a great video. You know, I mean, because you could have been a part of it. People still respected you. Like, we were having a good time, even in Revan Prague, you know. And this is take 2 Revan Prague. This is after Smash. Like, you know, you had.
So how's everyone doing?
Henry?
Henry?
Phase 3 again. Clear. Come on, give Tessin the fucking dog.
Thank you, Toucan Sam.
It does look like Toucan.
Oh, Tessin has 2 first.
God, and I got 2 of them.
See ya!
Okay,
And I
got
was
it.
thinking that wasn't possible. Thanks for proving me wrong, right?
You're good, Tessin.
I know, I'm heading back so I can
Oh.
run out again.
Yeah, Tessin.
Oh my gosh.
Moving to
You're
break.
Yes,
really
Bond.
rubber banding. I don't know when to cleanse you.
Well, I'll call it if you
2
want
on
me to.
Tessin.
He's got 2.
Taunting.
I'm running out.
Oh, Jesus.
First on Tessin.
Alright, I'm
15
clear.
or 10 to
Rebounders.
lead.
Still clear.
Come on, Revan.
Won't heal me or cleanse me.
Tessin.
Oh my
Sorry, your
God.
puddle.
Oh, it would have been great if a blade was on him too.
Shit.
I've got Bond, and there we go. My fucking DPS is fucking ripped.
Sure, I'll take him, Pfeiffer.
Man, I couldn't breathe.
Oh, man.
That's, yeah.
I can't take 7's way too much.
Oh, that
And
was
I got it
amazing.
again. Right before I died, I got it again.
Oh,
Thank you,
boy.
Rick. Thank you.
You know, there's another good
Guys,
video.
appreciate it.
Why would people
Right.
take the time to make these videos if people weren't having a blast of a time, you know? Like, people were loving it, you know? Them logging in every night showed that they liked it. They loved
Remember-
it. They wanted it.
For
Like,
hit yours, Aelin, that attacked the one in the middle.
I need help, Aelin. Thank you, Aelin. You're doing great. You're not embarrassing your father.
Shut up.
You're
I'm
going to
gonna
the
die.
wrong side, Aelin. Aelin, over here.
I don't have any cooldowns. And
Aelin, attack mine.
Okay, thanks.
Ford.
What are you doing? Mine is still up.
I don't know. God damn it.
Kill
Where
it!
am I
Kill
going?
it! Kill it!
I'm about to die.
I'm dying, Aelin, please! Kill the heaven thing!
Aelin, come to me.
Your uncle is in trouble!
Thank you.
Help me!
Whoever killed mine, thank you so much. I was standing right next to you.
Good lord, that was I was at like 15%, like 10 different times.
So was I.
Y'all screams make me heal better.
but yeah, you know, if people loved it, that's the payment right there, you know, or should be anyway. But I guess not.
Well, I guess not for one person. And I think if I had to put it into words, I think Tessin only really saw it as a one-sum game. The only way he got paid in his mind is if he got the achievements and the titles and the kills that he wanted, how he wanted, because I think a good way to put it, even if you're the leader, you are still part of a guild, right? You're still a member. You're one of them. And I think Tessin saw it less as he was part of a guild and more as he possessed a guild. And I think that's, at least for me, one of the most succinct ways I can put the issue with his perspective on leading.
I mean, yeah.
It just, he saw it for what he could get out of it, not the group of people that it was, and I think that
This one gets me. Like, I was rewatching that there. This gets me. Like, So the context of this is he was having mouse problems. Every time his mouse would just randomly stop working, and he had to pull the mouse out of the computer and plug it back in. Motherfucker, you're a nurse with like 3 degrees. You make over 100K a year, and you work 3 days a week. You can't go get a new mouse. And
Alright, I'm ready. Okay. Oh, well.
Oh shit.
I told you to hold.
Yeah, I hit the key and it.
So first of all, that's your best player. Second of all, you work 3 days a week, you stupid fucker. You work 3 days a week, you stupid son of a bitch. And you don't have time to go out and buy another mouse. Third of all, you make 100 fucking K a year. Fourth of all, you have Aylin and your other daughter you can send to go get a mouse. Fifth of all, you could just have one ordered. You did this for a month. A fucking calendar month of this stupid every other pull you had to take 5 seconds to fucking pull your mouse out and plug it back in. Sixth of all, you stupid motherfucker, you hit yes on the ready check. And that's the best player in your guild you're talking to like that. Fuck the fuck off. You were trash, you were utter trash, and we made you into not trash. So for you to talk to him like that of anybody, you should be on your knees thanking Wookiee for ever even playing with your sorry ass and being under your poor leadership, you stupid son of a bitch. And I know you'll probably see this. And I'm glad.
Well, I mean, I can just point to myself as a counter. I do not get paid as much as Tessin, and I am not in the same position he is, but when my headphones broke a while back, I remember I came on, it was either during the DD era or right after I came back now, but my headphones broke, and I got back on that night with like some shitty headphones that I had in the house. By the next day, I had gotten out and gotten a new pair of headphones, and I sounded fine. And if I could do that, there is no reason why the GM can't.
Take some accountability, some integrity, and go get a new mouse. Pretty easy to do. You know, you talk to your best player like that. You have no business talking to any player in that guild like that. Except your daughter. And that's only because you helped bring her into the world. Anybody else, You know, I didn't want to show that one because I knew it would get me angry. But I was, like, livid the rest of that night. You know, you should just be grateful and on your knees you were given the Revan title. Let alone allowed to be on that raid team.
Well,
And you're lucky every single day. Every time you watch back these kill videos, when you're missing it, you are so lucky that I was so stupid and pathetic that I said, I don't want to be GM of Double Destruction. You be GM. Just make me the raid leader. Because had it played out a different way, you know, you never would have got what you wanted probably after Revan.
No, I really don't think so. And in my opinion, there's one thing that this clip shows a lack of above anything else, above integrity, above anything. And it, to me, shows clear through that he didn't respect any of the other people on that team.
You hit ready on the ready check, fucking cocksucker. You don't get angry at him, you're like, fuck, I didn't mean to hit ready, my bad. You don't say hold after you ready check. That's what ready check's for. Just take some accountability. It's not hard.
Fuck, if you had gone in that moment, oh shit, my bad, I clicked the wrong thing, oh boy, my mouse, it would have become a joke. People could have laughed. It probably would have raised the overall morale in the room at that point, because this is Aylin Master Blaster, so it couldn't have been very high.
No, it wasn't.
If he'd made a joke about it and let people kind of laugh at it, I think this... He never wanted to be laughed at if he was able to.
Do you know how many times I heard I had a fetish for Asian women when I don't? Like, That's what they all joked about all the time, 24/7. I only date Asian women. He only likes. It's not true. I like redheads. Actually, they're like my dream women. Like I like redheads, gingers. Like that's why Icy was such a prominent character in that shitty D&D game I made. And then the next, whatever the third game was featuring a ginger with as the main character alongside of Thomas. Like I generally speaking, I don't really have a thing for Asian women, but I let them make fun of me as much as they wanted because it was all in good nature. It was good humor ribbing, and we had a good time. You know, they rib me, I rib them, we have a good time. I couldn't do that with him.
No, and I've been. I mean, Jesus fuck, I've been more than willing to be ribbed over the years. Hund was more than willing to. Purple was. Will. Everyone else was. But you couldn't make fun of Tessin. I remember the train. We referenced that, and I can.
We need to show the train. We need to show the train. That needs to be seen in totality without me talking. And then you ask questions.
Of course.
Oh boy.
That's why you're doing it, to get pushed, to make your
still
own
gets-
decision.
It's still a fun fight.
Yes. That's why you're doing it. It's good practice.
15K?
For multiple.
Oh, you. Alright, that's it. I'm fucking done.
What happened?
Oh, he pulled you in?
Transpose.
My res is uncle.
I was trying to show everyone the safe spot where you can stand when that train can still go.
It was safe. I stood with it. This is good practice. Very good practice.
Yeah, that was hard.
No shit.
That's why you do it.
I think it helps a lot to have the newer mods. I think if I had them, it would help a lot.
The 306 though?
Just the blue, or just because they have all the power, because you can. There's no power cap in this.
Yeah, you're right.
That would help.
Yep.
I only have the old ones, the 280.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Rip.
Yeah, I think so. Well, it was fun. I'm glad people got to practice.
What happened?
I'm not sure entirely.
I thought you were saying "whoa, Banksy" whenever, because you're like, "Hey, we found a safe spot."
That's what I was, yeah, because we lived. Like,
as long as your back is in that corner. And I thought those two guys were with us, and then it didn't work for them. That's what I thought happened.
Oh, well, I died on purpose. I don't know how. We can try to. Nah, maybe not.
Yeah. Well, I
Everyone
I
safe spot.
suppose the first question would be just for people who don't understand what happened. Could you explain, like, what happened and why he was so upset about it?
Sure. So Tessin was healing on Canair, and we were in this fight. There's that train that goes by, and long story short, you have to position the mutated Trandoshans on the train tracks, call the train. The train comes, hits them, kills them. That's the only way they can be effectively killed. Very cool, unique mechanic for a BioWare game. Very well done, in my opinion. Would have loved to have gotten to kill it in hard mode. Thank you. So right here you can see Purple using an ability called Transpose onto Tessin. And he's doing it as a joke. And we had done this op in story mode multiple times, and people always did this, like tried to sage pull people onto the tracks or transpose to kill them with the train. It was just something we all did. People did it to me like 5 different fucking times. I cannot tell you how many times Wookiee sage pulled me to my death at the end of the pool to kill me. And it's funny, you know. We did it to Aelin, right? We did it to Will did it to us. We had a fun time with it. Purple made the mistake of doing it to Tessin. And so you hear Tessin say 15k, he gets run over by the train, and then Tessin rage quit the ops and left us high and dry. And we never finished that op that night. There's 2 bosses left. The only reason we were doing it that night was for, you can see Penthesilea, that's Ray. Ray wanted to clear the op. He'd never gotten a chance to do it, so we were doing it for Ray. Tessin rage quits. We never finished the op. The guild had been dwindled so badly at that point, there was nobody available to do the op with us. Nobody. There is 9 people online. Hound Wardtooth, Zypher's friend, who only had a low-level character. So before anybody says, well, get that other person online to join the raid group, he was like a level 45 fucking commando. He couldn't have come.
And
and mind you, it's Group Finder. We didn't walk in, so we can't leave and recruit somebody. All we could do is sit in the Group Finder queue, queued up, and hope a DPS joins. There was no finishing the raid. And I don't think you ever even did it. Well, in hard mode.
No, never in hard mode. And
Well, no, I mean, you did the raid in hard mode. I don't think you ever did it in story.
You know, I'm actually not sure.
Because nobody would run this raid in story mode after this.
And I wasn't even available to fill in because I was there. You could see me right here. I was using my father's account at the time for Discord. I was leveling my tune at the time. So even if you wanted someone, I couldn't have come.
So he left us high and dry, and then near the end of the video, me and Zypher awkwardly talking, trying to make it okay. And near the end of the video, you hear me go, "Arrgh," and you can hear me flipping my Zippo lighter because I just lit a cigarette. And Purple whispered me it was a transpose. I actually did not know what happened. I just kind of figured, okay, somebody pulled him onto the tracks and killed him, and he rage quit. And I actually thought it was Wookiee, because Wookiee would do it to me and other people all the time, and it was fine. But then my brain was telling me it was Wookiee, but it wasn't. It was Purple. You see it in the video. And Wookiee was on M4, his commando, which can't pull anybody, not Willy the Whale. But my brain was just in Wookiee pulled Tessin onto the tracks, and Tessin rage quit. No, it was Purple, and Tessin rage quit. And we left Ray high and dry. He left us all high and dry. Ray never got to finish the op. The pulling Ray aside incident happened shortly after this, and yeah, he literally just fucking cooked us and left us, hung us out to dry, as Maria would say about Thomas. He hung us out to dry, and it's a 40-year-old man, mind you, 40-plus-year-old man doing that, and you know, there's a lot of regret going around for me right now, and seeing this, yeah, Ray was like, Ray was like a hero to me. Like, I looked up to Ray, which is rare. I don't look up to people. But Ray had worked on all these games I played when I was a kid. And he even showed me his credentials and stuff. Like, he worked on Battle for Middle-earth. Ray worked on all these fucking games. I loved Ray. And, you know, we were doing this to get Ray the fucking achievements in story mode. And we couldn't even get that done for Ray because of Baby Rage. And then there was nobody to invite because the guild had just been whittled down. There was nobody left. Couldn't even get Ray his story mode achievements. You know, it's so fucking pathetic.
And it's just another sterling example of his poor leadership. What was that? Why was the door shut? If sound effect added late in the video.
Because so Aylin's in this raid. She was tanking alongside Purple, and Aylin told us he slammed the door. She heard because she was in the next room in their basement, and he slammed the door. After the video cuts, Aylin starts talking about hearing him yelling and, you know, slamming the door and stuff, and so Purple added the door slam sound effect But yeah.
And going on this, part of the reason I even brought it up, part of the reason I brought it up like I did, people would make memes and joke about this, and it was like, no, we can't. Well, he's on. You can't post him in the Discord. You can't, because he would get like legitimately angry when people joked about it.
Well, yeah, there was we called it like creepy Tessin meme era, where somebody put Tessin's face behind a beautiful woman, and I just started cracking up and laughing. And so then Zypher and Will and Hund went to town one night making memes of Tessin's character just creepily, and they'd like fade him in Photoshop to where he looked like he was like an ominous specter or something, just kind of like there. And that shit made me laugh. And they were firing off all these memes one night, and like, 20 minutes in, he was like, "Stop, that's enough," type of thing. And, they just stopped. So, yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't... He didn't want to be the joke. He wanted to be... he wanted to joke. You know what I mean? He was fine with joking about other people. But I don't think Tessin ever had the... is maturity a good word? To be able to be joked about?
He knew. I think he knew that he was the worst player in the guild. He knew he was the worst player in the guild in terms of the prog players. He knew he was the weakest link. He knew that he was lucky to have all these great players under his command, and when people ribbed at him, he took it personally, because I guess he saw it as an attack on his skill or something, or I'm the weakest link and now they're attacking me, what if they leave me or something. And it was never like that, and it's evident it was never like that, because we stayed with you through everything, through Master Blaster, and when we finally said, look, we've had enough, we want to do what we want to do, you were the one that, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, it would have been so easy for
15
anyone else. Sorry. Anyone else on one of those occasions that he did just fuck them. It would have been so easy just to go, fuck it, I'm done. I'm sure Hund thought about it at times. I'm sure Will definitely did. I won't speak for you, but you can say if you did, but people probably thought about it. But he's the only one who did.
Huh? Yeah, I mean, yep.
And it's just all these ones we've been showing it's all different examples of what is the same thing. Poor leadership and an inability to admit when he was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and understanding that it's really not about what you want at the end of the day. I mean, the context of this video is pretty much Tessin was looking to replace Hund on the raid team, and he was looking to replace him with this guy named Rick. Maybe Nick can go a little bit into it while I get a nicotine patch going here.
No, of course. So, Rick was from a guild I believe it was Purple's old guild, and it was a partnered guild with Birds of Prey, and it was called the Greater Good.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick, let's just say he was shit. He was terrible at the game, but he claimed to be a Nim level raider, to have gotten to the last boss on all these Nim raids, but failed because of his team, claimed to have killed Revan, claimed all this big shit, and in reality, I never saw it, but in reality, from what I've been told, you could look at his achievements and see he did not have the achievements to back up these claims.
No, and it wasn't even like a Birds of Prey claim, like hours ago, where they did it in Nim when they were over-leveled. No, it wasn't even that. He just never did them!
Yeah, coincidentally, he would claim, oh yeah, we killed all the way up to the final boss and then failed. Coincidentally. Nick, coincidentally. And it's crazy stuff. What was the other one that was?
Well, did you say he claimed to have killed Revan? Yeah, I think you said that. Yeah.
Yeah, Revan. Soloing Master Blaster story mode. That's one of the ones you told me he claimed, which is just.
Yeah, and then put your money where your mouth is, motherfucker.
So that's what this was, and it's SNV, which is, like you said, this is the test op. This is you're training someone.
So to set the stage here effectively, it had been about 2 months of Rick being invited to multiple story mode ops. We teamed up with the greater good right off the get-go of leaving Birds of Prey, because Tessin and other people, not just Tessin, wanted to do Nightmare Pilgrim, the 16-man world boss, and you must have 16 people. If you don't, you will raid wipe right off the bat. Back then. I don't know about now. So we teamed up with them to do Nightmare Pilgrim, to get everybody their Aerotech Corals. Now, from their guild, we got a guy named Fwoggle, who doesn't appear in this video, but he was a great guy. Him and his girlfriend Chups, they are missed greatly. I miss them every day, now especially, with the way things are going. And what I will say is, we got Fwoggle out of their guild, and he was great. Beloved and missed person. Rick kind of started tagging along randomly months after Fwoggle had joined our guild, and he was being invited by Tessin, and he had like one character in the guild, and months of Rick just making these stupid, wild, flamboyant claims, months of instances of Rick claiming, oh, I tanked this back with this person's group, and me making Rick put his money where his mouth is, and then him falling flat on his face, proving he can't do anything he's saying, and he's lying. Tessin was trying to replace Hund with Rick in the raid team. That's what was going on at this time. So, because Tessin did not like Hund. Let's just get that out the way. We've already said that a million times in one way, shape, or form here tonight. So, I said, okay, Tessin, let's take him to a hard mode and he can tank, and let's really see what happens. Put his money where his mouth is, and if he's your horse in the race, let's go. And this is the result. This horrendous, horrible raid, which we could easily clear with 7 people in hard mode. He couldn't do it. Let it play. Just let it play. I'll be right back while we let it play.
Yes,
You can point
that
out
is
things.
plenty of material, Cypher.
So, I mean, first of all, anyone
I
who's
will get
listening,
it
what you're
working
going to
after
hear
the,
whenever Rick speaks is he sounds very, very nervous. Which, if you were a player of his quality, that he claimed he had, you're not going to be nervous with this.
That's why I was.
I tanked this, and it was like the second thing I ever actually tanked. And I would not ever, I never did enough to be considered even a decent tank. But if I could do it, with the team he had coming with him here, he should have been able to. And you're going to hear him start talking any moment now. And you can tell he's horrified.
Well, on the set that was on Augmented, I pulled 5.6. I don't have a complete set of left, but I had all the other gear. Then I went out and I had to grab all the augments that I had pulled out, the purple ones. So at least it's augmented, and I only had... I actually got 10 now for 100%. 110, so I can get my accuracy up. That's the most important stat to get up first.
So, first off, he said 5.6, and if you're reading the guild officers chat in the upper left corner, that wasn't good DPS at the time. I can mention it when he gets back, but it just wasn't. But on top of that...
I was getting a sandwich.
Oh, no problem. I was just mentioning, you know, first off, he sounds horrified, nervous through his mouth. He's babbling, you know, trying to make small talk while not ranting, but you know what I mean. And then I was mentioning, he said, I pulled 5.6, which I said is not good DPS, but you could give further context because you were playing at this time, so you could probably get better than I could.
Yeah, I mean,
we haven't done this week.
Average DPS was 7k back then. I don't know about now.
I don't think.
But average DPS was 7k. 8k was your like good players ish. 9k to 9.5 was your top end players.
I will summon everybody to the door.
So, yeah, he was talking, like, talking himself up with that, and it just was taking his own mask off, is the best way I can put it. He was telling on himself. And there's multiple moments in here. I have a few time-stamped, but just all throughout.
Let's watch the boss kills.
Yeah, let me get us to the first boss.
Great buffs.
Now, and while you were gone, I mentioned this. I was able to tank this with maybe not the exact same group with me that's here for sure, because no Henry, but close to the same group, most of the same people. I was able to tank this with, and it was like the third thing I had ever done as a tank in anything, and it went fine. So
Can you heal this power?
I don't consider myself a great player. I don't think I played enough to really get into that
At least Purple said you can't.
that tier.
He said like you can't see.
But I was better. This goes to show how bad he really was. If someone who had maybe a cumulative 10 hours tanking, counting gearing, was doing better than him.
The life lesson here is you can talk
I had
yourself
the
up
ball.
all you want. Eventually, you will meet somebody in life who's going to make you put all those big talk, you know, to the test. You will. You will. It might not be on a fucking game, but you're going to meet somebody who can walk the walk and knows what it takes in the real world.
We still haven't.
And then they're going to make you put your money where your mouth is, and you're going to fall on your face and embarrass yourself and look like the world's biggest fool, and you deserve it.
I mean, it's like playing poker, right? You can bluff all you want in poker, but someday someone's gonna call it and you're gonna get fucked. And that's what happened here. And actually, while we're watching it, since you did this with her as well, who was actively worse at this, him or Aelin?
Him.
And that's saying a lot, given all we talked about with how bad Aelin was, all the issues she had. And he's that much worse, while talking himself up as a NIM-level raider.
He talked big, man. He talked super big.
More ads just spawn.
All the time.
You know, in all the times I did this specific boss fight with you, because I did this SNV more than a few times, because it was one of our favorite ones to run when I was there. I've done this boss at least, I'd say at least like 12, maybe more times.
In the air.
I don't think I've ever seen us wipe on it. I think I one-shot it when I tanked. I don't think I ever have seen a wipe on this boss other than Rick.
Out of power.
Did we?
So as soon as somebody gets lost,
Did we wipe on it? I don't think
could
we did.
swear there was a...
That's just us standing there waiting for
I've
Will
got
to
the
get
ball,
back.
so I can't.
I've never seen someone play it this badly. Maybe I'm remembering something else. I could swear there was a wipe.
No, I don't think... There's no wipes up until the puzzle boss. Well, the city boss, but that was Will accidentally jumping ahead because we had to do it the Tessin way of not pulling anything till everybody was in position. But, I mean, I wiped on this boss in Birds of Prey a lot. But, yeah. I mean, for critique's sake, to critique things, they're tanking him wrong. They should be tanking him up against the rocks, and all the DPS should be stacking in front of them. That's the way you were taught to tank it. That way there's no DPS loss time when he knocks everybody back. Everybody's standing their back against that little pillar is stupid, because you just saw there, we all still got knocked. But that was more of a... See, I'm standing in the right place. But... that was more of a, we were still doing things the Birds of Prey way, because that's how Tessin felt comfortable. In time, I changed that. I was the one who introduced things like, you know, burning one tank in hard mode, EC, and then burning the other. I was quickly working in the efficient ways of doing things, working out the Birds of Prey strats that Tessin was kind of hung up on. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's something that I should have brought up earlier, but I think it really shines through here. Tessin was new to the game when Birds of Prey was going on. He was not. I don't think people might realize that he wasn't an experienced player. But how long do you think he had been playing in totality when he met you?
I said like a year. About a year. I met him on Tython when he was leveling. So, you know, by the time I met him, he had been in Birds of Prey for about a year.
And a lot of these mechanics, the only time he had ever had any experience with them was, I'll just say it, bad players doing bad strategies. And so, because I think it was a level of pride or ego, something like that, he didn't want to admit he'd been doing it wrong, I think, which is why he was so hesitant to, you know, do it the right way.
Yeah, well, I mean, it still works. You know, we still get the bosses killed with these type of ways. It's just like yeah, it's the wrong way in my opinion, but I think other people would see it different. But it's about efficiency. It's just you do things the efficient way, and if you can do it the efficient way, then that cuts down on mistakes. It cuts down on everything. There, I'm reacting to everybody getting knocked back, including me. It's like it shouldn't be happening. If you just tank the boss the right way, you know, but it took time. It was like a cultural shift thing, you know. It took time to get people out of this stupid fucking we're doing it the way Val taught us. It took time. It didn't take time for a lot of people, just him. But, you know, many times we're gonna do it this. There's a VOD on Irish's stream here when we're doing EC hard mode, and Tessin's like, well, Banksy wants to try the Nim way of burning one tank then the other, and I said, yes, we're doing it the right way. We're doing it my way. We're done doing things the Birds of Prey way. It took a lot of that.
Well, I mean, in my mind, and this is always the way I've approached things with MMOs, if somebody comes up, you know, one of the upper people in the guild says, this is more efficient, this is what we should do, that's what you do, because even if it's stuff like this, where you guys largely had it on farm, right? When you do things efficiently, that means there are less variables that can go wrong. And if there's less that can go wrong, that means you're more likely to kill the boss and accomplish your goal each and every time. You don't want to overcomplicate things with some of these bosses, and I think Tessin should have been more willing to just be like, yeah, we'll do what you say, but I think that goes back to the bad leadership, because one of the worst things a leader can really want is just a bunch of yes men. Because that just is going to breed complacency. It's going to breed nobody questioning. It reduces critical thinking. That's what I'm kind of trying to get at. If there's nobody who's critically thinking and actually pointing out the flaws in the decisions, you're not going to improve, it's not going to go well. And I don't think Tessin ever wanted, he wanted yes men, he didn't want what successful people have, which is, if you're a leader, good leaders have an advisor.
That's kind of what made it funny.
But, yeah. And then with this one...
There will be red circles on the ground you guys want to get out of.
Titan 6, Julius.
Also, tell me whenever you're stunned and I'll take them.
And remember, if you share a rock with me, you take less damage.
This is loads of missiles spread out for the... Good job.
There goes Rick, backpedaling back in.
So now you'd go and stack back up so it's easier for Henry and Hunt to kind of heal everybody up at once while maintaining heals on the tank. Red circles, watch out. Two little ads are going to spawn.
Sorry about that. I was producing a lot of threat.
At all times.
Yeah, that one, I believe, happens at the end of this pull. I actually have the exact timestamp down, too. But it's just...
My bad.
For posterity's sake, in burn phase, Titan 6 randomly targets people.
So your threat
Much
really
like
goes
that bird from Rav we were talking about earlier. Can't hold threat on him.
Yeah, it's an example where once you get to the right phase of the fight, threat doesn't matter.
Thank you for the boost.
Magnetic bots.
What tank is picking them up?
I mean, while we're watching this, what was the story behind magnetic boots?
Henry's got him.
Rick had claimed, you know, when Rick claimed that Master Blaster was one of the easiest fights
just hunted the
to
bot.
tank in the game,
Sorry about that.
I had
He
said
hit the
something
stun.
like,
There you go,
oh
got the
yeah,
stun.
really? Something, or maybe it was somebody else,
you can take
and
it back.
he was like, yes, it's all about magnetic boots and management, and if you have your magnetic boots, then it's pretty simple, because you can't be knocked into the electrified wall or off the platform, which is, he has no idea what he's talking about. Like, you know, he has no idea. He didn't even know how you got the magnetic boots debuff, and it's not even called magnetic boots. It's called magnetically aligned, so, or something like that. But it's not magnetic boots. It's magnetically stabilized, I believe, is the actual name. But yeah.
So it was basically the equivalent of somebody, you know, like in school, giving a book report and pretending they read it. That's basically what he did.
Magnetic boots, the debuff, only happens in the final phase of the fight. So we don't need to go back to the video, but in the Rav kill video, you'll see the little droid spewing out a bunch of electricity from the front of him. And what Will, or Tessin, whoever it was, is doing is taking that cleave, the electricity, and turning it on to everybody, and then taking it away. It needs to hit everybody so they get the magnetically stabilized debuff.
For AoE purposes.
But it can't stay on you because it'll kill you,
I got
like the conal. So you get hit by it for a tick or two, and then the tank turns it away from you. And what that does is when Master does, I don't remember the name of the ability, but the animation is him hitting the ground with his little claws, or his big claws, Blaster I should say, hitting the ground with his claws, and everybody jumps up or gets knocked up in the air a little bit. That debuff protects you from getting sent flying off the map or into the electrified wall behind you and raid wiping you, killing you. You have to turn that debuff onto the group so everybody gets it, then turn it away. And that's it. And it only happens in the last phase of the fight. It never is in any other phase of the fight.
And,
but yeah.
Let's hit him hard
and
here, guys. He pushes it like
instead of being like, it's easy, you just gotta manage it, it actually sounds like what could be a pretty, at times, difficult mechanic.
Difficult, intense heal check, but it has no precedent over the entirety of the fight. So for somebody to say like, you know, it's all about managing magnetic bolts, that's how you tank Master and Blaster, no. It's completely wrong. You're skipping like every 99% of the fight. He just never knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, he's claiming one of the, like you said, one of the more tank-intensive fights with all of the stuff you've got to do. He was acting like it was dirt easy. It was just anyone who knew anything about the fight, or even had just watched a kill video, would have known that he was full of it.
Yeah, he never knew what he was talking
Thank you, Hun, for staying stacked that entire time.
Never did. He was a terrible player who talked big to try and impress people. He thought, you know, I really think he thought, because Birds of Prey was their like sister guild, and Birds of Prey was filled with all these like, you know, noobs. He thought this guild was like Birds of Prey, probably like. You know, oh well, there's that Tessin guy, and then that purple guy, and okay, I can get one on over on all of them. No. There was me, there was Wookiee, there was Hund, there was all these people who had done and accomplished many things in the game long before we'd ever met Rick, you know. So, yeah. And by that point, by this point in Double Destruction's lifespan, you know, Purple, all these guys, Zypher, they knew he was full of shit. You know, they knew he was. You could tell he's a terrible player.
And adding on to that, I don't really respect Tessin anymore. But one thing I do respect about him is his intelligence. The job he has to be intelligent. So I'll just say it. I will die on the hill, I'll be damned if I don't believe that he knew damn well that Rick was not a good player as well. He knew. He just didn't care.
No, I agree. I think he just wanted to get rid of Hun that much.
I just can't... To say that he didn't know... it would be both an insult to his intelligence, mine, and yours, in my opinion. It doesn't seem reasonable to me. And I...
He knew.
Yeah.
I need to buy a real
Oh, here it comes.
Sorry about that. I was producing a lot of threat.
That's
How could
your
you?
job.
I just had to apologize. I actually had like 9,000 for threat. He kept popping back to me even when I wasn't.
And mind you, with the claims he had, it would have placed him in... Now, tell me if I'm wrong with my estimation, but the top, like, 2% of tanks in the game if he had done what he had claimed he had?
The 9,000 threat, or you mean just the overall claims?
The overall claims, like stuff.
Yeah. Oh, he would have been like, you know, he would have been like
Got into one of them.
the top
Mucho's
0.1% of players to ever play.
And he's apologizing for pulling threat as a tank. And then, the next one.
Well, there was the skeleton thing will come up. There was, he just didn't. He lacked a general understanding of how to play the game. It's a good. We talked about this earlier. A good player can see another player is a good player by watching them play. I know Will gave me shit for solo tank TOS story mode and then letting him tank in progression, but it was the right test to do. I made him tank TOS story mode with no help. I just said go ahead and pull. Like,
So
tank the fights as you
Rick,
deem
you're
fit.
gonna wanna pull in,
I watched
so
him and I was like, he's
jump it. Yeah,
got what
it's-
it takes.
it's right on
He can
that
do
rock
this.
right there.
I don't know if
Oh,
we'll
that
succeed,
rock
but he
versus
can do this.
skeletons?
Like,
It's on the rock.
Just do it on the rock,
But if
please.
you're okay, I'll do it on the rock.
Thank
But
you.
the skeletons also work too.
Okay.
look at officer chat.
Lamau, XDD. Yeah, it's comical. And I completely agree with the thing of, if you're a good enough player, you just know. I've seen people in, like, competitive games say it too. One of the ways to spot someone who's either cheating or boosted is you can just tell they don't belong in that tier with their gameplay. And everyone there knew Rick didn't belong
You can't
there.
kill the firebug. What you do, Will, is you just kite it.
No,
come
we knew.
stand,
I mean,
like, on the
he couldn't.
outside here
He couldn't
on the
handle
wall,
fucking
and once he
simple
stops moving
things
and
like
kinda
target
kneels
swap to
down,
this
you just
guy. He
run
couldn't,
out
it
and go
was.
back to
I mean, he's
DPS
backpedaling all over the fucking place. Like, for God's sakes, like.
Watching him play, it honestly reminds me of, I forget the dude's name, but that streamer we watched play Space Marine, who was obviously shit at the game, and we just both knew.
Oh, the guy who talked big all the time, but like, I used to go back and watch his streams of me 1v1ing him because he sucks so bad. Yeah, that guy.
Just terrible at the game he's playing, and you could just tell. And Rick's a prime example of, we keep saying it, you can bluff all you want, but someday someone will call it, and you won't be able to pay the check, or pay the bet.
Will,
Yeah,
you
and
have
I'll
the
gladly
firebug?
call it, man. I'll gladly call it. It's just. Yeah.
I think that willingness to call bluffs is why, when talking about skill levels, one of the things that we heard the most was, I wouldn't say I'm a great player, but I'm better than most. I think he was careful not to say too much because he knew you'd call him on it.
Alright, taking it to the group.
Yeah, well, do you remember on my Twitch page, I made a Double Destruction ranking tier video, remember?
Oh, I think I saw
Raider,
it once.
Raider power rankings. I did a video and I put Tessin in C, remember?
I believe
I
so.
put Aelin in D. I put Aelin in D, the D minus tier, and I put Tessin in C. And the only people I put in S tier were Purple and Wookiee. Will was A plus, Hun was A plus, or just A. Zypher was a B. I was honest about it. I put myself in F because it's like, it's hard to, make a video like that and judge yourself. Plus, I caused the Mopsy drama. So I don't that needs to be. I took everything into account, skill and like attitude and So that I think the Mopsy drama cements me in an F role for sure, and I'm okay with that. I don't care anymore. But I put Tessin in C. I did, and I linked the video in Hun's old Discord, the one we play D&D in.
I don't know
If
if
you
that
remember,
helped, but I heard you call
I
it.
wanted people to see
Yeah,
it.
that one helped.
No, and I
I put you in B.
Oh, I appreciate that, because I say it a lot. I don't think I was that great at the game, and I think if I were to make a tier list like that, I think I would do the same thing. Either drop myself in F or make a tier of like, I can't look at my own abilities because there's always going to be bias. I think that's the right way to look at it.
Yeah, move.
Yeah, for sure.
So
But
I didn't see which way he was coming from.
I put
No
Tessin
problem.
in C. That's truly what I
Adds
thought
far side,
where he belonged.
catty corner.
He was your quintessential 4th DPS or your off tank. And that's okay. Every raid team's going to have that 4th DPS. Every raid team's going to have that off tank, but that's fine so long as they're willing to try their best and give it their all and have a good attitude like Zypher did during Revan Brawl.
Yeah, if we were to use like a sports analogy, he's your 9th man or the end of the batting lineup. He's just
Hey, it was Aaron Boone who hit the fucking home run and whatever it was, the 03 ALCS to fucking send the Red Sox home crying that year. Aaron fucking Boone, who the fuck knew that guy up until that? Like, so yeah, but I don't need any more sports references, but that's just a good one. But yeah, it's
yeah, and
I wasted mine.
I wouldn't say he was terrible. I would not say
No.
that.
But no, he was good. He was good at doing decent numbers, and it was nice that he played a Sentinel, because Sentinel brought Transcendence, which is incredibly important at times, and most of all, inspiration. The flat 10% damage buff or whatever it was, you know, that's great. You're not that great? Okay, you bring two of the greatest utility things in the game. Just don't fucking stand on me when I tell you not to stand on me. Don't fucking, you know, when you wipe the group, don't try to blame somebody else. Don't be a baby about it. But that's what he did.
Now, as a tank, he just wasn't as good. I think Tessin could function as the
Well,
secondary.
yeah, if he was the off tank, he was okay. He was okay if he was the off tank. If he had somebody there to do the hard mechanics and communicate with him and tell him what to do, basically hold his hand, he was fine. But anything beyond that, no, of course not.
And I think for that to really work, he had to be with someone who was good enough that they could make up for. He had to be carried somewhat as the off tank as well. But,
yes, oh yeah, for sure. Will would know that way better than me.
We have to split up, and we
but
all have
but
to
that's fine. He was good enough as a tank, and
patrol team or whatever the fuck they are. At the
I don't know.
same time.
I
So we
think
all get in position,
even though he wouldn't say it, right? I think he did think himself like a little more skilled and better than
So
he
we're all gonna
actually
split up,
was.
and the raid frames are going to go by closest.
No, I'd
bottom
agree with
to
that.
top.
100%.
Represent the first
And I
group,
would say
and
more
the
than a little
bottom
more.
frame.
I think as
Second
time went on,
So it's usually
I think the
10
ego
kilo.
grew. You know, proving Henry wrong by getting Master Blaster. I think the ego got out of control.
Well,
for sure. I mean, to think
So
that
Irish, once we get to
we
the
were going to be able
cantina,
to just
I'll go
blow
left, you go
through
right.
Master Blaster with his daughter, who was horrible at the game,
Interrupts.
tanking.
We both have to
That's
left
an
first.
ego-driven decision.
Yeah, we both killed. I'm talking about the interrupts. Yeah.
I think
And you can stun
I think the
guy on
ego
left.
started getting there with you guys just blowing through the Sacred Order,
Neither of
right?
you will have your interrupt,
But
so
I
it's
think the
easy.
Revan kill really is where, based off what I've seen, the videos I've
the
watched,
first arrow
talking to
down.
everyone, I think that's
Because
where
it
his
does a
ego
lot.
really went like hyperdrive. Because that was one of his big goals.
So dumb that you
And he
can't
got
really
it,
activate this,
so I really think he started to
while being
buy
involved.
his own hype.
And I'll force stasis the healer.
Yeah, when the hype was everybody else, basically, not
It's-
him.
You guys are the only ones that really need any coordination. Just call out.
But I think he applied it
We
to
don't
himself
waste
because, well,
CCs
he's the leader, so if the team's
Alright,
able to
here we
do
go.
it, then it must be because of him.
I promise
The crazy thing is, I was the leader of the team, honestly. Not him, but yeah, he was the GM of the guild. That I know what you mean. I know what you're getting at. It's my guild. I did this. It's all me type of thing. But I cannot tell you how many times people, especially as time went on, people told me their leader of the guild was me, not Tessin. And I'd hear that and just be like, God damn it. Why? Why? This is not good, dude.
Do you know what Tessin's leadership really reminds me of? It takes me back to, as dumb as this is going to sound at first, it takes me back to 3rd grade civics. Because I remember learning about what a lame duck president was, where he's the president, but he's got no real power to do anything, and he's kind of just a figurehead because he's at the end of his term. That's kind of what Tessin was as the GM. Yeah, he had power, a decent amount, but in all honesty, if it came to an order from you and an order from Tessin, who were the people in the guild going to follow?
Unfortunately for them, me. But yeah, it's like it was that's where the Jerry Jones joke comes from.
Alright.
Like, because it was Hund, because you know Hund loved football and all that type of stuff. It was Hund who was like, I'm the coach of the team, and Tessin's just the owner. He's Jerry Jones, you know, like who the players don't really care for. But I'm the coach, so they care for the coach. That's what Hund, the way Hund always put it. Like, man, fuck.
So do I just
you know,
Zypher and
that is
solos
actually even more appropriate than that, because Jerry Jones, good old dumbass, is known for sticking his face into the coaching affairs and fucking stuff up.
That's probably why Hund picked Jerry. That's where the Jerry Jones jokes come from. They called him. I mean, they called him Jerry Jones and they called him Vince McMahon. Like, come on, dude.
If you're even before what came out about him came out, if you're getting compared to Vince McMahon, I think that's a moment not to get mad at the joke, but to get really self-reflective. Like, what am I doing that they're comparing me to that?
I mean, you know, most of the problems we encountered were foresaw. Not by ESP or on my part. It was just like, you know, like, this is a problem. We shouldn't do this. And I would tell him, it's like, we need to
slow down.
I'm trying to think of an example right now. And well, the only one I can think of is like, WoW. And it's like, that's not good if we play on that server, because, you know, right, Nick? And he's, no. Then how could Nick do this? Like, what are you talking about? I told you, dude. Like, it's common sense, Tessin. It's his parents. They're gonna want to play with their kid. All you had to do was listen to me. I can't believe it. Like, he was like, you know, like confounded by this. That's the only example I could think of. But there's, I was really trying to think of a better one because I didn't want to bring that one up. But how did this happen? You know, that was what he would always say. Or how could this happen? You know, like, Tessin, you know, we gotta.
Good job in the cantina. That's the hardest.
I can't think of one. Maybe you can think of one.
It doesn't include the how could this happen at the moment at the end, but one that I can think of where you guys told him something, gave him all the information, everything was, it was also about me, when he wanted me to main tank. And you guys came to him with all these, you told me about it, you came to him with spreadsheets and numbers and calculations, and he just...
Well, Wookie did all that, not me, but yeah!
You came to him ready, Wookie had all this evidence, you were ready to talk to him, and it was pretty undeniable you were right, and what was his response?
No.
Nope, Nick shall tank, and it's another example, he never...
Well, we weren't even trying to prove something right in that equation.
Like story mode,
all we were trying to say was we need more pulls on the tanks to be able to make a definitive decision. You know, we weren't trying to champion for one side of the fence or the other. We were just we were trying to show lack of information, right? I think is what we were doing. Like, we need to pull more to see before we move anybody around, because that's always how we operated on number information from Star Parse. But you know, we weren't even trying to prove anything to him. He just wouldn't hear it. We were just trying to show him, like, maybe 2 or 3 more weeks of pools on the tanks, and then we'll know how to address the problem one way or another. We just need more data, I think, is what we were trying to show. And it just was like, no, Nick, this was what Nick was born to do. You said his father was a great player. Like, I guess, like, but his dad was a commando and he's playing a commando. That's, you know, like, no.
Well, I mean, the other one I would put out, you mentioned it, the, anyone who's looking at these kinds of numbers, these kinds of things, if you have common sense, which some persons seem to not do, you know that the bigger the sample size, the more accurate the information, and you guys just didn't have the sample size to make a decision, and much like I said earlier, Tessin had something he wanted and just acted on impulse without being willing to look at the big picture.
Yeah, and then I think there was like 2 weeks of prepping your tank, and then, or no, about a week of prepping your tank, and then...
No, I was just giving you some reflect.
We went into that EC NIM that night, and Zypher and Hund were laughing during the pool, and he was like, they're not paying attention, they're not taking it seriously, we're done with NIM, and 15 minutes later we were standing outside the door for Duxon, Nature of Progress operation, like, what the hell, like, nobody even knows what we're going up against in this op in hard mode. We never, you know, there was no... Wookie and I at least usually try to watch some videos and engage mechanics, or, you know, in the past I would ask around. I had nobody to ask around at that point. Everybody I knew was gone, but for the most part. But yeah, and yeah.
Well, yeah, and it was that one. I was shocked and confused at the time, but I don't think I really understood it. But what I do remember now, thinking back, is
in hard mode for the next
quitting like that. Looking back with hindsight, quitting like that because they were laughing and starting to have a good time was the dumbest thing ever, because if people are having fun with the raid, you're gonna get the stuff down. Even if you
well,
think...
I think it had to do with Hund laughing, basically, is what it came down to, but yeah.
Oh, I absolutely believe it was Hund laughing that caused it, but it's just like,
I don't think you can actually see it better.
they're having a good time. If that morale starts to climb, if people start to kind of get into it again, you're gonna clear the boss, because when people are happy, they perform better.
Board is set. Pieces are moving. 3, 2, go.
And while you said it, it was Hund laughing is what set him off. They're not taking it seriously. I think I remember the word. They're not paying attention. I think, yeah, and it just. We were in Duxon, and I remember...
I mean, I don't think he wanted to do any of it. I think he wanted to be back in TOS. But I think he knew that ship had sailed, and he was never going to get another chance now. So I think he was just miserable to begin with. So, you know... I will never... You know, people told me, like, you know, Zolevra, is he throwing the raid? And I would be like, look, I don't know, okay? Like, I'm the one who was like, who the hell's Zolevra? You know, I don't know if he's throwing the raid or not. If you really want to know, somebody fucking ask him. Otherwise, just keep pulling the fucking boss. You know, I wasn't looking to start, like, I think it was Will who whispered me that or whatever. It's just like, you know... I think he was just miserable at going forward after Ravagers, because he tried to champion for Revan again, and this would be the second time he did, and he was shut down. So.
Yeah, and this one's a bit conspiratorial, I guess, but all I have to say on whether or not he was tanking with Zolevra is... Didn't he have a DPS with the Revanchist title on it?
I have no
yeah. Yeah, I mean... Yeah.
Blocked it.
His therapist said it's better to block that
when
out.
you play Prague, you should play your best character. unless, you know, you're switching for a certain reason. Now, if you switch for a certain reason and you're not making the cut on that character that you switch to, then you need to just go back to your main and suck it up and realize you suck at your alt and you need to get better.
Vanguard
That's
for the
it.
progression.
Wookie and I constantly shifted characters in and out. I would, in the 6.0 raid team, I'd play my gunslinger, I'd play my sentinel, I'd bring my vanguard.
It took my
I played my guardian as DPS.
I couldn't click.
The 6.0 era, we were shifting the best, me and Wookie shifted the best classes in all the time that we felt were best for the fights, because we didn't have a choice. We had to. We had Aelin and Tessin tanking. The whole success of the raid team was riding on the 4 DPS, so that's why we swapped. And we had played the game and were more than good enough to play all those, you know, so, yeah. But that, in the Cortani Port Ruger kill video, I'm playing my gunslinger. You know, that was the norm for the two of us.
Let's just move on. It's
But
okay.
for him to just show, I didn't even know who Zalevra was. I legitimately thought we invited a pug. I'd never seen that character in my life up until that day. Ever.
Well, and I would just say outright, I would guess he had 2, maybe 3 characters he was outright just better on. And swapping is pretty normal. I was doing it, we mentioned in passing, but I would do the first boss of Nature of Progress on my commando, and then I would swap to my gunslinger. And I think we were discussing me swapping back to the commando after, you know, once we had cleared that boss and got into the third one. It would have been normal, but that's not what he was doing. He was just going on a random character that he wasn't pulling good damage with.
No. And one nobody had ever seen. And one nobody, playing a spec nobody had ever seen him play. So, and it showed up in full gold augments.
I was gonna say, didn't, yeah, and which, if you could explain for people who aren't aware, how difficult were gold augments to get?
Call for my raid.
Oh, incredibly difficult. The only way you could get the mats was Nim raiding or Conquest, or the PvP Arena weekly, and you'd get 2 of them for the weekly. So, Conquest, and so you had to hit Conquests on a lot of characters every week, and then you got, I think, 2 mats per character, and it took, I don't know the exact crafting numbers, but those augments were the first in, thank you Rick, I died because you can't hold aggro. Those mats were the first in a line of augments that like plague the game now, that have caused like soaring inflation prices when it comes to augmenting and gearing your gear. Perhaps it's been addressed at this point, I really don't know. I don't play anymore. But yeah, they were hundreds of millions of credits a pop. At the beginning of the 6.0 raid team, we talked about it last night off the stream, but, you know, when Aelin joined the team, and I said, look, I don't care if you're the GM's daughter, if we want full gold augments for the prog characters, everybody has to hit Conquest on minimum 3 characters, and then put those stabilizers into the guild bank. You have to do it too, Aelin. You're not going to be on the prog team and not do it. I don't care if your dad's the GM. She said okay, and never hit Conquest on a single fucking character.
Oh,
yeah, she got a repair guy up there too.
All I'll say is that I hit Conquest every week from playing with you guys, and guess where all the mats I got from it went?
Probably into Zalevra's augments!
Oh, don't even joke. Oh.
And gold amplifiers too. He had full gold amps, I believe.
He did. You guys mentioned that. You mentioned that he would have full gold amps, and then he would re-roll them to different full gold amps.
During Master Blaster Prog, he was re-rolling amps like a motherfucker. Like every week. Like maybe weapon damage, maybe raw mitigation, maybe shield increase. He just hundreds of millions of credits re-rolling amps. And like, I never had a character that had full gold amplifiers. Amplifiers, yeah. I never had a character that had full gold amplifiers. My Sentinel was close. She had like 3 golds and then a bunch of purple. But all the rest of my characters had fucking blues and purples. Like even my main, Banksy, had like
blue.
Yeah.
we
Predominantly
make sure
blue.
we get the frontline drawings. Oh,
they weren't that big of an increase. They were big. They really weren't.
That makes it easy.
And they were hyper specific. I think that's why they weren't that big of an increase, because the amplifiers were designed in a way to try to fix the economy and make players sink money into min-maxing their gear. But they were super specific. Like,
Well, I would
all
leave,
for a
take
sentinel,
the frontline droid in the second. Leave
you
one
needed
of
the
recon
dot
droids
damage
up,
gold amplifiers or purple
Yeah,
ones
because
just
it'll
to make sure
blow
we
the
don't get
recon
any
droid.
for
package
Watchman
deals,
Sentinel.
Yeah.
If you wanted to play combat, you
But
needed
yeah,
the
just
weapon damage
everybody
ones.
just kick
If
a-
you wanted
just
to
click a
play
blue,
focus, you needed the
yep,
force damage
everybody
ones
just
or whatever it
click
was.
the
It was
The rare
so like
time
Vanguard, like Tactics was you needed the tech damage. Plasma was you needed the dot damage. You know, whatever your spec was like based around doing, you needed those. The amplifiers were hyper specific, and they did that to try to make people sink money to fix the economy. But all it ended up doing was the prototypical quick fix to any economy: make the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That's all.
Yeah, no, I remember because I didn't want to, at the time I was new enough to everything, I didn't feel comfortable taking that much from the guild bank. So I remember mine were, I think they were all blue, except I got very lucky to get one purple, and I think I was on with you and Wookiee when I got exceedingly lucky and got a single gold. But they also, like, they got more, you'd roll them with your credits, and then each reroll got more and more and more expensive.
To the point where it could be like, I think it capped out to where every roll was like 1,000,000 credits or something, and that's just absurd. And the pool of amplifier abilities were crazy. There was like crafting speed increase, like companion damage increase. It was like all these like stupid things you never want. And then like these super hyper specific spec focused things. Like I hated my bags in 6.0. I mained the Sentinel for progression because you needed a Sentinel, and I love playing Sentinel, and I always wanted to play one in Prague. And the team needed a Sentinel. That's why I really played it. So we had Inspiration and Transcendence. But I had 3 sets of fucking gear. I had my Watchman gear. I had my combat gear for 1 in 10 fights where combat was the better spec choice. And then I had my focus gear. Like, I had 3 fucking sets of gear because they all had to be rolled with specific amplifiers. It was such a dumb system. And to sit there and waste money re-rolling them every week thinking that's the problem with Master and Blaster and not Aelin, you're fucking nuts.
I am not impressed.
I completely agree. Wasn't there a chance to get like the damage buffing ones, but ones that are just basically useless for your spec?
No, yeah, you pulled from the entire, you rolled from the entire pool.
Click the button, please.
Yeah, it wasn't spec. Yeah,
I did, Banksy.
you could have a,
Yep,
you
just
could have
making
a
sure.
sharpshooter gunslinger with and roll the gear and get the dot damage ones. There was no specificity when you rolled them. That's why it cost so much money. That's why rolls got so exorbitantly expensive quickly.
But
It was a gambling type of deal.
Did
You'd
I
get that
die?
blue weapon
I didn't
damage. Like if you were playing a marksman, gunslinger, or
Please
sharpshooter,
taunt them.
you wanted weapon damage on all your gear. You could roll it and you get like a blue weapon damage, and then the next piece of gear you roll, you get
I taunted them.
periodic intensity. That was the dot one, I think. And periodic element intensity or something like that. And yeah,
Come to find out these stories.
Was there a force damage? Was there?
yeah, there was a force damage one for specs like focus and balance, and they were hyper specific. So the way damage breaks down in SWTOR is there was
Left to right, whoever has
white
aggro
damage
on,
and yellow
you
damage.
Taunt him and you kite out in a circle
Internal
behind him.
damage
If you lose
was
aggro,
like
you
yellow,
taunt him back.
dot damage, flame
Drop
damage,
the circles
elemental,
away from
yellow,
the melee.
and then
Drop
white
them on the
damage
melee.
like aim shot from a gunslinger.
Well, they will die.
They made the amplifiers that much more specific by tech damage, force damage, dot damage. You know what I mean? They took it to the next level, not just like yellow and white,
I mean, yeah, the reason I was asking was, I swear I remember on my commando
They're hitting
doing an
everybody.
amplifier and getting force damage, and I think I remember it because I think I was doing it with, it was when you and Wookiee were teaching me them, and I think we all burst out laughing because of how absurd it was.
No, yeah, it was just a money sink. It was stupid. I mean, I know there was an allotment from.
Let me let these. Henry, don't heal me.
Oh.
It's a wipe. We lost Irish too.
Well, just be cool.
Everyone here sounds downright shocked and perplexed at what's happening.
Alright. So.
Okay, Rick, backpedal.
So artillery droids?
The entire raid is taking damage. I don't know what's going on.
There you are in the guild
feel like-
officers chat. Aggro, I can't tell what's going on.
I never, even in Birds of Prey, we never had that much trouble on this fight. Like, I've
So,
never seen that happen in
maybe build
Birds of
threat
Prey.
with that one?
Even the few
I don't
times
know.
we got there
I
in
can
hard mode.
grab one of them.
Is this where he's gonna blow
If
up
that
on Rick?
happens again, I can
Because I won't talk if it is.
126. Yes, he's gonna blow up on Rick in about 1 minute's time.
Guys, let me go grab Mabo.
Han going to his main.
Okay.
Which he shouldn't.
Okay.
Okay, not even occurring to him that Han should not have to do that.
That second row is gonna be brutal. First row's all singles.
And ever more going after. I never saw this happen ever again.
I'll just point out, I was basically, again,
We can just take the
basically a
two big
first-time
guys
tank,
from the
and I
middle
was
and
able
then
to
all the
one-shot it.
frontliners.
Yep.
According to my timestamp, it should start within the next
It's gonna start soon.
10 seconds.
Just judging by officer chat, it's gonna start soon.
I'll be right back.
Oh, wrong one.
Tommy.
I think they're waiting for Tessin to be assuredly...
So Rick, taunts only build off your current threat, so you have to build threat with them, and then taunt them.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to build. I built threat, and then I taunted.
Well, it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying.
And what I'm saying is it didn't build for some.
When you taunted them, were you attacking them, or were you just taunting them and going back to a single target?
I was attacking them, but they build off the highest threat in the group. So if somebody has threat, you actually build
No.
off other people.
It builds
too.
off. It builds off
Yes.
threat.
It builds off the highest threat. The tank on the taunt, if you actually read the text, builds off the highest threat one that actually the thing's threat.
Doesn't say that.
So if one of the DPSers actually has a higher threat, you'll go above their threat to hold it when you do a taunt.
Yeah, but then it goes away. That's where we all die. Your taunt ends, we all die, because
Yeah,
you don't have threat on them.
Taunts.
I was doing the rotation and it just wasn't building threat. I don't know why.
Were you attacking two targets at once, or are you only talking about the one?
I was attacking the one that I was on, the one because it never dropped threat.
Yeah, that's the problem. You need
The
to
one
take
I
two.
actually had, I was dropping the pylons and I might have picked up the other one with an area taunt. But I had the one that was dropping the things and they dropped it and it was always dropping them right on me. So it was probably that other that center assault droid that got us on that.
It was because the tanks would try to grab it. They would have the taunt, but after that taunt, it goes away. So they immediately go on to another target.
Yeah, I know, and
If you know, then this is what
We'll
you're gonna
just
do.
have to-
You're gonna hit both of them, okay? And then you're going to taunt
So-
both of them. Rick, I'm talking. Please don't interrupt me. Okay? You're gonna hit both of them. Then you're going to pick up both of them. Okay? and then we won't die because they'll both be hitting you, and I can heal you, but I can't heal 6 DPS that are dying because you're not having them.
What you can do is, if you're on, say you have one to your left and one to your right. If you're on the left one, just go over to the right one. Use your area taunt if you have it, or your single taunt on the one you're trying to get. Use your hilt bash if you have it available, because that's your largest threat.
I don't have a hilt bash.
Oh, you're
I'm a Vanguard. The other tank has the hilt.
Sorry, I thought you were what's their ability? Is it grapple? Is that their high threat?
Grapple only works at range.
10 meters is plenty of range. You'll be 10 meters away from it. Use that.
You could do that.
But I did not realize I was supposed to have the assault one too.
As a tank, you're just supposed to have everything. That's your job.
Alright,
okay.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yes, it comes back right as it ends. I love that timing. It's like my D&D sense of humor. I wrote so many fucking things in D&D like that. I love that timing, man.
Well, that's the thing. You'd think, just off of that, you would think what just happened was 100% scripted. But it's not. They just disliked this dude that much.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, when you...
Alright.
When you got your group of guys and you want to raid with them and somebody's bringing an outsider in all the time, if people give that guy a hard time because he's an outsider, they're being a dickhead. But if that guy's coming in and making all these, you know, wild claims and claiming he's this greatest player and he's done, I ran this with Mucho's group when Mucho never existed. You know, you can understand why people didn't like him. He was like Tessen's first lapdog, I guess, and people didn't like him, and that's fine. You know, that's not my way of going about things. I try to be cordial to some extent, and, you know, the proof is in the pudding. Let him fall on his face, and that's my way of seeing it.
So we're just waiting on
Let him,
Hunt?
yeah, all right, you're gonna talk big. Let's put your money where your mouth is, big guy, and then he'd fall on his face. And this is the ultimate fall on your face. It's just frustrations are, you know, reaching a boiling point. It's been 2 months of dealing with this guy who, at this point, nobody wants around. Nobody sure as shit wants him replacing Hund, and he has no business being here anymore. You know, he really doesn't. This should be. I realize Foggle might not be online, but let's just say he is. Foggle should be here, and we should be doing this. Mopsy, whoever, Wookie, whoever, Purple.
Anyone but him. I can only imagine how cathartic it felt to hear Henry just go off on him like that.
I mean, he should have been done and dusted after the, you know, okay, Rick, Tankmaster Blaster, I hope I can do this, and then the beam comes out of Master, and what's his grand plan? Hold the line, run away, run out of range of the healers, and the beam just shoots him in the back and he dies. It's like, great, we wiped his story mode ref. Never had that happen before. Thought you knew what you were doing, Rick. And he, well, I needed my magnetic bolts. Like, yeah, oh, you did, huh? Yeah, and that's enough for me, but,
Or could not.
you know.
I mean, it should be. Any other funny Rickisms that happened during testing him?
In the buff.
Magnetic boots. 7-2 wasn't really a test, but he claimed to be this amazing DPS, and we did Grobthog story mode and
He
Dread
took
Fortress,
too
the
many
big
free
Rancor,
samples.
and the fight ended, and that's why you hear us go, ha ha! He played with an open mic. He went, ha ha! And we heard his hands clap together, and I pulled 7-2, Tessen! And Tessen was like, good job, or something like that. And 7-2 was not good DPS, most especially not good on a Vigilance Guardian, which were really good at the time. Most especially not good on a Tank and Spank fight, where all you did is sit there and DPS, you target dummy. Oh, and couple that with the fact whoever was tanking was bringing Ugnaught ads on top of him to fluff his numbers. Not good damage.
Alright.
On Grobthok on Plasma, I pulled like 9-8 most of the time. 9-8. And Plasma was not a great cleave spec. vigilance is, and was, and I'm sure still is. So that's all it does.
Just astounding. What was the other one? It was what more do you want from me?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Once again, he had all these
Go ahead
wild
first, then.
claims about
I'll get a second.
being able to. He had killed Revan and
I
he
will
could
get
solo tank. I was like, all right, Rick, you know, and I was tanking with him. And I said, all right, Rick, this is the Revanite Commanders. You know this fight. Oh yeah, I know. I know. I did it a couple years ago. And like, oh yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna get out of tank spec and you solo tank the fight. What? Like, no, and Tessa would be like, no, Banksy's no, he's got it. He's got it. You don't need 2 tanks for this fight in story mode. You never did. Birds of Prey might have, but we don't. Not if I'm in charge of the team. And the fight starts. He can't control any of the ads. All the ads are running all over the place. You get to the final phase where all the bosses come down at once and the ad spawns increase.
Looks like
People are getting cleaved by outlaws. And somebody was like, Rick, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm doing my job. I got my 2 outlaws over here. What more do you want from me, Tessin? And he was in the corner with 2 outlaws. Just with his back to the wall tanking them. That's it. There was another one. Another one. Oh yeah, the Osis world boss. He tanked it, couldn't do it, and you know, people are just chain dying. Thankfully,
How many
the spawn
fucking
point's
wealthy
not too
buyers
far.
are
You
there?
chain die, you can run back. I ran in, ion pulsed the boss, got one shot, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, Rick?
Yeah,
Where are
usually we
you?
come down to
I'm
like
holding
30-40%,
back, and he was
and that's
standing
when he does,
behind
like,
the,
surrender,
you know, 8 range DPS and a couple healers, standing back,
animation.
just doing nothing. Hammer shot.
Alright,
Boom, boom,
2
boom,
more
boom.
coins.
He was a
You
horrible
guys got
player.
this.
He was
You
one
know
of
what
the
to get.
worst
Yeah, I've been
players
fired.
I've ever seen. He will always go
you
down
gotta
as one
click
of the
the
worst
same one.
players I've
Click
ever
the same
seen.
one.
Fire Irish. Yeah.
He belonged in Birds of Prey.
don't know. Did
That's
we
the
miss
type of
2
player
tokens?
Birds of Prey had, except most of those terrible people in Birds of Prey were nice
Into the
people. They
elevator.
were good people at their core,
I'm
and they
supposed to
sure as
click,
fuck didn't
alright?
make up these wild
No.
egotistical claims
Okay.
like Rick did.
What I want
You know,
you
that's
to
why
do
I could
is stay up
tolerate
there
playing
and
with them.
hold
They were
your
fucking
ground.
horrible. They didn't want to improve. Fine.
I'm gonna
They're
hold my
like
breath,
people like
guys.
Lyceria and Hygeia. They were at least nice people.
Yeah.
You know, they're
That
pleasant to
order
be around. I can live with
Left
that.
to right,
But
DPS.
Rick made up all his horse shit.
I'm a Jedi. I can hold my
And
breath.
you know, it would almost sound to someone just listening that we're just taking dunking on him to dunk on him, but we're really not. It needs to be
Second row's gonna be
actually all
I will
laid
follow the
out
shield.
to really
There
put
was that
into
one
words
mission,
like
and was the
how
second,
bad of a
Knights
leader
of the
Tessin
Republic
was,
where you
because
could
this is the horse he
go in
was
that,
trying to
cantina
replace
and
one
hold
of his
your breath?
core raid members
Yeah.
with. This
or
was
you
his
had to have
guy.
the mask. Either had to have the ability or the mask.
Yeah.
Alright, if we could all just, I'm gonna pop the raid shield as soon as this goes down. So.
You know,
There's the one mission at the end of the counselor story
I don't know.
on
I mean,
Python.
yes, man. I guess he
where
was a
you're
good
in
yes
the
man,
gas
but
room
you
and
know,
you
even
hold
in
your
the
breath.
skeleton thing, he wouldn't even listen to Tessin. He'd be like,
That's true. Yeah.
Tessin's like, do it on the
I don't
rock, and
think
he's like,
that
but
that,
this
is
skeleton,
the
just do
right
it on the
one to
rock.
do
Yeah,
that.
but the skeleton, you know, like he's a complete
Maybe.
fucking
I don't know.
dunce. You know, I don't wish any ill will on the guy outside of the game.
Found
I
these
don't
babies out of
hope
one-man
nothing
count.
bad happens to
You
him.
like?
But fuck him, man.
I
Like,
do.
he should not be in our community. He, you know, let him be
Or
in
buy
some.
cheaper
You know,
out
in the
trunk
greater
of a
good,
car at
that guild,
Walmart.
he was a big fish in a small pond, in the sense that everybody
So,
in that guild
Rick,
was
you need a-
fucking garbage. You know, they all fucking sucked. They were like, that's why they were allied with Birds of Prey. They fucking sucked, and they listened to Vel. He went out and tanked story mode pug groups and stuff like that, so, which doesn't make him anything special, but to them, okay, yeah, and they probably all bought into his shit, because they're all terrible fucking players. So he was a big fish in a very tiny pond. Then he got into a bigger pond with apex predators. And, you know, it's like you gobbled up, man. Like,
It's all fine and good to be the big fish in a tiny pond until you get dumped in the ocean with sharks.
yeah, and he got gobbled up. I mean, I knew he was a fucking farce the first raid I did with him. The first raid I did with him, it was an EC
Killed this
story
guy
mode
fast.
group finder, and he was on Gil Glagla, whatever his guardian's name was, and he was making all these wild claims about like, well, back in vanilla you did this strat, not this one, Tessin. And I was like, that's not true. I have a raid video to prove you're wrong on Mass's YouTube channel. Oh, well, maybe it was
That's
different
weird.
on your
Everything I'm
server.
doing
No,
will not
what?
build-
The game is the same on all the servers. Like, you know, you're just full of shit, dude. It's not gonna fly with me. I was a good player. I don't know if I was one of the best ever, but I was a good player, and I dedicated a lot of time and energy into being good at this game. Like, it's not gonna fly with me. And I just, after Birds of Prey, why would you want somebody like this around? That's what they were. They were bullshitters. They were full of shit. They were liars. They were toxic positivity little sissies. Why would you ever want somebody like this guy around? Why have somebody? Why have somebody that wants to live a lie? How about we just, you know, make our dream come true and work hard? At least that's what I want. I don't want people like Rick around me, especially when I'm trying to succeed
Melee,
at
just
a hard
stand
role.
the boss. I'll take care of the
I mean, he's
ads.
funny, I guess,
When
to a
it comes
certain
down, just
point,
blow
but
it. Swap
you
to
know,
the ads,
I can understand Henry's
when the boss
anger.
disappears and you have nothing else to hit.
I'm sure I got angry like that at times too, but
Rick,
I'm
it's not
older
on
than
you.
Henry. I worked.
Yes, I
He's
know,
dead.
and everything
I worked
I
in a
did
professional
for
environment.
threat
Like
would
I
not build
understand.
threat. I'm
You
telling
know,
you
whatever.
that I'm
type
doing
of
everything
deal,
that
like-
is supposed to happen. I was hitting
And
it,
ultimately, I
and
knew
it
his
would not
time
come
would
to me
come.
for
Like
some
something's
reason.
gonna
It's
happen.
bugging out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go back so we can listen to that.
Did I-
Alright.
I'll take.
Here we go.
Rick, it's not on you.
Yes, I know, and everything I did for threat would not build threat. I'm telling you that I'm doing everything that it is supposed to happen. I was hitting it, and it would not come to me for some reason. It's bugging out.
It's bugging out or
Oh, we
something.
can one tank the rest of it. It's fine.
I was gonna say something else.
I do not know why it was doing that because I've never had that issue before.
No, I'm sure you have.
I mean, when I hit my heat sink, that's usually good for a lot of threat to put the shield up. It didn't even go up.
There's no ability called heatsink that puts a shield up, but yeah. If he's referring to his energy blast,
I don't know
or
how
heat
hard
blast,
these ads
it does
hit,
something
guys,
completely different
but-
than put a shield
I'll
up. But
have ads
anyway,
for
my
all.
point
It's
is,
the same ads
you
from
know,
the
you
middle
just
trash pool.
yeah,
Yeah, they're just the shady customers.
you don't need somebody like Rick
I
around,
think maybe
especially when
without
you're
another
trying to
tank
succeed. You don't need like a
we'll get them, you
novelty
guys.
or a
You help me
gimmick
kill this one
around.
test and then go to the boss.
I
It
got
doesn't fly
Yeah, I'll
with me
I'll kill
personally,
the
but
invisible
as I was
guy.
saying, I always knew his time was going to come. That's what happens with all these cocksuckers. I'd been around
I'll
for
call
long
out
enough.
this on
I'd
the
seen
next
enough
thing.
players
Okay.
like Will.
I'm
Or, oh my god, I'm so sorry, Rick, not Will.
Don't have any
Sorry,
cooldowns
Will,
left
if you
from
ever
that
hear
last
this.
short.
Rick. You know, I knew his time would come. Something would happen. And this was it. You know, this was the end for him. Sooner or later, you're going to embarrass yourself in a way you can't recover. And this raid was it. That's why in the next fight, he fucks up his taunt and he's like, I don't have a taunt, I messed up, I'm bad. He calls himself bad. Yeah, he knew. He knew the jig was up.
That's the thing, and it goes with anything where you're trying to ingratiate yourself into a group that does something by talking big about yourself and lying. When you do that, if they believe you, they will inevitably ask you to do it. And if you can't, if you're bullshitting, you're gonna be left there, humiliated and exposed. And that's just how these things go. It has to happen because if you claim you could do it, they're gonna ask you to at some point. It's common sense.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll interrupt this first, Cat.
it's just... You know,
Probably
I'm,
will
I'm
not be
fighting
an
back laughter. I can hear it in my voice, but... You know, it's the culmination of 2 months of fucking dealing with him. This is great. Yeah, look at Han. This is effing great. Yeah. It's what you're gonna get, man. You don't talk big if you can't back it up. It's a very good life lesson here that Rick should have learned, you know. It's don't talk big just because I mean we were a pretty easy group to get along with. Everybody I brought in ingratiated well and quickly and had a great time. Like whether I recruited them from knowing them in the past or recruited them like Wendy and Lavender, like just people I met and I was like, hey, you're on Gilded, do you guys want to join our guild? And we run stuff every night, and then they join, you know, and they're these great members to have around. nobody ever had problems joining our guild. Nobody. I mean, we had fucking Mokti running around role-playing as Darth Malgus, you know, making characters like Secret
Commando,
Apprentice,
how's the
role-playing he's
PvP
gonna kill Tessin, and, you know, have a fun time with it. Like, Mokti could barely speak English. Nobody ever had a fucking problem.
That's how I feel about PvP.
We were a very easy group of people to get along with. Just know your place. Have, you know, if you don't have social skills, that's fine. Just be yourself and you'll be okay. But this guy, like,
I had literally no social skills when I joined, and you guys let me in, you took me in.
Ops.
Like I've always been there, you treated me.
Ops gear you up
we
pretty
were easy to
quickly.
get along with. We really were. I know a lot of guilds aren't. I know a lot of guilds are hard to get into, and well, hard to like kind of find your footing in. I always kind of had it easy when I filled in for raid teams because they were coming to me asking because they knew I'd played for a long time and I was a decent player and stuff like that. I never had to ingratiate myself into too many guilds, but I do know a lot of them aren't easy to do. And there's a lot of guilds with like dick people like Rick, but ours was nothing like that.
I had conversations with.
I mean, there's Crack Commando, you know.
We just try to.
I played with Crack back in
kind of
vanilla
stand,
and ranked fucking 8s.
Don't stack
me and
on each
Wookiee and
other, spread
Bloodline.
out a little
And then
bit.
Crack
There's
came back to
room
the
work
game. I
people
saw him.
and
I was like,
melee.
"Hey, Crack, you want to join my guild? We mostly do PVE, but
When we kill Horvath,
and I know you don't
everybody
like
stack,
PVE,
like,
but
kind
I
of in
love
the middle
having you
here.
around. Would you join my guild?"
And
Yeah, he
the
got
guy that
along
teleports
fine.
will
You know,
teleport
he
more
filled
to
in
us
on a
rather than
Tuesday
going
fucking
towards
night
Sunder,
where he had
is what we
clearing
don't want, 'cause
Reventrog,
that's really bad
where he
luck.
up to Revan, where he had
we
this
can pop all the
legendary
raid buffs at the
back
start, they'll be up
blast
at the
into
end.
the cross, and he
So
saved the
it's,
pool like on his
fire,
commando. It was like,
gun,
you know. Everybody
Saber,
got
if you get
along.
fixated on by Sunder,
PvP
because Sunder is
mains,
fixated on
PvE
you, Rick will
mains,
come
like,
back.
you know.
But you should
Will was a
have to kinda
roleplay
move away
main,
from him,
technically speaking,
just to
when
be
he
sure.
joined. Like, you know, it was
So
not a hard
fire,
guild to get
gun,
along in,
Saber,
man.
lightning. We all
No,
stack on
but
lightning's butt at the
if you want to talk, if you're talking yourself up,
Horvath. Isn't it Horvath?
when it's obvious
Horvath.
you aren't,
Horvath. Oh, it's
at
Horvath.
least to me, that
Who's
almost
Horvath?
feels like you are talking
Whatever.
trash
I
to
knew
the
what
people. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you know the guild was made to clear
Horvath.
Revan, and there you are boasting
who's
about
Horvath?
killing
It's gotta be
Revan when
another
you don't
video
have
game
any
character or
hard mode
something.
achievements for it. Like,
Maybe
you're
another
asking for it,
Call of
man.
Duty or something.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
You-
he was
I
just
can
trying
call
to
Dash.
pull the wool
It might
over
be.
our eyes, and
Alright,
Not
on
gonna
you guys,
happen.
whoever's
Well,
pulling first.
yeah, not to me.
I missed that conversation. Alright, let's.
I think it just, and he did such a bad job at it that I will always believe every single person in that raid frame and everyone else who we had talked to about it knew he was full of shit.
I mean, like, Lavender joined the guild, and she, like, never said she was a good player. She never fucking, you know, she was never like, I'm this great commando, I'm this. She's just like, I just play to have fun, and I want to do things. You guys are fun to be around. And, you know, the craziest part about it was, over time, she got better. She got to the point where she was solo healing story modes, and that's a lot better than she was when she first joined. Like, all Rick had to do was hang around, be chill, and he would have reaped the benefits. He never would have
I
been on
just
the
hear
prog
every
team,
time we
at
talk,
least
I
if
just
I
hear
had to say.
Horvath.
Just because he's just a player who didn't have what it took. Back pedals, he's slow on all the mechanics,
What I say
he's
before
slow
I
on
go,
everything,
leech,
but
you know,
to say he would have never done
Somebody
a
get
hard
me a
mode would have been a lie.
Ross
He would have been invited upon many a hard modes, whether DPS, 4th DPS or tank, or, you know, 3rd DPS maybe, depending on the hard mode. He would have reaped the benefits.
Once this guy's
Yeah,
dead, we
and I
stay
honestly
together.
think if he'd
He
had a halfway
teleports to
decent
us.
attitude
If he
about it,
teleports
he
to
would have
Rick, just
actually
saber throw him, dot him from a
maybe turned
distance,
into
he'll
the
come right
tank
back
that he
to us pretty
claimed to
quickly.
be.
Like,
I don't think he would have turned into the
he
tank.
teleported
claimed to be, but maybe like 50% for sure.
Right
There's
where
no
you
way
guys
he
just
was ever
were.
gonna fucking
it's fine, Rick. Stay.
kill
Go
Revan
get-
and shit like that. But
We're
yeah.
fine here.
Yeah, just
It doesn't
good.
have
He
to be
would
in the
he
middle, I
pro-
just- as
possibly
long as
could have
we step
become a
somewhere.
good tank, but
I'm
I
gonna be standing
Yeah,
middle.
with enough
just to
time and
keep
if
Rick alive.
an open mind to listen. Yeah.
but he didn't have an open mind, and he just wanted to bullshit his way to people believing he was,
this
and I'm
guy's
sure that worked in Birds of Prey and places like it because he could bullshit like that there because they're never gonna try to do those
he's on
bits
me.
of content in those guilds.
No, he's a big look there. He's
Yeah,
losing
Sunder's
threat
on
on Sunder. Fucking ridiculous.
Sorry, both my things were down. I'm bad.
You hear him?
We got him.
He's
Sorry,
on.
both my things are down. I'm bad.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens, man. Yeah.
Oh, this guy.
It's all out in the open, buddy.
Why is there
Now
always
you're
somebody
flat
like
on
this
your face,
in all the fucking fights?
neck deep in mud,
Or on all
dude.
the ops.
That's what happens.
And you somehow put Tessin below
Yeah.
you by doing it.
And look,
Teleporty
nobody should.
invisible, stupid
I mean,
shit.
nobody's.
Start
Not
taking
even
him up the
Henry's like
wall.
shit talking him or compounding on it. We're just going business.
And
as
I'm out of
usual.
energy.
That's
Yeah,
that's the way to handle it. Let him fall
Oh,
on
I
his
can start
face. And
killing.
Okay, there we go. Got my
let him
recharge
fucking
cells.
Yeah,
make his own bed and lie in it, dude.
Wait, he
That's the
pulls
way
you?
you handle people like
So
him.
annoying. Interrupts my damn cat.
He pulls
It's
right
all
Well,
between
really,
his
the way you
arms.
handle people like him is you just
So
kick
annoying.
him. You
I've
don't
never done this on a
even
range.
tolerate it. But since that wasn't an option,
Yeah, you
Wait,
you don't
teleported
tolerate
away,
it, but
that's
if you
good for you
need to
guys.
if you need to tolerate it, you just okay, do it. Because there is no better way to prove that someone's an absolute fraud
And now
and to
on to
prove
Sun.
everything you're saying correct
See how it says
than to
Sunder
let
is
them put
fixated
their
on
money where
Rick?
their mouth is and go
If it
broke.
says Sunder fixates on Leprechaun, roll away, just preemptively. And Rick will taunt him back, and then you come back. As long as, just watch the target. As long as he's not on you, just keep DPS.
And I
Leprechaun
mean,
lead,
with this,
keep going, he's still on.
again, I was able to
I had
do
taunted,
this
I'm
fight,
sorry,
no
and
problem.
he-
I taunted him. I'm sorry. No, you didn't. You were too slow.
You
A
can
lot of
also
tanks.
reflect it,
A lot of bad tanks too. Like Birds of Prey preached this.
Does he have a speed boost when he's
They
using
teach you
fixation in
to
hard
add
mode?
your
I
your
believe he does
taunts
get
to your
faster
rotation.
after.
That is so
the
fucking.
invisible guy dies.
You never do that.
Like, I think
Like
he does.
you never do that. Like
He moves a lot
because then
faster
if
with
something goes
fixation.
wrong, you
Usually
don't
that's
have
not
your
the
fucking
case.
taunts
I'm
off
guessing that's a hard
cooldown
mode
to
exclusive.
effectively use them for
Probably.
what they're made to do. Like you never
Usually
do
he's
that.
at that
Like
same
off
pace
the
the
opening of a
entire
fight, sure, for sure. Like Toth and Zorn, I would leap in on my Vanguard, and taunts are off the GCD. So 2 key for
And
stock
when he
strike
dies, we're all
and
gonna stack
my taunt
onto
key
each other with
at the
Zyber.
same time, my
I'll
single
pop the
target,
raid shield,
and then
pop
you
the
know
raid buff,
just
say,
go
"We'll
through
be
the
back up,"
rotation,
and
especially
we'll
after
just
the
blow up
taunt
to Chuck,
change.
and then we're on to
That's all, or
Korak.
the threat change. That's all you needed to do. But Birds of Prey taught Tessin that way, and I was the one that untaught that out of Tessin's head when I
Alright,
taught him.
big guy.
I was like, why are you taunting in your rotation? Because we would get into fights,
Chuck,
and he,
Tell
you
me
know,
if
I
I
would
need-
pull off Tessin a lot when I first got to Birds of Prey,
Raid buff.
and I would die, and
Raid
I'd be
buff.
like, what? You know, you're always losing
Irish puppy
aggro.
raid buff.
You're not doing something
called
right, dude.
Stack the Deck.
Well, I do my taunts in my rotation, and it was on cooldown,
You're
and you pulled off
cheating.
me, and so you died. It's like, what? Like, who told you to do that?
Oh
Like,
no, I'm depressed
and
and
Rick
out
was
of
one of
luck.
these tanks. You never
And
do that.
exhausted.
Off the beginning of a fight,
I'm always
yes.
exhausted.
Maybe
With a
if some
communication
mechanic
breakdown.
dictates it, like, you know, like a target swap, like Sisters Prog when me and Will would have to tank swap. Yeah, of course, you got a taunt there. But to put them in your rotation, no. That's fucking Cat Mario fucking bullshit. Like, fuck.
No, yeah, I mean, I remember the first time you told me this story, I went and asked my father, like, Pop, you've played, he's tanked in about 5 or 6 different MMOs, and I asked him, do you ever put your taunt in your rotation? And he looked at me and said, no, you don't. Your taunt is there to do mechanics, or as an, oh shit, I have to get this thing back on me because something happened
Just loot
button.
and go on.
That's what he
Loot
said.
and scoop.
That's why they give you
Loot, scoot, and boogie.
well, the incident.
Come on,
Skip
baby,
forward a
let's
little bit,
go
the incident's about to
skyrocket.
happen. I said enough, Nick!
Just got a ton faster.
Oh, one of the times my taunts were both down. I had taunted and he had fixated right after I. So I gotta hold the taunt longer.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't have both your taunts. You should just have aggro on him, not have to taunt him.
Henry, give it up.
Because he fixates and he.
Give it up. That's enough.
Even now, protecting his lapdog.
Give it up, Nick! That's enough,
Should have
Ash!
ready checked.
Bye!
Let's get these dudes.
God.
Yeah, I mean, that was...
Be a nightmare.
Yeah, that was,
Jane?
you know, that that right there, I think, cemented the fictitious cruise Henry went on. That was the beginning of that, you know. I know Henry lost a lot of respect for Tessin there. I know others
raid buffs.
did, because it's like, why are you fucking
And adrenals.
yelling at Henry? He's calling this guy out, dude, and this guy is making up excuses. Still, you know, he's like, yeah, well, my taunt was... He doesn't know what he, you know, he's being Rick. Just... I understand not wanting them to argue in the raid, but, you know, you simply say, like, look, Rick, shut up. Stop
Watch
talking.
that spit there, guys.
Just be grateful you're on this fucking run. That's it. Let's keep going, guys. You
Yeah.
don't... Give it up, Henry! That's enough, Nick!
Yeah, that's the thing. It's
Or
you're-
Henry, give it up! You know, the first... You don't do that. Henry's your progression raider who left Birds of Prey. He's on all the time. He's applying himself to get better all the time. Henry was a little shit. He was a little shit at times. He was an asshole at times. He definitely got a big ego. He, you know, got a little elitist for sure. But he was a young kid, and he was dumb, and he was a fucking cultist.
Watch spit.
I just am of the opinion that if you're going to jump on anybody in that moment,
That wasn't the best blade blitz
you
of
jump on Rick
all time.
because he.
You don't even have to jump. You just Rick.
Yes.
Stop talking and just listen, okay? And then let's keep going.
To the best of us.
Yeah,
You don't
Rick.
have to
Is
jump.
there
Yeah, and
I guess soon.
of anyone, like you said, you're going after Henry, who, yes, he had his
doing his
problems, but
spiny
he is one of
things.
your raid,
Porcupine.
Krog raid members. He's
Right,
willing to give
porcupine.
up for this guild.
Don't
He's,
watch, he's gonna
and I do agree.
there's
This
a
is
ghost trick.
probably where a lot
And
of
there's
like
one in the
the decisions about that quote
Two ghosts.
cruise
That means
started.
we're ahead. If they're both spawning at once, that's a good thing.
And
Finish off the drag.
When this dragon's down,
I
stack
don't know,
up the
just
wheels.
this,
Just not
the
this-
going
this
back
way.
on his word, just all of that. It just,
Alright.
I think he handled
big
it just
burn on
horrifically, but I can empathize with the frustration he must have been feeling at the
If you
time.
use your adrenal off the start,
Yeah,
you should be up for
I
the
mean,
next burn. Use them on these burns.
I know there was like Henry also had no
Not on
fucking
chains,
clue
not
about
on,
tanking.
Porcos.
And Henry did like to criticize tanks. There was an infamous thing. There was an infamous EC hard mode on an off night where Henry criticized Tessin's tanking. And Tessin did not take it well, and told Henry, until you tank, never criticize a tank, which is, you know, it's okay. It's fair to some extent. But again, all Henry had ever did was DPS, and he really didn't know. You know, even when he's there criticizing Rick before the "Give it up, Henry," Henry doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he really doesn't. He's like, you just need to taunt faster. No, that's not right at all. You know, it's AoE, single, and then you'll have your single up again, and then your AoE. You know, Henry had no fucking clue. He was just dogpiling on Rick, but that's because it was 2 months of this nonsense
I
with
just
Rick,
popped
right?
my damn adrenal.
But that's, I think, why Tessin went after Henry. Because Tessin
that
got
happens,
criticized by
I
Henry
despise
a couple weeks prior, and
Look at
Tessin
it
did
this
not
way,
like
you'll
that.
kill him
And,
quick.
you know, you criticize
he
Tessin
did.
on something, man, he ain't gonna forget it. So.
It's true, you'll kill her.
And
Chain.
I can understand Henry. I think you shouldn't. I never criticized any of you guys as a tank, right? But with like someone like Rick, who is this obviously bad, I think the criticism, even coming from people who don't tank, is fair, because I think one of my favorite ways I've seen it put is, I'm not a helicopter pilot, but if I see a helicopter crashed in a tree, I know someone had to have really fucked up in some way. And with Rick, he's quite obviously fucking up, and it's obvious to anyone who's played at all.
Give it up!
Burn.
That's enough, Henry.
Somebody, I am in a nightmare.
Yeah.
Call out the chain for me, please.
You know, and then he pulled horrendous
well.
DPS on this fight. He's playing Tactics Vanguard, just doing terrible, and you know, I don't remember the particulars of what happened to Rick. Unfortunately, when they
I'm out.
deleted all these VODs on Irish's Twitch channel here, everything went out of order. kind of like the Roll20 folder. When I move it, all the scenes go out of order, like I showed you in Julius. It's really weird. So I don't know what happened to him in the sense of, did he ever come back?
Alright, we got
Don't
two more
think he
burn
did,
phases
is what
left.
I'm trying to say. Like, after this, he never came back. I don't think. He never came back into voice. He never ran anything with us again. I know people saw him around, because there was the joke that he perpetually lived on Osis,
Big burn
the
here.
new
Let's get him
planet.
some one.
Trying to keep him
He was
spawning
always,
right
like,
in
people
the middle of us.
grouped with him in the sense of, like, trying to do the Osis
Okay,
world
no problem.
bosses, the
Get
24-man
out.
bosses.
Get out as
Rick
quick
was
as you
in
can.
their groups, you know, the pug groups, but he never came back around. This was like the final nail in the Rick coffin. And then, I do believe he was kicked by Wookiee one night, just randomly, and then I think he was
We're gonna have to use the raid buffs
either
again.
quietly removed from Discord by
They're
Tessin
basically
without
the same
Tessin ever
spot,
saying anything, or somebody.
Of the last one.
But yeah, he never came back as far as I can recall. He just dropped off the face of the earth.
I know I would not have
Hits on him, yeah.
had the balls, the
No,
spine
we're
to show my
All the raid
face
buffs
again
to the
after
dragon.
that. You would have never seen me again after this kind of humiliation, and I think that's what happened with him.
There was
Big
the last
burn here,
thing I
hold the
can.
raid buff.
This is why I don't think he ever came back.
Everything you
'Cause
got.
the last thing I can really remember
Side
ever
of bleeding
being
Mayo.
like kind of mentioned of him was like weeks after this. I can't give an
Raid
exact
buffs
number,
and
but
DCDs as soon as the dragon comes.
Henry
out,
was PvPing and Purple, I believe. They
That
were
is
PvPing.
really bad.
Maybe Henry and somebody. I think it
Cypher
was
is in a
Purple.
nightmare.
And Rick was on
Rebounders going
the
out.
other team, and
I
they were like
love
fire
Rick
pulling
Buffs,
him
love the
in a
dragon.
hot ball, you know,
Killing her as hard as
just
I can.
chain fire pulling him and camping him at the spawn and fire pulling him and mezzing him,
Pop
or
cooldowns.
stunning him in the fire and killing him, and having a great time doing it. Or maybe it was Hunden Henry,
Make sure
I'm
you're
not
targeting the
exactly
dragon,
sure.
not Styrac.
Or Will, maybe. It was
Content
like two people. I don't think it was
Got
Purple.
it.
Purple didn't PvP. But yeah, it was like and they were having a good time, and I was like, shit, dude. Oh well.
I mean, all that needs to be said about whether or not he came back, or at least how quickly he left, if he ever did, is you guys were just openly mocking him all the time after this.
Okay, I've never really.
Yeah.
He's
I'm gonna look at
Tradition holds
Purple's
true for
YouTube
some.
real quick. You make a great comment.
As soon as I
Hold
told
on a
him.
second.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do there. One tank is just
There's one video
gonna
here
taunt him for a little
Purple
bit.
made, and I know why he made it.
You guys got
Let me
this.
see if I.
Oh,
Come this way. Percent.
So the
I'm down.
2%.
Cypher and I are
Enraged.
openly mocking Rick
doesn't-
in this video,
yeah.
and Rick is in this video. He's on Gilglagla or whatever, Gilaglaga, whatever I think his guardian is. But I literally say word for word, I'm doing my jabs. That's not the right video. Did I link the wrong one?
No, you didn't. For some reason,
Oh.
it didn't copy it when I did it.
Give me a second just to build
Oh
stacks.
shit, sorry Henry.
It's who needs stacks on assault specialist where you have no
Sorry.
Miffy Red,
Give
there
me a
he
second,
is.
right when I was thinking about it.
Henry,
Sorry,
you're-
bud.
Henry, you're fucking kiting. Why are you on the?
What? I asked if I'd only kite it during the shield phase, and you said yes.
Holy shit!
There Rick is on his Sentinel.
Jesus Christ, that was.
You heard Rick's voice there.
Yes, I did.
Help me, Henry!
Help me.
In Henry's defense, he did ask.
You did.
Well,
Yeah.
anybody can answer him. I mean, you can't answer.
You did answer me, and I did what you said.
Help me, Henry!
Here we go, getting knocked off. I'm kiting this time, Henry. You get
So I go into the shield now.
Yep, yes,
like,
you go into shield. These heavy hit
Well,
ones.
That didn't do anything.
I got confused.
Oh, it's fine, Henry. I'm confused all the time.
I would like to formally apologize to whoever I
Oh
tried
shit.
to.
No,
If he was here, it would have been funny, but he wasn't.
Everyone?
So
Find electricity. Watch out, Banksy.
I'm running towards middle.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I was on that tank. I think I leapt to the wrong one.
Way to spike.
I'm doing my job, Henry. What more do you want
I
from
can move him over here.
Here we go.
Space, Henry.
Suck on my ion storm, boy!
Defensive systems.
Oh,
Side you on, Purple? Stormcaller?
Co-lead call.
Trees.
Me?
Oh, look, there's the
You
fund.
think it's in the mail? Alright, now we can go back on.
yeah, go wait
I don't
by
know
your
if
mailbox.
we can
man.
watch it. I don't mind. I don't know if we say any
I'll
more
send them
right
COD.
in front of him, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, the fact that you said any right in front of him, it just shows nobody respected or liked him.
No.
Oh shit. Okay. Why you want to kite him too? Turn.
Hey, it's
Sure.
another
I'll do
it's
it.
another thing with him. It just
I don't know.
everything
This
about
pool's been
Rick.
pretty entertaining since the start, so I figured I'd keep it.
It was obviously fake.
Well, I got him.
Anyone
I
knew it
got
was.
Alright, I'm thinking.
And-
Cotton,
Tessin still hitched
some help,
his
Henry.
cart to Rick.
Henry,
I think above all, that's the biggest thing, is that is
Wait, Henry,
the
do you have a
best
replay?
allegory
Yeah,
for who
look at this,
Tessin
guys.
was
I'm
as a
Come on,
leader.
Big
I'm gonna
numbers.
try to drop one on you. Oh fuck. Never
The
mind.
Wrong way.
fund.
Sorry. Oh, I'm all out. I'm all out.
I wanted to
You
fluff
did
you.
drop one on me on though.
Oh boy, Henry. There's no healer on this side, Henry.
Well, I'm totally.
I got a
on the
med pack.
I am reflecting.
Oh crap! This is
Go to
not.
swap
gonna
Oh,
be
that's
good.
making fun of
Send it right
Tessin.
to the middle.
I.
I'm reflecting. What do you want?
What more do you want from me?
I'm doing.
I'm taking him back.
I'm doing my job. So.
Jeez.
What more do you want from me, Cypher? He
Yeah.
got cleaved, I think.
Probably.
We're already on defensive, so
Yeah, there it is. We're just fucking with Rick
Just
in the
DPS
fucking group.
purple. You don't need a healer.
Mocking him to his face.
Yeah,
What
well,
is
I mean,
going
at some
on?
point, what are you
If we
gonna
had
do?
Wookiee, this
Like-
would be even better.
You're stuck with him, and
I'm in the
on
wrong.
the tank.
I'm in the wrong shield, but I'm still
Oh, shit.
doing my job.
I'm like
You
role
okay?
playing as Rick, basically.
The Zypher needs a heal too.
That was my fault. Wasn't ready to jump back yet.
Joe did.
This may be a wipe.
We almost had him.
We're gonna get them, I think.
We did it all wrong.
I'm reflecting.
Foggle
I'm
and
doing
Rick,
my
you want to go towards the back of the tank because you're able to lead from Stormcaller.
What more do you want from me?
Does Rick
Cool
say a
downs.
word? I'm curious.
Pretty sure they got it.
I don't have it as a guardian. Thank you.
Guardian by the Force.
Come on, Justin, you got this. He's gonna do it.
He's got 5 hits.
I also think I'm drinking, but yeah,
Nice.
I sound a little buzzed.
Just waiting. Yeah, we're stuck in it. Here we go. I don't think my 5 HP is gonna last.
I have to.
It is true. That was that
I mean,
Right in front of him.
yeah, right in front of him. I think that's pretty much all the videos we had to show, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that pretty much sums up the guild, the timeline of events, and, you know, Tessen's lead. That's a good picture right there, just Tessen's face. Yeah, I mean, it, you know, yeah, it was for sure.
And with that, well, like last time, I guess I'll start. I agree with you that it was bad leadership that caused all of it. If the leadership had been correct, then I think all of the other big drama and shit would have been something that could have been moved past.
Closing thoughts. Yeah, you go first, please.
Yeah, that's I think all of it could have been moved past, and I think things would be very different if he were, I'm not even going to say a great leader, a competent one. I think things would have ended very differently. And that's mine. I'll let you have the last word.
Man, it's going to be a long one, I think. As somebody who played SWTOR for a long time up until the point of Birds of Prey and then Double Destruction, what I will say is I never had as much fun in SWTOR than I did in Double Destruction. Like, never. I had so much fun in that guild. I legitimately, like, some days would be so shitty for me, like getting through work. I would like get through it to just make it till like well, it would be like, you know, like 6 my time, 9 their time, or whoever we're going. But anyway, like just make it till you can get on and hang out and have a good time type of deal. And you might get a work call or something like that, and it's gonna suck, but whatever, you'll deal with it. Like, just make it till tonight and you can have fun. I never, in all my time, in all the groups I came across, Bloodline, the guild that I ended up being in charge in, all these different groups of players, varying skill levels, I never had a good of a time on that game as I did with the guys and girls in Double Destruction. Never. And nothing will ever come close. In terms of MMO guilds, nothing ever will. It was truly a blessing. It was like a 1 in a million that everything somehow magically lined up. Meeting Purple and Cormac, they hung around till the 3rd time I came back in Birds of Prey. Zypher coming back the 3rd time I was around to Birds of Prey. Hund and Henry, RNG, mass recruitment deciding to join. Like, everything lined up. If there was a message from God saying, this is good, I'm putting it in your life for your sake, to help you, that had to be it, you know? Like, and for it to end the way it ended and be thrown away and turn out how it turned out, and the Hund era and the WoW era and the Aelin era, I mean, you want to talk about licking a gift horse in the face, smacking a gift horse in the face, and I tried to tell people that all the time. And I know a lot of those people now regret a lot of decisions that they made. But what I will say is it all starts at the top and trickles down. And I think some things can be said. I do think now, with some hindsight and kind of coming to the conclusion that the universe gave me Tessen to just show me I was no better than him, you know, I do think Will was right. I think we should have made a move earlier on and made our own thing, but I can't do anything about that now. I used to wonder all the time why the universe gave me Tessen, and now I know. Now I know, just to show me I was never any better than him. But what I will say is I was better than him then. And maybe not anymore, but I was better than him then. And, you know, it sucks and all, but what happened after Double Destruction, it only happened because of how things shook out. We should have still been there raiding. We should have been having a goal in mind and working to it. Just, inaction is what caused all that, and just poor leadership at the top. And that's nobody's fault but his and mine, partially. Small part mine. But, it was an amazing time, an amazing place. Super fun. I wish you would have joined a lot earlier so you could have enjoyed it more, but didn't work out that way. And if you somehow get dumb lucky enough to get a good thing like that going again, stop and think about it when you decide to make rash decisions. Stop and think, and remind yourself that for as much as you probably miss things and like things in Double Destruction, he's still carrying on like nothing ever happened. So it's a cautionary tale of not just appreciating what you have in front of you. I like to think I did. Running those master modes till like 4 a.m. or 1 a.m. my time was rough, and there was definitely times where I felt like keeping things going was fucking very tiring work, but it was worth it. Especially looking back at all the Irish VODs that are left, it was worth it. Some of the best times I ever had in any online experience came from that guild, and I do apologize that things turned out the way they did, but the universe likes to play long con games, and it was just waiting to show me I was no better than that guy. But what I can say is I wish things turned out different. I really do, especially now. And I'm sorry for my end of things. I'm sorry about all of it, the Mopsy thing, and it was just stupid. But at the very least, we did the goals we set out to do, and some of them, and we had a lifetime's worth of fun together in the grand scheme of things, the short time we were together. I just wish now, looking back and going what I've gone through over the past couple weeks here, I just wish those guys in Birds of Prey had somebody better than me and Tessin at the helm. That's all. That's it. And thank you to people like Purple and Will and Nick for recording the final raid, and Irish, if you ever see this, for recording all that shit so it can at least be looked back upon in a positive light. And me and Nick got a fuck ton of laughs out of the Rick VOD. We've watched it now so many times. It's amazing. But yeah, that's it. It was a good time, and I just wish they had better people besides me and Tessin at the helm. That's all.
Yeah, and I don't think it can be put any better than that. So with that, I think it's best we just leave things here. To anyone who is watching or listening later, thank you, and every one of you have a great night. Goodbye.